Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to new faces here on the European side of the Challengers Elite Series 2 broadcast. Miles and Ali are going to be walking through today's matches. Very excited to get through this. My name is Miles Ross, no relation to Bob, and this is Ali Cat.
No relation to Bob, but you know what? You would think like your casting is kind of like his painting. Hi, Ali here, and I'm no longer 6, so good things.
Oh, congratulations, mate. We've got some very, very good games ahead of us. We're nearly done with group stages here in the Elite Series 2. We will be saying goodbye to 2 teams today, which is going to be a big deal. Of course, there's a cut-off point before we get to bracket play. Spicy things so far in the European side of the Challengers. This is what Group A and B look like so far. And again, looking at that 5th and 6th spot, that is a scary place to be for our 2 teams. Those will be leaving the competition after today. But so far, Ali, great stuff. Omit EU, exceptional. Get it? Exceptional stuff. Clutch Rain revived. And of course, on the other side of the board, 5 Media Team Falcons who've been tearing it up. Anakin Core Team War. Everyone is looking fine so far. However, Ali, there can only be 4 that leave from each group. Got some highlights here from, I do believe, Team War. Oh, I got that completely wrong. My bad there. No, it's Omit EU. We can play them. They'll be played today, of course. Many names you know and love. Ali, of course, Challenge is nuts. It's absolutely mad. We've seen many, many team changes, North American side of things as well. Over the European side, though, I mean, is there any... I'm not sure how well across these squads you are, but of course, it's been non-stop. A lot of big names, a lot of good games.
I'm not terribly well-rounded, but you know, when I first got introduced into COD competitive, it was starting in the amateur scene, and I definitely recognized names like Weeman and Vortex I've seen for a very long time, and obviously Pixie, who actually got his debut in the league last year, now finding himself back down in Challengers, and I am by no means shocked that this roster is undefeated right now, but we are in for quite a treat today, considering we're getting to watch the top 2 teams in groups right now go up against each other to start off the day.
Oh, indeed. Some good times ahead of us, but yeah, highlights across the board here. Omit EU and Clutch Rain. We'll be watching Omit start things off today. Vortex, Mythics, Weeman, and Hixie. Again, no strangers to the Challenger scene. No changes to the European side of things. Of course, Vortex, an absolute demon when it came to MW2. He was one of the more standout players, I think, in Challengers by quite a long way. We'll see how things go today, though, for them. This is today's schedule, April 24th. We're going to be looking at Omit EU taking on Exceptional. First and foremost, Revive versus Miracle. And then our second block of games, we've got 5 Media versus Team War. And then, of course, Falcons take on the Anakin Core. Fun, Ali. A very good day ahead of us. We're going to be... And after that, we go to the North American thing. So if you are one of those hardcore Challengers viewers who manages to get through what? All of the European games and all of the North American games, you're in for it today. But more highlights, folks. Again, as we are almost ready to get the matches underway. Ali, any sort of feels for today? How do you think today's going to go?
Honestly, I'm just really excited to see a lot of players that dropped in the challenges and seeing how they're going to perform. Obviously, I love seeing the new faces as well, but for Team War, like, they're going to have names like Bant and Harry and Afro. Harry's been around the team for a very long time waiting for his big shot. And at Bant and Afro, they found themselves put back down in Challengers. Afro most recently from LA Leafs from a really inconsistent performance, but according to these highlights, again, it looks like these players are looking pretty comfortable at the top.
Oh, indeed. Well, we'll see if these guys can continue their run. A very, very competitive European side of Challengers right now, has to be said. And again, as far as competition goes, Team Falcon also very, very strong. I think the ping is something that they are definitely struggling with a little bit, but hey, back and forth we're going, and there's been some good games either way. Almost ready to get into today's games, Ali, and if you're not ready to go, now's the time, folks. Get yourself a quick drink, get yourself ready for these matches. We've got 2 to start off the first block, and then 2 in the second. North American after that. We've got maps and modes ready for our first series. Also, Omit taking on... Oh, my stream has frozen. Excuse me, folks.
Yeah.
Nally.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't wait to load into a sub base. I haven't seen a sub base, I feel like, for the past 2-3 weeks that we've kind of been in qualifiers down here in Challengers. They seem to set the pace very, very early in these series, especially when it comes to a small map like sub base. And even like Rio, you know, you think of like 6-star and Vista, like we're getting smaller and smaller maps. So obviously Omit's going to feel very comfortable in this map number 1 because they're going to be on sub base and then they're going to be on 6-star later on the series. But I am interested because I don't see the roster to escalate right now. But again, that's going to be that second seed.
We'll see how that goes. Sub-base spicy start to this series should be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see more 6-star Ali. I think you know, it's quickly becoming a bit of a fan fave. Exceptional there on your screen. Sukri, Chunky Boy, Henri, and Rafi. That's going to be a good time. Again, Sukri, a player who's been around the scene for a long, long time. We're talking about veterans, talking about Black Ops 4, decent runs on LAN. Exciting stuff. See if they can't get things going today. But a tough opponent in the form of Omit EU. So again, just ready to party, ready to get this one rolling. And again, for a lot of these players, desperately trying to sort of improve standings as we get towards bracket play here in the Series Elite Challenges 2. Ali, I think, you know, the groups have been pretty solid so far. I don't think any wild upsets, anything too crazy. No one, you know, falling out of place. But if there's anything in the bracket you see, do let me know. But otherwise, I think, you know, pretty standard stuff, mate, so far.
Yeah, so pretty top heavy, I think, is kind of the name for the EU side of things right now. But I do need to ask, like, your memory is insane. Does it come from the length of the hair? Like, can I get walked through the hair process?
I woke up this way, Ali.
No, you did not. No, you did not. That
actually
thing has like
did.
5 inches on it.
Oh, no,
I think you're lying.
I know I'm not lying. This is absolutely true. I woke up this way. But yeah, the memory, we've been around for the block a few times now. My 6th year, I believe, of commentary now. Which feels like a lifetime, but for many of these pro players and many of these challenges players have been competing for a lot longer than that. And we've got our secondary match maps and modes ready to go for this one. Also taking place on Bravo. We've got 6-star Highrise, Invasion, Subbase, and an Invasion. Ali, Invasion Control getting a lot of love, I think, in the European side of things. North American challenges not really opting to play much of it.
Again, I think it's just that pace and that confidence that they play down here in Challengers. Because, I mean, when we were watching matches on the NA side of things, I was just very surprised at some of the gunfights being taken with the rivals. So I'm not shocked to see the same hard points as our first series put into this one, because it's going to be a serious SMG battle.
Indeed. Well, that is that's our Bravo stream matchup taking place as well. So we'll see those two teams, Revived and Miracle, gun up against each other. Miracle in a very, very tough spot in the pool so far, yet to win a map. I don't know if it's even possible for them to qualify at this point in time. So fingers crossed for them. They will need just that, a miracle, to keep things going there. But that's our secondary map ready to go. Revived looking a little stronger there. They've got themselves, you know, picking Team A. And that is our second set. As far as the 4 p.m. matches go, Ali, 5 Media taking on Team War. Of course, Team War, one of the front runners in the competition, no doubt about it. Falcons versus Anakin core as well. I actually don't know which way I'm dressing for that one. The Falcons have been so strong. Of course, playing Ping's a tough one, but I think for me, one of the teams I'm more excited to watch play.
Really? That's so interesting. So I just can't take my eyes off 5 Media versus Team War, simply because, again, like, these are some stacked rosters that I'm looking at. 5 Media, Journey, Super, Renko, and Yako. Again, Super and Yako, players that have been running the Challenger scene in the EU side of things for a very long time, kind of just waiting for their shot. And then Journey, you know, most recently having to drop down from Team War to put back in Challengers with a lot to prove. So I'm most excited to see them today, especially considering they're going against Team War. That would be a really, really exciting matchup.
Okay, should be a lot of fun. Highlights here from Team War taking on the Falcons, of course. Bryson Dunn had that one. Happy birthday to Thomas, but not too long ago. God, I can't believe he's 43. Can't believe that. Absolutely.
Wait, he's 43?
Crazy.
Are you lying?
I am lying, absolutely. I can trust very little that comes out of my mouth and said with such confidence. But there we go. This is going to be, again, a good day of COD ahead of us. Plenty still to play for. Looking towards that bracket side of things. And the teams that do leave the competition, they will be leaving with some Challengers points, which again helps in the next run of things. But you still want to be making it to bracket play. You want to be making it into the money. Again, more highlights here across the high-rise control. Again, much more varied map selection in the European side of Challengers. North Americans, no one really wants to go away from Invasion, which is fine. I mean, you do what you do. You play what you play. But there we go. Looking at the standings once again, a Miracle, a team that is definitely struggling in their own 4. Drillers over there in Team B also own 4. I don't really think there's much hope for them here. It's been a very, very difficult Challengers run for them, but hey, we'll see Miracle playing today later on as well. As everyone else, though, just sort of battling for that top seed spot, Ali, as we get ready for bracket play.
Yeah, just battling for the top spot. And I mean, it's hard, especially because a lot of these teams, they have players that are still kind of on the come up and on the rise, and it's difficult when you have to go up against seasoned Challengers players, people who have been in this gauntlet time and time again, and some of them that have even made it to the league and now having to kind of like struggle as they get pushed back down. So I think we're in for a real treat today, considering the matchups that we're going to be hopping in for. Again, we're going to see that first group, those top 2 teams, one the undefeated, one sitting at 3-1, going in together. And we're going to see later on today, I mean, 5 Media versus Team War, those rosters against each other, easily a game 5.
Hey, it should be fun. We're almost ready to get into our first match, and again, when we get to bracket play, $24,000 for that first place team. A lot of cash being given away here, and that's not even the overall prize. Well, that's just first place. Really exciting stuff. Almost ready to get into our first game, and here we go, Ali. Miracle Revived. We're starting things off on 6-star.
I'm so excited. Right away, we're on board with an SMG and Disarray and Dizzy, as they're just going to try and get this early time. That's going to be a first blood, but it trades out very quickly. Time, though, still going for a side Revive. Only first couple of seconds of this hardpoint getting through, and already it seems like Revived has some ideas here to make it over towards P2.
So eyes on first. watched a lunchtime YouTube video today explaining all the name spots and breakout strats here for this map. It is going to be one hell of a spicy affair once we get things going a bit more here. But Miracle trying to get themselves onto that hard point time. So far, an open field. Miracle now on it, setting up across every single possible avenue. Again, P1 normally wild on most maps, and this one no different. Theo, good tags, not enough though. Teamwork there from Revived. Lovely work from Pack to soak up the final few moments. Towards P2 we now already go, and again disarray. The boys are Revived, gone from one to the other. A lovely chain if they can find the kills.
For a moment there, it looked like Infinity basically spawned inside of the pool, and unfortunately doesn't hit the route for P2. He hits that old time with about maybe 15 seconds left, unfortunately, when he had the opportunity to maybe steal away spawns. So instead, it's going to be Revived Gaming here in this first opening couple of seconds of P2. And Theo, I believe Cuckcaster might still be broken, so I'm sure he's got a kill or two under his belt. But as the aggression comes in through the front, trades are going back and forth. Revived is looking to still keep on top. They're going to get those close spawns. Last one alive is going to be Theo. He does get one, but unfortunately his teammate's going to take him out, and that's going to be a 40 to 12 lead for Revive.
Yeah, nice lead. B1 to 2. Very, very solid rotation, solid holds. A nice bit of, causing a bit of chaos, Ali. Problems all over the place, but Revive seemed very, very good at managing that. Still, though, 4 down in the feed there. Miracle, a lovely opportunity here to get across map and try to find themselves some time. Theo's got the middle of the map covered. No one's getting over there without a bullet or two in the back. But towards P3, looking at the mini-map there, a diligent approach here from Miracle. They've got the backside absolutely set up sweet. Revived, they'll be making a slow and steady push across map. Good news, though, for Miracle. 2 players already in the point. Overlay and Clousy with the guns up.
Yeah, perfect setup here from the side of Miracle, and Theo's job right now is to just cause a little chaos and slow down this push from Revive, and it's working out beautifully. Unfortunately, though, player is going to die in the back, and that's going to flip spawn, so a natural pinch is going to come through for the side of Revive. It's all about how Miracle kind of answers to it. Unfortunately, they're not able to get the trades to go their way, so Revive will get that break and get that time with about 30 seconds left in this game.
That's a solid break. Not an easy thing to do. Kudos to Revive, pushing that lead ever further forward. There's still 30 seconds here. Miracle with at least one more solid hit of this. Connor in the middle, taking care of Pack now, watching the jump up. He's got numbers here, so if you're Revived, you're feeling pretty good about this. Disarray with the tags. Oh, not enough for the kill, though. Miracle on the approach. It's a good break. Not too slow either. Nice breaks again. Miracle doing a lovely bit of work. This is our Bravo matchup still. You can watch this over on the Bravo channel. We're back over towards our primary show now, as we've still got plenty of games to be played. Miracle versus Revive. That 6-star on the run. Revive with a bit of a lead, Ali. Some nice breaks, a little bit of everything. Yeah. Exciting stuff. But yeah, that is it. It's going to be a lot of fun. More of that still to be played. That is the Bravo stream. So you're here on the main channel. Bravo kicking it away. We've got ourselves ready to get into our first match once again. This is Omit taking on Exceptional. Oh, good games all over the place, mate. Back over to Subbase we go.
Back over Subbase we go, and there's nobody in the time just yet. We're all playing for the kills, as not a single soul has died, gotten to the gunfight. That's going to be Hixie with the first. Desperately trying to find the second, but some time going towards Omit. Only a first opening couple of seconds. Hixie tried to go for an insane play there, but he will get shut down. His teammates clean it up, and this is already looking to be a mixed fest.
Oh, nice work. The Mythic's there in the feed, picks up a couple. Vortex on the time. Hixie's the man in the middle of the map doing a lovely bit of work. Just slowing down nearly everything and everyone. No one's getting close to that point. P1 again. Whether you're on 6-star or Subbase, very, very open place to play with. And Vortex, lovely awareness here. Nice slow game. Just keeping these players back. A beautiful time from Omit EU to start things off.
I mean, Vortex, wow, just incredible spawn awareness there in that situation. And not only that, Omit EU are in a perfect spot for P2 as well. They're going to get that blessed side of the map, and they're also going to get this P2 early time. And nobody from the side of Exceptional is going to be anywhere near this. And even if they attempted to, they have to worry about Mythix, who is literally behind enemy lines right now, just looking to cause some chaos and maybe try and hurt this first opening hit from the side of Exceptional.
Chunk there from with a hit takes care of Mythix, and again Rafi now back over towards P2. Massive work there from Wee Man through the window, managing to get himself out of trouble, and that is a lovely bit of back and forth. Wee Man has got around the world, and he's found himself 2 more, so Omit EU are in. This is a solid hold so far. Good break. Sukri, can he get inside and do anything here? This is lovely coverage of Omit EU. All the guns are up at the ready, but Sukri fighting tooth and nail. Reinforcements arrive as well in the form of Rafi, and I cannot believe that this play is somehow still going. Final trades done. Omit EU on top.
Yeah, Exceptional trying to just headbutt through the front. Unfortunately, nobody tried to hit a wrap, and so Omit EU guns up and ready. That's going to be Mythics with 2. He's going to save the time. 6 seconds left at Old, and once again, it's Exceptional on the back foot when it comes to this rotation. Not a single player is going to be at that 50-point yard for the side of Exceptional for this P number 3, and that's going to be a 78-6 lead from the side of Omit EU.
2 hard points up. Omit once again on the solid row. P1 to 2 was outstanding. 3 so far, so good. Exceptional are being slowed down massively. Steve Vortex at 7 and 3. Big kills from him on that far right hand side of the minimap. Chunks Hope's going to punch a bit of a hole. Wee Man cut out on the transition. Over to Hixie. Watching out for the snakes. No problem. Charms them. Deals with them. Mythics down low. And Ali, what a hold, but a decent break there from Exceptional. Little late, but not a problem. If they can hold on to it, 20 is theirs.
A little late is certainly a way to say it. 20 seconds left. They now give themselves back spawns, and they're going to be on the complete opposite side of the map, heading towards new. I'd love to see Exceptional try to take their time here once they realize that a break isn't going to go their favor with about 30 seconds left, and try to hit an early row, because this is now all the hard points in a row, about 4 to 5, that they have just not had a player here for this initial pop. So Omit EU, they're going to pass 100 seconds, 25 for Exceptional, and I just mean they're in a box right now. They have not left this spawn.
No one's getting out of that. Another row. And Omit have done it again. They are well and truly ahead of the competition right now. This is another hard point that they've got to first, another hard point they're holding on to. Vortex on the other side gets taken care of, so one angle of attack now to be dealt with there as Omit find the kills for a moment, but a clean break, Ali. You've still got Mythics in the back. Spawns are getting very, very ugly, and that should be it. Exceptional. This is your chance to get on the time.
I mean, beautiful. It seemed like Sukri and Chunk got the timing, was able to slip right by that player, push that mid for Omit EU, so they're going to get this final 20 seconds or so. It's better than nothing to end about 124 to 60, but Omit EU look like they kind of want to hit this old time. They already have complete mid control. They already have the spawn awareness of the players that are spawning on the pinch on the side of Exceptional. I don't think they're going to read Henry here.
Good luck. Cleaning up point. Henry managed to get in the first rotation. We've seen Exceptional win so far. Good stuff out of them.
Yeah.
Now, can they turn this into time? That's the real question. Here comes Sukri. Sliding in. Lovely work. Good coverage there from Exceptional. That's a force breach from Sukri. It's been very, very slow so far. Omit now have got their work cut out for them on the break. Wee Man through the front. Henry there, still holding things down. No streaks just yet for Sukri. And on sub-base, Ali, a cruise missile goes a long way.
It does go a long way, and he's hunting for it. You know he wants it. He's on a 4 right now. He's going to be sitting top windowed by P2 in Warehouse, but he's going to take some shots to the forehead and back down, thankfully playing his life here because he knows how important this is. That's maybe the 5th, but his teammate cleans it up, and that's Mythics with 2, and that's the break, but only 13 seconds left. Exceptional done an exceptional job of putting themselves back into this hard point, only about down 30 seconds.
Only down 30. What a comeback this has been. They were down and out. I'd written this one off from the start.
Yeah.
Omit, a little bit of work to be done here. Back over to P1. So after the first set of hard points, only a 35-point game. You'll take that as you're Exceptional. Into the time we go. Mythics now on the approach, waiting for the rest of the squad. Here come the submachine guns. Absolutely sending it. We should be able to get a break here. P1, a bit of a mess. Wee Man's down. Chunk finds his. Omit are on life support.
In Exceptional, I mean, the trophy saved their life in that situation. Omit EU going for a perfect break, waiting for each other, trying to invest those nades, and unfortunately, none of them connect. That's going to be a 2-piece. Vortex now left on his own as he's sliding into the time, and he finds the kill on Rafi, and that's a break, 23 seconds. Still technically have the lead, but now they're spawning on the opposite side of the map. They do not have a player for rotation for P2, but number 8, it's going to be Hixie, the player that was in the league. He won his first LAN, and now he's trying to win them this rotation.
Over towards the second we go. And this has become such a close game. Exceptional is insane. Mental fortitude to keep that one going. Only player going a little slow is Chunk, and that's absolutely fine. We'll see if that can't change. Wee Man cut in the middle of the map, wide open. No one's getting close. Beautiful spawn awareness as well there. He's on a 3. Might be able to turn it into a 4, because again, the gun was at the ready for those players coming out of Warehouse, but nobody there. Able to get too close. Here we go to Hixie. Again, soaking up that time, pushing the lead forward for Omit. Vortex now on the back. Information gained, a little bit of damage. Anyone able to get in is Henry and Chunk. They find theirs. Mythics up next. Can he get the pair? No. Henry on the break still. Hixie from the back, and it's an open hard point. Oh boy, Rafi through the window. That's going to be Exceptionals.
Beautiful break from side Exceptional. Henry and Sukri hitting their out, and unfortunately Vortex gets the caught timing the second he looks away. Both of them are able to make that challenge, shut him down, which forces all of Omit EU to turn around and watch their back, which allows the rest of Exceptional to then make that pinch. So now only 8 seconds left on that ult. It is going to be Omit EU on the rotation, but we're basically at a tied game at this point, and Exceptional has been fantastic at these breaks. If they can get one good one just a little bit earlier, we could look at a lead change.
I was going to say, you're right. It's the breaks are good, but they're just a little too slow. The rotations have been wonderful once again from Omit, and this is another hard point they've got into first. Good time. Can Exceptional pick up the pace and keep themselves going? That is how they're going to get into the front run of the map here so far. Wee Man's gone for a bit of a lap, and he's unfortunately walked past Chunk, who's done some smooth moves and some sweet parkour. Wee Man now trying to get his way forward. It's not necessarily a break, but the members of Exceptional are now in on the point. Mythics, can he get the second? Lovely shots there. Henry and Chunk taking care of 3 in the feed. Spawns are bad. Omit back in control.
Weeman extremely lucky that his teammates were able to put the water and the fire out of that damage, because he certainly flipped them out for just a moment there, and because he let that player slip by, they could have lost a lot of time, but they're able to bring it back on the back of Mythics here, who's actually on a 4, 157 to 189. We're going to leave those last 5 seconds because Exceptional has this early rotation, but Mythics is behind enemy lines by himself, finding one. He cannot find the 2. He will not find the streak, but they might find the break.
Ooh, can they? Exceptional once again. This is a bit of the second rotation they've won in the match so far. Vortex trying to stay alive. Sukri on the hunt. No streaks yet for either side. Plenty of kills. A nice map awareness. Exceptional. We could be looking at a lead change here. Omit might be chalking this one up. You might let this hard point go, but with 35 on the clock, you want to get at least 1 or 2 more hits, and that's what we're going for. Wee Man through down low. The pinch now on. Vortex is hitting long. Hixie finds his. There we go. We're in. A super clean break, Ali. 25 on it.
Wow. That was a stunning break from the side of Omit EU. I mean, just perfectly played. You could even see that Mythic was trying to play for that kind of crawl up. Excuse me, not Mythic. We've been trying to play for the crawl up because he was worried about the player in the back. And Hixie's like, don't worry, I got him. I'll got him to bed. So that's going to be the flip. And what's even better for Omit EU is they have 2 players out of dodge. So they're not stuck in this spawn trap either. Mythic is going to be here. He's on a 3. But he loses the gunfight to Henry because he's simply that guy. That's going to be a 2-piece, and that's going to be another rotation now going for Exceptional. They're only down about 20 points here. I'm looking to see possibly another lead change, and they have just seriously been succeeding in the second half of these rotations.
Oh yeah, starting to warm up. Entering the time, keeping Wee Man at bay. Nice work, no trophies there, so that hard point is now completely Omit. They're in. It's not necessarily a break. There's still a lot of players there, but you got time. Back and forth we're going now. Vortex is in. Finds the 2. Chunk on the immediate bounce back. It is non-stop here, Ali. It's Exceptional. They've still got a foothold. Omit still knocking on the door.
Yeah, however, Chunk is all by himself, and there's not a whole lot he can do here. There's a player that's above him as well that could make the play if he wanted to, but Omit EU is kind of struggling to do anything with this information. So now the teammates are going to be pushing through mid. That's going to be Rafi with an opening, and that's going to be Henry right behind him. A lot of mid-map control now going their way, but the issue right now is that they don't know where this last player could be. Number 6, he could have a lot to say. Vortex sitting at 20 and 22, trying to get this opening kill.
Henry from top servers, top glass, finding those openers. A man alive. What a hard point this has been. Exceptional with decent time here on P1. Ready for the hit. Wins the fight. Rafi's there. The stun's not going to... Oh, it does connect. So this is going to slow the play down even more. More time. Here comes the lead change. Rafi with the off angle. Lovely work. Takes care of 2 from this position. A 3 spree. Can't make it a 4. Breaks are on. Omit are in. Henry there in the feed trying to slow him down. And what a turn, Ali. It's still an open hard point. And the numbers are simply not there. Oh my God. It's Omit are in. A bit of time here. But the rotation. Eyes on the mini-map. We've got to make a run to the second.
You gotta make a run to the second, and once again, it's Omit EU that's gonna have those spawns. Number 2, though, Henry, he's trying to make a heads-up play. He's gonna be by warehouse. He finds one, and he knows there's a second on the hunt, and he doesn't finish the kill, unfortunately. But it gave Sukri enough time to slip behind enemy lines. He could blow this play wide open. He's got Rafi with him as well. That's gonna be the first. He can't find the second, but at least his teammates are here out of dodge. That's gonna be 2 with Chunk, and that's gonna be the break.
Oh my God, that's the break.
Seconds.
It's 10. They've got the hard point. There's no one near from Omit. You've got to get a move on, boys. Get on your bike and run for it. 5 now for the win. Chunk with the guns up at the ready. Wee Man looking for one solid contest moment. They're in. Omit can't get the time. Exceptional. What a comeback in map 1.
Wow. I mean, it's just the fact that they were able to get behind enemy lines and then allow Suguri to slip by, and then Rafi's there as well. He's able to connect one, and then that's going to cause Omit U to go on the hunt, which allowed Chuck to get two, and then that's going to flip the spawns, and then Omit U just no time whatsoever to make that check across the map. I mean, exceptional, incredible stuff. I mean, you were down 100 points in the first half. You were down 100 points.
A hundo. Quick look at the stats. This was an absolute blowout to begin with. You are not wrong, Ali. Omit. Again, I'm not too surprised. This is our top two teams in the group going at each other. But Omit so far undefeated in group play. This might be a bit of a test for them. Beautiful stuff, though. Exceptional. And Rafi, late breaks there with Sukri with the sneaky plays. We'll see in the highlights again. A lot of back and forth to start the game. Very much all Omit. And they ran out of steam. The lungs were certainly empty and the breath was stale as they got towards the end of it. Exceptional, beautiful work from them. Ali, they won like 2 rotations in the first 2 sets of hard points. The breaks were all good. They managed to get like enough points on those late breaks just to keep themselves competitive. What happened with Omit?
Exactly, which I think is so funny, is that they were able to kind of keep themselves in the game because Omit did so good when it came to P1 throughout to P3, and even a couple of P4s, they had that early rotation, but exceptional in that later half, like they were on the rotation for those final 2. That's where they were able to get those full 60s to keep themselves in the game, and then it was a singular early rotation to P1 that allowed them to overtake that league, and then just miracle plays on miracle players for that P2 to able to get the break and close it out. I mean, just great stuff out of Exceptional, especially not to kind of be like down and out when they were down by so much.
Oh, look at that gap at the start of things. My goodness. Brilliant work, though. They managed to keep things very, very close and competitive. Second set of hard points, very different. And then the last minute overtake, the final bend there in our sub base. Great work, Con. A lovely start to the series. Exceptional. Kudos to them. That's map 1 in the books. Karachi, Search and Destroy. Again, very different. We know the drill, folks. High-rise control after that. I doubt we'll be looking at a 3-0, so keep yourselves ready and able for that 6-star hard point and the high-rise S&D. All right. This was all right. We got a spicy one to get things going. Not to mention, on the other side of the board, Revived, they've taken control of map 1 as Miracle struggled to really get things going. We saw what, after 3 hard points, difficult series for them. High-rise S&D is at the ready as well, Ali. We're going to be diving in. And so far, a little more of an even affair here. It's 2-2.
And usually that's what we see, you know, with teams with players that maybe aren't as vetted in the challenger scene. They come up as S&D stars, and right now Clousy's in a tough 1v2. Bomb is kind of down and out of dodge. Dizzy's going to be standing literally right on top of it, but he has imp on the player, and he's going on the hunt, and he is extremely aware of the chase, so that's going to be Connor turning around, getting that kill, and that's going to be Revived Gaming going up 3-2.
3-2, take that. I think Connor, whether he heard Clousy or not, good work. In that 2v1 situation, we've seen quite a few of those on High-Rise. Again, it's one of those maps that you end up, you know, whether it's ranked, whether it's scrims, or whether it's tournament play, you end up in a lot of 1vx spots. Good work out of Connor there. Dizzy on a 3 as well. Streaks as useful as they can possibly get here on High-Rise.
And what's funny about this layout of the series, and I feel like with our past series as well, is all the maps are heavily kill-based maps. Like, the objective on High-Rise basically just does not matter. It is very rare that you will see this bomb go down, as you're honestly just playing for information in an opening pick. So it's going to be Revived on the attack now. Number 3, I mean, Overlay was extremely pushed up for being on defense, and unfortunately gets caught out of dodge. So that's going to be first blood for them. They are able to trade it out, and that's going to be a 3v3. But Clousy, I mean, he is trying to make some noise in the middle of the match.
Made plenty of noise. Theo, a bit of noise as well. Miracle right back in it. Connor, shoes on the other foot now, alone in the 1v3. Makes it a 1v2. The members of Miracle not moving whatsoever. Oh, and Theo's got very ambitious there on the hit. Lovely shots from Connor. Nearly makes it 1v1.
I gotta know his HP. I don't know how Theo is still alive right now after all of those shots. Connor, I don't even know how Connor's alive at this point. He's literally, both players have the information. He's stuck in this window. And yet, I still believe he could maybe win the round. Not anymore. He does get shut down eventually. But Theo, he had to be literally 2 HP. Good shots, unfortunately, was enough to get through. Miracle is playing extremely aggressive on the defense. I mean, Connor was running up them. Clousy was running up the middle of the map. Just no fear of getting shot in the back. No fear of getting third party.
No fear whatsoever. Looking to be that third party. We swap sides with a lead change now. Oh, sorry, back to even. I'm so faded, mate. I'm absolutely faded this morning. Oh, I am. It's true,
You
Melly.
woke up like that, remember?
I did, and I'm still faded. Here we go,
And
though.
I still believe you.
Overlay 3-0. Opening tags. Oh, I like this. A smoke through the mid. That's going to give an opportunity there for Revive to fly forward on the defense. Try to claim some of that mid-map pressure. Infinity. Eyes up. No one there. Let's pack with the first blood.
And that's bomb. That's bomb completely out of dodge. Again, it's Highrise. It doesn't matter that much, but once that clock starts dwindling, you'll start feeling the pain of where it's at. Clousy, try to even things up here now in a 2v2. He will get traded out. Bomb will get picked up and make his way over to the B site, but they know where Infinity is. He's on dodge, but he will take one before he goes out. Now we're in a 1v1. Disarray versus Overlay. Oh, good shots, but not enough to get the kill. 50 HP in a dream. 40 seconds.
Overlay on the quick reposition, but I like the high ground here from Disarray. Who spots who first? Tags are in. Revived. Take the lead.
It wasn't the longest 1v1 of all time.
Yeah,
Disarray already has 10 kills, 10 and 4, and we're only about 4-3 in round count. It seems like it's been an extremely defensive battle here. Just back and forth. 1 for 1. Maybe 2 for 2 here in a minute.
You're not wrong about what we've seen. I mean, it's not a lot of bombs getting planted here, unless you get in towards the B site really quick. And that's, again, where smokes are coming into to great effect. But so far, no problem. See if Revive can get a bomb down. And either way, it's an explosive opener. Pressure's on. Connor finds that first blood. And the trophies are all in place, early, so not a single nade is really going to land.
Yeah, an extremely confident Chow out of Theo. Unfortunately, maybe a little misplaced to give Disarray that first kill. And Dizzy, what an angle to get the second. This might be the first attack that we see win. What a time for it to happen later on in the round as you're sitting at 4 and 3. This will put you at match point. Clousy will find one. Dizzy does get the trade, though, and we're looking at Revive. Clousy will go on up 2-0 here.
There you go, the bomb down as well, revived. Infinity can't get away with his life. Coral taken care of. That's going to be that. So we are currently looking at map point there for Revive Game and take themselves 2-0 up in the series. If they can get it, we go back over, though, to our primary game, that Karachi Search and Destroy between Omit. Is going to be an exceptional. Is about to take place, Sally. Very excited to get into this one.
Yeah, and they're taking their time here, but as we head into this Karachi, I'm excited that we're not going into a Highrise because I'd prefer to see a little bit more objective play, and I feel like considering these rosters, we're going to see something extremely special. So already some nades, some tags going over the top rope as there is going to be no trophies this early on, but some miscommunication. Bombs left in spawn. It's going to go and get picked up from side of Chunk, and Henry's going to find himself a first blood somehow over on the A site.
Quite enjoy saying chunk. Chunk.
Chunk. I don't.
Chunk. It's a fun word, chunk.
I'm going to be honest.
A minute to go. Chunk with the first blood. Takes care of Mythics. Opens up the A side of the map for a fast plant. A little bit back and forth here as Vortex and Weeman have now got across a dangerous part of the map. Weeman, though, he's the danger. 2 in a row.
I mean, we managed checking all of his corners. I would have never read that player Shukri out of dodge, making his way all the way towards their side of the map, and now suddenly it's a 2v1. Bomb is down, 28 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be Henry left by himself.
Henry?
Gas. He's going to be good for the 1. Not going to be good for the 2. Vortex there with the pistol. He's going to clean that up, and that's going to be Fuse, and that's going to be Omit going up 1-0. That
was a really lovely retake. Nice gunfights from Weeman and Vortex across the middle of the map. Very, very solid fight. They managed to get the bomb down, the bomb fuse as well, with a very solid amount of time. So, beautiful work. Omit there. Exceptional. Nice fast plant. There was a single kill there from Chunk on the way forward on the back alley. Behind that diner was all they needed to get the bomb planted. So, beautiful stuff from both teams.
Yeah, it's tough because Exceptional, I mean, they gave themselves so much room to work with, and they had so much control over the bomb site. It's just unfortunate in the fact that, one, Weeman was extremely aware of the player trying to make a push through mid and Sukri and getting that kill, and then just being able to push out that final player there during gas. So, Omit, good work. It's like you said, though, Exceptional was a solid plan. Now, though, the bomb's going to head over towards the B site. Smokes are down. Weeman is sprinting up this bridge, and Chunk is trying to kill one of them. He will connect on the bomb player, and that's going to be now a 4v3 very quickly.
Say, no way Chunk gets the moment of life in that situation. Weeman! My word, Rafi. Not sure how Weeman was weak or not there, but gorgeous shots. Rafi now in a technical 1v3. 50 seconds, Ali, and on Karachi, there's a good chance of isolating the fights and making it a 1v1.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity to work with. He's going to connect on the first, and the second technically has information on him. He's going to be on a hunt, but Rafi does not have the bomb. That's going to be his biggest issue right now. 30 seconds on the clock. He is hitting the routes of all routes. He feels like he's being tailed. He's checking his back, and unfortunately, there is nobody there. And Vortex, he knows this bomb is down. He's going to go for this plant. Rafi might have gotten perfect timing. Oh, he does it!
Damn, Rafi! 1v3, what a play! Well, that gets exceptional on the board. A massive bit of work there. As Vortex on the recovery was all good, Ali, and he was playing very, very patiently, but Rafi brings the gunny. A little bit of good luck. Routes. Yeah, he did about 3 kilometers there as well. Good stuff.
That was the routes of all routes. Route man gets paid, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Tied up 1-1. Rafi on the 3 spree. After that, blinder of a round. Where are we going with this bomb? Rafi, the man of the moment. Give it to him. Looking towards the middle of the map. No one home yet.
No one home, but maybe number 8. He's going to be top yellow. He does know there's a player really right below him. He's going to check it. That's going to be a first blood on top of Mythics. Bomb, though, still trying to make its way over to the B site. Weeman's going to be the closest player, but he's got an overlooking Vortex as well, watching his push. No smokes, no trophies, no nades. A little bit of a stalemate currently.
Weeman. Oh, can you get the second? Sukri's hungry for it. He's guessed high, but he's gone low. Quick recovery. Weeman can't get it. Sukri, what a wonderful bit of work. 2v2. As Hixie now and Mythics have backed on up, and they're giving up as much of the bomb site as they can, trying to wait for that last player to make their way in. Hixie tagged up, should be able to get away with his life. Bad news, Rafi is making his way again on another mega route. Stun's going to keep Hixie alive for now, but it is going to be enough time to possibly get the bomb plant. Yeah. I wonder, will Sukri go for it?
He needs to go for it. 20 seconds on the clock. He's decided to group up with Rafi and try to push out this player top and Hixie. But Hixie has a rival 9.
Oh my god.
And these are some very tiny close corners, but Rafi's going to hear him coming down. He'll shut him down with the pistol. 12 seconds though, and they have made the run over towards the A site. Is he going to get there for the plant? I don't think he got the... Oh, he got the timing. With a millisecond to spare, Mythics reads it. He's going to go for this kill. He has the information on 1, but little does he know, Rafi should be there for the trade.
He is there for the trade, and oh my god, another unbelievable back and forth bait and switch COD timing for both Hixie and Mythics. They're exceptional. They push the pace, and they don't leave anything up to chance. That bomb plant was again, Ali, I think half a second difference.
Yeah.
They get it down, and Suku with a couple of kills in the round. Beautiful stuff. A little bit of magic there for exceptional.
Yeah, no, I just have to tip the decision making from the side of exceptional. I feel like in a lot of these rounds, they will get first blood, they'll be ahead, and then suddenly Omit EU will pull something incredible, get a trade, find 2, and what should maybe be exceptional choking the round, they make a singular decision and they bring it right back, and that's why they're able to be in this 2-1 lead right now.
Oof, here we go. Chunk and Weeman exchanging blows. Rafi on a 5. Oh, that's it. 6 now. The full streaks. 6 and 1. Rafi has clutched up and kept the dream going. Exceptional here. Looking just that. And Karachi. Mythics trying to get back into it. So now it's a 2v2, Ali. And these two are so close they can smell each other.
It's another 2v2 situation. And Rafi always is finding himself in this position. And he's going to be the playmaker. He's going to be watching this A site. He's got his teammate in Sukri in him. He's going to be top 3 right now, just looking for these players, trying to get the bomb down. Plenty of time to work with on the side of Omit EU. It's going to be Weeman and Mythics as they're just looking to get this bomb down towards the A site, but they're taking their time. They're clearing their gas. They're clearing their bus and their corners, and I think they've definitely made a decision that if they're going to be anywhere, it's going to be red. Not the first player is going to be Mythics.
On their way. Timing. Not enough of those. Weeman wins it up close. Sukri guesses right. Oh, wow! Nearly gets both. Omit. Stop the bleeding. Tourniquet applied. We find the equalizer.
That almost was bad. Good reaction time, unfortunately. Mythics does have a round line in this situation. Will be able to connect those shots and be able to get the trade for his teammate. So Omit EU not down and out yet. They're able to bring this back. They lose first blood, but offense is as offense goes. They get the bomb down, play their trades. Now we're still tied up, 2-2.
Yeah, the O's go pretty hard. Not everybody loves the D. Offensive rounds working out here on Karachi.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
I love defense, personally.
Trophies.
I'm really good at defense.
Trophies looking great so far. Who's that on the top rope? I think that might have been Wee Man. Dixie. Oh, he's fast flanking, and Rafi has read him like a book written in crayon. Vortex now. Can you level it up? The answer is yes, 3v3.
I mean, Rafi has simply just been that player this entire map so far for the side of Exceptional. Omit is going to have to start pulling out something special. It is tied out. 3v3, we got Weeman and sitting in top third. Bomb is down, kind of out of the play, and this is an extremely aggressive line here from the side of Omit EU. They have pushed up way past the middle side of the map. They have realized they've put themselves out of dodge. Rafi's going to invest the cruise missile, not connected on anybody, but it should be some information on this player in Vortex.
Vortex, I mean, he's been chilling here. This is his little home. It's not a lovely place to live, but it's his. It's a one bedder. And Chunk evicts him. Mythic's there on the immediate bounce back. All down to Henry in the 1v2.
I mean, we've seen crazier things from the side of Exceptional, but there is only 20 seconds, and he tries to take the immediate gunfight with Mythics. He's going to lose that one. Omit EU now taking the lead in the search and destroy.
Yeah, that's a nice lead as well. Vortex was in this position, you know, where we're seeing Mythics from here for, I mean, nearly the entire round. He ties it up at the 3v3 there. He gets a kill again. Just keeping that position. Again, a lot of players, you know, they want to go for that, like, I'm going to get the kill, I'm going to make a run for it, I'm going to make a move. He was holding on to it. Just not letting anyone get up there. Keeping that side of the map very, very much in control. And again, in a weird sort of like guessing game, you know, you don't always have to be on the move. They're going to come in and check it. Are they going to expect him to be there again? Unless they're at the ready for the fight, it's not going to happen. So, kudos to Omit there. Vortex finds a couple more. Mythics is on a 4 spree alley at 7-3 overall. Don't trust the top stats. But at 7-3, let's see if we can't get something going.
It's going to be a full push over towards the B site. Henry and all the chaos is still going to find another first blood. Exceptional has done such a good job of this.
Oh my god.
And Wee Man is somehow staying alive throughout all this chaos. Rafi, though, I mean, he's on the hunt. He wants blood. He gets shut down. And Wee Man, he's reading the second player as well. So he's just trying to stay alive because he has the biggest power position right now when it comes to this side of the map. He's just going to wait for Vortex, who has somehow pushed his way through the middle side of Church. He's gotten a kill. But Wee Man, he is literally in war. He needs Vortex to put on those speedy shoes and make his way over because he is stuck behind this brick wall.
He's holding them down, though. He's just dancing, waiting. Can Vortex get in the recovery? Can. This has been a magnificent bit of work from Omit. What a round. Wee Man was simply the bait, and that's enough to take a 2-round lead here in Karachi.
I actually cannot believe he stayed alive for as long as he did, considering they had the information and both players were there. You'd think, all right, you hit the right, I hit the left, and one of us might die, but at least we'll get the trade. The side of Exceptional, what was looking so good, unfortunately, besides from Rafi, it seems his teammates haven't been able to take a couple of steps up. So that's 2 rounds now from the side of Omit EU. I don't believe they were able to get the cruise missile. I believe we were shut down on the side of Streaks, and this bomb, it's going to head its way over, I think, towards the A site. I mean, this might be a 4-man hit.
It well could be. We're still waiting on Sukri through the middle of the map, but Exceptional trying to slow this one right down. Change up the pace. Chunk gets the cross. Oh, but there is trouble. In the form of Hixie, right there on top of the bomb site. Rafi looking to cover out. No, Vortex once again. The Guardian Angel for Omit. Henry's on the flank. Hey, Mythics from the hip gets his 1v2 now as Omit have won the trade battle. And they know where Sukri is. Wait, Wee Man. They spotted him out. Another round. 3 now in a row for Omit.
An incredible blind counter from the side of Omit U. I mean, they sent everybody over towards that A side of the map. And unfortunately for Exceptional, I mean, there is just only so much you can do about this cross. Wee Man sitting at 7-4. Just an incredible search and destroy out of him so far. And that's now 3 in a row from the side of Omit EU. Again, not putting themselves in situations to be clutched on. They learned very, very early in these rounds, in these 2v2, 1v2 situations. Just not allow them to get any map control and allow them any information. And now, Omit EU looking to try and tie the series 1-1.
Lovely bit of work there from Omit. They're doing a great job of sending in the submachine gun players to cause a problem. Always under the watchful eye of Vortex. He has been on Overwatch for the entire squad, making sure that no one fights alone. And here we go. Right through the middle of the map. It's Hixie with the MCW for that first blood. Exceptional, quite well spread across the map. Can Hixie get his second on the round? Yeah, he can. That is lovely work.
Hixie and Vortex just got to run up for free. there was not a single person from the side of Exceptional watching the middle of the map. Nobody was watching
it.
the cross. They all just run through the middle, and that's gonna be Omit you with the win. I mean, I'm extremely disappointed with that final round simply because for Exceptional, we ain't got nobody watching the cross. Like, no one watching dark. We're not in church, nothing. But great stuff from Omit. They realized that the lane was open, was able to abuse it properly and effectively. Omit you tie up the series.
Hey, there you go. 1-1 in this series after a pretty decisive, a very decisive actually, bit of work there in Karachi. GG's there. Omit tied the series up. Exceptional. First couple of rounds, pretty solid, nice clutches, but not enough there. Teamwork, the dream work, etc., etc. You know all these cliches, chat. You know what's going on. But that was a really nice bounce back, Ali. Very, very quick one as well. I wonder actually, production. We got stats as well. Is the Bravo match still going? Because that was so quick. Is the Bravo one still on the roll?
The Bravo one maybe still on the roll. I believe we're not looking at the correct stats. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. Okay, so Bravo's done. I take it all back. That invasion control is complete. Miracle. Sadly, still going winless here in groups. My goodness. Well, that was... I take that one back. I really thought that the search was so quick that we might be able to dive into that matchup, but we're done there, folks. Well, there you go. That's the updates there. And, yeah, we'll be going to control in a moment.
We'll be going to control in a moment. Honestly, I don't even think I could... So we're heading into Highrise control. Same sort of thing is like this. I'm assuming will just be a very high pace, high bloodbath. And as far as like the slang goes, I feel like these teams are incredibly even, especially when it comes to those SMGs and thriving in those chaotic moments. Like, I don't feel like either team kind of has an edge, but I feel like it might be one of the most important maps of the series. I think the confidence that they're going to get and kind of the momentum they're going to get from map number 3 might be the decider of who takes the series.
Oh yeah, I don't have enough intelligence when it comes to, you know, the map records or who's playing fantastically on what, but right now both teams look very, very solid at Hardpoint. That Karachi was wicked for Omit. We'll see if they can continue that if we have to go to a game 5. But yeah, control's going to be an interesting one, Ali. Both teams making great reads. Rafi again on the clutches as well. That 1v3 was an absolute banger. 4 streaks and for the round win, but moments like this, Wee Man just holding down this pillar for what felt like the entire round. Coverage there from Vortex. They managed to win a really tough situation, and Hixie's first and second bloods here in the final round was enough to get it done. So again, I think when it comes to search and destroy, Omit seemed to have a little bit of an edge. The chemistry looks really nice. They play positions on the map. Their sort of spatial awareness is really, really nice. Lines and angles all sweet there. We'll see if they can't keep it going, and when it comes to control, God only knows. Honestly, God only knows how this is going down. I love your call that this one's going to be an absolute bang out, a bit of a spicy one indeed, mate, and I certainly hope so. I've got a big glass of milk here, ready for that spice. Milk? I don't really know. No, but hey, it would have been good, right? It would have been good. We're almost ready to get into this one. Play some control. This has turned out to be a very, very interesting series. Not sure how it was going to go. Top 2 in the group. You never quite know how a series is going to go until you get your hands on it, and that's the way I'm feeling right now. Pumped to get into this control and just see where it takes us.
I don't know if I could ever believe anything that comes out of Milo's mouth now anymore. After that, like, you pumped to get in this control? Like, are you sure about that? I don't really know if you're ever telling the truth anymore, but I am really excited about this series because the early rounds of that search and destroy, like, again, it was Omit you. They were getting the first bloods. It seemed like they had a lot of map control, but then Exceptional, Rafi would just pull out something insane, like a 1v3, like a clutch, like a cruise, and they'd pull it right back, right? I think the biggest thing that Exceptional needs to focus on right now is that when they're caught off guard, like, they need to try and have somebody that gets them all back on the same page. I feel like once Omit started taking rounds, getting those 2, 3, and then 4 in a row, it was because they were catching them off guard and the communication seemed to go out the window from the side of Exceptional. So I'm hoping during this Highrise, maybe they're able to bring back some confidence, because Highrise, you don't need a lot of comms. You just need a whole lot of gunny and a whole lot of spawn trapping. So I think for the side of Exceptional, you can kind of write off that search and destroy and kind of come back swinging during this map number 3.
Hey, it's going to be a fun one. 6-star as well for that hardpoint map number 4. An unknown variable, a quantity we simply cannot rely on. So that is going to be a very, very exciting and unpredictable play for both teams. Highrise search and destroy to close things out. A classic, an absolute classic, literally a classic from what, 2009. But that is going to be cool because, again, a big square up map. Both teams going to be just running at each other, pure gunny from start to finish. We'll find out if that's the same case in a moment control. But Ali, you shouldn't believe everything you hear or read on the internet, and that's why I'm just training you and I'm training everyone in the chat to just get ready. Because when I say things like we're going to game right now, it was a lie.
It was a lie.
See,
but
you've got to be on your toes. Or was it? That's right, folks. Always on your toes. Map number 3. Here we go.
This This is not what I remember Highrise looking like. There we go. There we go. Map number 3, Highrise Control. Again, these are two very close teams. They're the top in their group. This is Group A. For the EU side of things, Omit EU versus Exceptional, tied 1-1 in the series. This map number 3, at least in my opinion, I think is about to be everything. And I have to guess that anybody is going to go over. I'm going to go over 20.5. I'm going to go with Rafi.
Hey. Well, we're into it. Exceptional on the attacking round first. You know how it goes, folks. B gets a lot of love early on. A, I mean, look, if you watch the Call of Duty League, you know what we're about to talk about. It's because Vortex has discovered the giant exploding propane tank. Ladies and gentlemen, it is back. It never left, and its KD is just as glorious as ever.
I'm getting PTSD personally from last time that we casted on the NA side of things and all the team kills that came out of that one. But thankfully, this time, it was an enemy that died. What's it for your favorite team? Lord knows. But number 7, I want to shout us on board Vortex right now because he's trying to make noise on the other side of the map. He will get shut down, and no ticks on either side. Some presence here for B, but I mean, this is already just a chaotic spread on the minimap.
Oh yeah, Omit had a lovely opener. The time has not been terribly kind to them. Like a pair, they have aged rapidly in this round. That first segment is out and about. Oh dear, Mythics gets picked away there. Chunk on the jump. Vortex is on a 3 spree. We'll take that for now. It's going to keep things a little bit nicer for them. As Weeman, oh, lovely position to be in somehow.
Wow.
Again, the coverage. Go in there, Weeman. Get him, son. He does. Henry down. Oh, my word. The arm bar is in place. Exceptional might be tapping out soon. They're reaching for it. The referee's got eyes on. 20 seconds on the round. And Omit, oh, my in goodness. They have absolutely put Exceptional in a chokehold here.
They have, and maybe a player or two makes it out of dodge, but they will get cleaned up very quickly. 8 seconds on the clock. That's going to be the first round going in hands of Omit EU. But honestly, I have to tip my hat because I said Highrise Control. Like, it doesn't take a whole lot of teamwork. It's just a lot of gunny. But respectfully, Weeman's pushed all the way up to Windows to hit that spawn trap, and he had 100%, 110% faith and trust in Vortex to watch his back while he was trying to get that kill on Sukri. I mean, just an incredible chokehold from the side of Omit EU.
Yeah, it went from absolutely fine to not so great, single segment gone, to don't worry lads, the round is now over. So Omit, lovely work. That is, I mean, picture perfect. We'll have a decent look at the stats once we get to see the players' perspectives. But for now, a tough one for Exceptional. This time though, I mean, they're at the big boy end of the table now. We'll see if they can find success. Defensive rounds on Highrise can be like that, and a nice opener there from Hixie. We saw it here from his POV. What a nade, capturing B.
Yeah, and the biggest kind of thing for right now for Omit EU is just trying to get these ticks up, right? Because Exceptional wasn't allowed a single one in that round 1. So for Omit, they're just start playing that long game here and getting a tick or two. This might be the first one on B. It's Hixie trapping by himself. He's also on a 4 though, so I wish he had another teammate, another friend to hold his hand and maybe watch over him. But that tick does not go through. Great work by Exceptional to get those players off of B. And we're looking at maybe a spawn trap, but Weeman's trying to keep that from happening.
He's doing his best. Vortex with the gun at the right place at the right time every time, but sadly... Oh, wow. Henry takes a couple of bullets. Vortex, are you able to get this one? Yeah, there we go. Vortex looking for his second as well. He's just been on the edge of a gunfight for the last, like, minute and a half. He's getting teased. Finally gets it. Onto the point, and there... Ah, no! That's unfortunate. Either way, Mythics is there to pick it up as the giant exploding propane tank claims another.
Yeah, and unfortunately it was a teammate this time. It was the 5th man from the side of Exceptional, but now a lot of map control for Omit EU as Hixie has found his way all the way up to Windows. He has a couple players watching over his back as well, and now A and B are both getting caught at the same time. I said it was gonna be all about the gunny. He's 7 and 6, and he's looking for the 8.
Whoa, nice shots out of Hixie. Can't get the second. That'd have been ideal just to get himself 3 in a row, but there we go. Teamwork. And an absolutely gorgeous left stick on Hixie. His positioning so far here on Highrise has been ideal. Not too aggressive. Unlike Mythics, who's like, yeah, I'm going right in, boys. That is nice work again. And this is a beautiful bit of a hold from Omit. They've got the time on B. The capture there. They should be able to finish this one out. And Hixie's teasing his way towards A as well. Sukri's in a bit of trouble here. The clock has now been reopened, though. B did not get finished.
Yeah, Chunk did just enough. He was able to find 2 players, now 3, now maybe 4. He finally gets traded out by Vortex, but that's 3 from the side of Omit EU down. They do have 2 ticks on B, but I almost wish they stacked a little bit earlier because this round could have been done, but that's going to be all 3 members of Omit connecting for a couple of kills in 14 seconds gets paused as A and B once again are respectively getting capped at the same time.
Oh my goodness, Ali, could you see both get dealt with? Oh no, nice nade from Rafi. No trophies there for Wee Man, that's a shame. B, done. Extra minute. And 10 lives to the 7 of Exceptional on defense. They've got to be a little bit more careful when it comes to throwing them away now, because we are in the business end of round 2.
The only player I can think of right now is number 4. That's going to be Sukri. He could make an insane play right now if they don't have the information on where he is. He might get a couple players in the back. He finds one, but Wee Man is literally in the depths of spawn. Sitting at 14 and 9. He's literally laid inside a warehouse right now waiting for these players to push out the window. Chunk might know he's there, but it doesn't mean you can win the gunfight. He will get traded out, though. And somehow, during all of that, Henry has pushed up to the other side of the map.
That is incredibly annoying. The last 2 members of Exceptional now in the round as Omit looking to take it. Henry, spotted out. I wonder if Ixie thought about assassinating him. The cheeky devil. Can he get them both? No, Rafi. Last man left up. And that is going to be another strong round from Omit. Not quite as dominant as their defensive round was, but you'll take it. The B capture as well. So they're in the lead in the segments race. They're in the lead in the round race. And they close it out here. 1 more to go.
Yeah, the gunny is extremely hot from the side of Omit EU. Unfortunately, I may have caster cursed Rafi, as I think last I looked, he was sitting at 7 and 13. I apologize. I'm knocking on wood right now as Omit EU now takes the lead 2-0, and they will be back on defense. We have to see a response here from the side of Exceptional because we saw how dominant it was early. Biggest thing is I have to make sure that they're not all ego challenging and taking these one-on-one gunfights at the same time, because you get a 4 wipe on a map like this, you're going to find Wee Man once again laid up in your spawn getting a couple kills.
Wee Man in places you don't want Wee Man to be. Vortex. A lot of damage. He will be able to send this one. I do think he's got teammates to back him up, though. And the coverage from Omit is continuously immaculate. They're always watching one another's backs in these plays, and Mythics has seen a Dolphin dive from way up high in the position here to maybe get a few. Mythics, the second gorgeous work over to Hixie. Tags are in. That is going to be another from Hixie with his old teammate, the giant exploding propane tank. Wee Man's in position, Ali. This could be it.
Wee Man in places you don't want him to be. He's now pushed up at the windows once again. He'll connect onto 2, and there is just no map control from the side of Omit EU. Chunk was able to get out of dodge, and he's going to be the only player that might be able to free his teammates from the chokehold that they're in right now. He will find one, but none of Omit EU really cares. Nobody's really hunting for him. Hixie has made the turn, but they're like, this guy is not going to do a whole lot. They get the kill, 27 seconds on the clock. Exceptional hasn't left their spawn and 30 seconds.
Yeah, it would just get us into 6-star. Just start loading 6-star now, folks.
Yeah.
Just get it done. Get that. Get the private jet fueled and get all 8 of these players over to that hard point, because my goodness, Highrise. If you went for a toilet break, you probably missed the first 2. Wait a minute. No, it's not. No, wait.
No.
Oh, wait. No. Henry's in. Wee Man.
What are we looking at? Why are we getting off the hill?
No. There we go. Mythics closes it out. The final moments there is Omit simply too good at high-rise control.
I mean, I think that was one of the most dominant high-rise controls I think I have seen so far this year. I mean, it was a beautiful defense, and then the offense was a little sketchy for a moment there. I feel like it could have ended much earlier than it did. Is that maybe a testament to Exceptional fighting back, or just a couple of mistakes made at Omit EU? Me personally, I take the latter. But I mean, just great stuff. And again, I'm worried about 6-star because I said it was going to be the momentum both these teams when it comes to the slaying department. I feel like they're extremely evenly matched, but it didn't feel like it during that high rise. Unfortunately, the Exceptional got shut down incredibly hard, not only by Wee Man, but by the 3rd round. I mean, you even had Mythics popping 2, Vortex popping 2, the Hixie turning on people. So that confidence heading to a map like 6-star, like, you're worried if you're sitting on the side of Exceptional.
I'm not worried. I think you possibly know that that's not one of your stronger modes, and Omit are top of the groups. They're looking like one of the stronger teams in the competition without a shadow of a doubt, and that is a wonderful indicator of just that. But Omit on high rise, a thing of absolute beauty. I don't know if the final game screen stats are true, because Exceptional, not a lot of love to them. I don't think it's actually numerically possible there, but there we go. Looks across the board, though, tough. Ali, you did cast Rafi.
I did.
A dirty curse. A filthy, dirty curse. Not even Geralt of Rivia could get rid of that curse. Jeez. Well, there we go. 3-0 let's get into the 6-star. Because I think you're right, Ali. There's nothing here we've got any of these teams. And if the first hardpoint was that close, this one, I'm guessing to be a little closer. Or has Omit found the special sauce, and now they're just running away with it? Bless you.
That's kind of what I'm worried about in this situation, because again, 6-star, I'm just thinking of that opening battle on the side from Omit EU and how strongly they started that first hardpoint on sub base. Both of these, sub base and 6-star, are going to play incredibly similar, especially when it comes to those natural pinches on the spawn sometimes, and they were thriving in that chaos. So on the flip side, on the side of, you know, Rafi and them, I believe that, you know, if they just focus their fundamentals a little bit more, you know, they could have taken that map one maybe a little bit more handedly than they did as they woke up in the later half of it. So I'm hoping they clean up their comms for map number 3 and they focus on the fundamentals a little bit more heading into this map 4.
Map 4 is going to be a fun one. If you haven't played ranked recently, good news, the guns are gone. It's back to the MCW and the Rival 9. That's a wonderful thing. But also 6-star is in the rotation, and it can be a really fun map. Again, we're talking about it being similar to Raid in many ways, between the stairs and the pool. That basically covers it. Bars and all that. But yeah, it's a lot of a very creative player can have a great time here. A lot of laneways to work with, a lot of funky routes you can take. And I wouldn't be too surprised if we get to see something cool here. Who's going to have the advantage in this one, Ali? I mean, obviously, momentum is one thing that Omit have, but Exceptional, that sub-base was an absolute blowout at times.
Yeah, their breaks were incredible, and on a map like 6-star that's so small, like, they certainly can capitalize on top of that. But I'm looking at Weeman heading into this map 24, leading the lobby, leading his team. I mean, it was just the information and what he was able to do with it as well during that high rise on a map that is typically pretty one-dimensional. He made it feel more two-dimensional than it actually was. So as we head into the 6-star, definitely my player to watch.
Weeman bending the rules of space and time on high rise. Will he be able to do it on 6-star? We'll find out in a mo, folks. But yeah, we've got a decent lead here for Omit EU, and they're running the competition so far. If you have been watching the broadcast, the Series 2 broadcast so far, you'll know that Omit, top of the group, no problem whatsoever for them. Exceptional are giving them a decent run for their money on that sub base. That was a 100-point comeback. Not able to close it out, barely, in the final moments there, but will that be the same case here on 6-star? All bets are off, folks. We're going into it. And what could be a really close matchup, or what can be an absolute smacking. There's only one way to find out, boys and girls, and that's to sit down, to close your mouths, and to get into this map.
As soon as you said that, I had to cough too. So now you're caster cursing me as we go through this map dive through. This map is beautiful, by the way. Like, I would love to take a vacation here.
Well, it is a 6-star hotel. You thought 5 was the maximum a place could be bestowed, but these guys have broken it. DJ, though, I mean, that is a really annoying place for a DJ. If you're sitting there trying to have a nice drink after swimming in the pool and there's something on bed with it. Anyway, whatever. Into the hard point we go. Ixie's soaking it away. Here comes Exceptional. Oh, they don't guess. They don't account for Hixie. Can't get 3. Rafi's there for it. Weeman. Oh, brakes are on. And your boy Chunk looking for 3 in the feed. Doesn't get it.
Not my favorite setup from the side of Omit EU, but it is going to be this rotation. Mythix is going to be in a 1v1. Does he read the player to his left? He does, but unfortunately, he had taken some tags earlier, trailing old, and so he will get shut down. And spawns are not going to be in favor of Omit EU. Time is so for Exceptional, and that's going to be 8-12. Small lead, but a lot of map control. Vortex maybe trying to make his way through the backside of the map, but he's going to re-hit old for some reason, maybe hit a vent. He's hitting the route of all routes, and he's going to be hunting for Rafi.
I mean, this is the map, Ali, for the route of all routes. There are so many routes on this map that even the route of all routes has got 2 alternate routes he can take to make that route happen. So, Vortex, his route taken care of as Sukri routes him in that fight. Fights 2. Nice work. Henry there on the point, only can get a bit of damage. Rafi pressing the front line forward. Good looks here from Exceptional. Again, their hard point is super solid so far.
Yeah, and they're actually early on the rotation. Like I said, their fundies are on lock here very early, and they're getting this lead. The SMGs from the side of Exceptional are just flying, and they're connecting for 2 each life, so that's going to be big on the side of Exceptional. But the break does finally come in from Omit EU as they just force themselves through the front of this hill. And number 6 in Hixie, he's already on the roto. He's already all the way across the other side of the map. He's going to be in a 1v1 soon here with Rafi, which seems to be the fundamental player for the side of Exceptional, but that's going to be a Rival 9 versus an MCW.
Ali, did you know that roto is actually Latin for route?
Oh, I did not know that.
It's another
Is it
Miles
the
Ross
same?
lie. There we go,
Oh
boys and
my
girls.
God.
Always be on your toes. Just like Hixie wasn't there. Sukri with a slide, and the fight somehow gets 2. Unbelievable work as the hard point number 3 here on this map has been blasted in half. Exceptional. Looking to take the lead back. Oh my God.
Yeah. The biggest problem with this hill is the fact that even though it was Hixie early on the rotation, Exceptional got those wins on the roto, is it is so close to old. So Omit EU are still going to get these close front spawns to try and contest this time. And even after all this chaos, it's only a 44-44 game. Everything is completely tied up. Exceptional is going to be in control, but I mean, the pressure from Omit EU just keeps flying through the front to contest this time.
You're not wrong, mate. They're holding it together. Chunks on a 3. Lovely work from Exceptional. Good breaks towards the back. Omit are in a bit of a pickle as they go over towards the bottom side of what is called Waterfall. Henry taken care of inside security. Mythics is there. You've got numbers on this side of the map if you're Omit. Can you hold it together? So far, so good.
So far, so good, but you got Sukri in the back lines, and he's got both guns in his arsenal just to try and get some noise and force some Omit UU players to take their attention away from the hill and maybe try to get to him, but his entire team has decided to take this back route. So Omit, you are pushed up through the front, but there's absolutely nobody here. And that's going to be a free three for Vortex. I don't know what this play call was, but now it's just going to be Sukri left on his own. Lead change might be coming through here again. A very tied up game, but they're going to get some close spawns. Vortex
he's putting out some naughty spots here. A lot of damage. Doesn't get killed number 5 in a row. The minimap is popping though. Red dots everywhere. Mythics finds a 5th. So Vortex may lose a spree, but Mythics is on it. One more for the Cruise.
Yeah, unfortunately for Side Exceptional, this is a full 60 now from Omit EU. I wish they almost played the natural pinch. They had players in the front. They had that 1-2-3 out in the back to kind of make a noise. But they do have this early roto over towards the pool side of things. This is going to be a lot of chaos, a lot of swimming, and a lot of pistols, and Renetti's getting pulled out. 102-73 as New Hill is going to pop. Exceptional is going to get the first couple of moments, but Mythics, he's going to call in his Cruise.
Watch out for the top of the tower. That's fine. Now empty that pool with this Cruise missile. Nobody home, but it does take care of Sukri behind the bar, not able to dodge the splash damage of that absolute beast of an ordnance. There we go. Omit in the lead. They've got control of the pool. Not an easy thing to do. But Ali, you know what would be really nice? If we could drain this pool, it would make this hardpoint way more fun.
That would actually be really dope. Maybe just like being able to turn the water off. That's a really good idea, Miles. You should write that down and TM it. But that's going to be Omit EU with a beautiful break. I mean, just, I haven't seen that good of a break in a hot minute here from the side of Exceptional now. Omit EU 130-78, 17 seconds left in this old hard point as we start to make our way back towards the middle of the map at the bar with the terrible DJ. It's going to be Henry with that first kill, Rafi with the second, and Exceptional now once again on the early rotation, but unfortunately they're not getting a lot of fruits of their labor. They're still down an entire hill.
I know, that's a tough one from Exceptional. First set done, a decent lead from Omit. They have got themselves in a very good position. Now, don't forget, folks, they were in a very good position on sub base, and that started to crumble around them. Hixie, though, smooth moves, not enough to keep it going. Teamwork there. Mythics is on it. Is everyone doing their part here? That feed is entirely that lovely teal shade of Omit EU right now.
It's an incredible break out of them out of the P1, and this is something that we didn't get to see during that map number 1 because their fundamentals were so clean, but the SMGs doing the work for the side of Omit EU. Exceptional though, forcing their way back in through the front. That's going to be 2 for Rafi, but it's 2 for Weeman as well. He's on a 3. He could play for this streak, but his toes get caught out of dodge. He will get traded. Only 15 seconds left at P1. And Omit EU, I don't think they know Chunk is back here. They're going to learn in just a second, and it's Vortex with the shots and the P2 rotation in the hands of Omit.
P2 row, done. Vortex 3 spree. No enough for it. He's looking fantastic here on the map so far. Vortex, the scoreboard says 16 and 10. Might actually be true. It is! There you go, baby. Got another piece of misinformation from Mr. Miles Ross there, but it's going to be a lot of time going to Omit. Nice work to Steve the Shark. They're in the pool, which is really, really deep, by the way. I mean, he's standing that tall. These players are like 6'5" each. Hixie, tall as you like, gets brought down.
6'5" in game, maybe. I don't know so much about IRL, but 180-85, 30 seconds left on the clock. Omit EU have just started running with this game. The SMGs are just frying 20 and 11 for Vortex. He has over a minute in time. He's on a 4, looking for maybe the 5th and the 6th, because we know how crucial those cruises can be, especially for that P5.
Oh, wee man. Massive work there. Vortex looking for number 6. He's moving. Not enough for the shooting, though. Sukri ends it. 200 leads 89. My good giddy aunt. Super work out of Omit. 6-star. Absolutely their map. Exceptional. Sadly, After the sub-base shenanigans, Ali, they are being drowned here at the bar.
Yeah, I would talk about momentum. Honestly, Exceptional had a great opening. Unfortunately, though, their rotations have now started to slack, and so has the Gunny. For the side, Omit EU, they only need 30 more seconds to close this out. They have complete control. They could win it here. They have spawns, but 3 members are forcing their way through the back. They have to play for Hixie. He'll get 1. Vortex will get 2, but that will technically be the break. The problem is it was so staggered. 2 players are going to hit from the front and Wee Man, and that's going to be some more time going to Omit EU.
This should be it. The contest. Oh, here we go. Wee Man adding kills to the piles. Trades are done. Hixie gets there. Massive work. The second. Hixie wins it. The final 10 seconds will not be going towards Omit, but the rotation is long gone. Vortex was like, don't worry, boys. You do what you can by the bar. I'm over towards the new hardpoint. Let's win the game. Let's win the series.
I mean, Wee Man has just, he is good for 2 just about in every life. 234.98. They have the early roto. They have the time. And once again, we see a player in Exceptional trying to make their way through the backside, but it's going to take way too long for this pinch to come in. They have to get a roll on 5 more seconds. 245, 246. Oh my God, Mythid with 3. And that's going to be Omit EU with the series.
And that is the series, and that is a 5-0 record in groups as well. Omit, Omar days, they've looked fantastic so far. Exceptional, give them a good run for their money only in map 1. After that, it was certainly a closed case. GG's in the chat. Omit walking away with a big win there. 5-0 in the groups. And lots of good times and positive vibes for everybody. Everyone's all smiles. I know, I can feel it from here. They're all smiling.
No, they aren't. I promise you, Exceptional is not smiling after that map. I mean, one of them even all left forged just because they were not having a good time on 6-star. Did you know I've actually been to the resort that they have based this map off of?
I didn't know that, Ali. Is that true?
No, I'm 100% lying to you.
You know how
Vortex,
I knew?
2 minutes in time, 24 and 13. What do you mean how you knew? You were like, I didn't know that.
Because this is an MW2 where the maps are based on real things. This is all made up. It's all fake.
It's all off the dome. I don't know. I feel like they kind of looked at raid. But anyway, maps highlights. I mean, it's all just going to be an Omit EU highlight reel. I think for me, you know, after that P5, it was like Exceptional just lost their footing. And again, it makes me question maybe like the comms, maybe who's kind of like the in-game leader. Because it felt like when they did have a rotation, it was kind of just Rocky on his own. Nobody was really helping him when it came to the fundamentals. And also just the slaying. I mean, it's just tough when Weeman's shooting like that. Yeah,
he was really good. Another thing you brought up, Ali, about Exceptional, when they were good, they were great. But when things were looking a little tough, they didn't seem to have enough, resolve to bounce back, whether it was a strong leadership voice maybe, or whether it was, a game plan of like, hey, we're down in a really bad place. How can we fight back into this? You were right. They didn't necessarily have the means to do so. And absolutely, Omit, once they were in the good spot, they ran away with it. That game flow, nothing at all like the opening sub base. Great work there from Omit. Congratulations to a disgusting 250-98 victory.
Yeah, after that, you can see literally the game flow right after that P4 to P5. When they called in that cruise missile, it was over. They broke that pool hill. It was all but over for the side of Exceptional. I mean, some good showings, though. Some good moments, not early in the search and destroy. Being able to crawl their way back into sub base. I can see why, they're second in their pool right now. But unfortunately, I don't think they're taking down Omen anytime soon. Just really, really solid stuff from the side of Omit EU.
Yeah, that's top of the groups. Absolutely locked in for Omit. Congratulations to them, GG's and all that. Highrise Search and Destroy, we never even got to meet you. Well, that's fine though. 3 straight from Omit after that spicy sub-base to start the series off. Hey, that was a lot of fun. And the Bravo match, or Miracle, absolutely smoked. They didn't have a great time. Revived certainly had their way with them. But that locks Revived in. Oh, there's an interesting moment taking place in Group A. I don't know if that's been updated yet, but Revived and Special Teams on the cusp. Have a look at the schedule, though, folks, as we'll let the Wizards backstage work out what's going on. That's the first set of games done, Ali. Omit and Exceptional, Revived, a Miracle in the books. Towards the second half of the day, we now saw Falcons versus Anakin Core and Noctum taking on Drillers. Here we go, mate.
Heck yeah. I meant to ask you, because you were talking about earlier Falcons and the ping difference. Are they not in EU?
No, they're in. I believe they're playing from the United Arab Emirates, so they've got a bit of a journey across the internet to get into these games. But that's fine. This again, Group B matchups. Now we're getting into those. Drillers in a similar position as Miracles were at the bottom of the barrel. We'll find out though if they can turn those frowns upside down and walk away with some consolation wins and a lot of challenges points, folks. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're playing Group B games. Don't go far. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, welcome back to the Elite Challenger Series 2. It's Miles and Ali. We're ready to get through our second block of games. Wow, what a fun and actually quite brisk start to the day, Ali. We shot through the first part.
Yeah, we did get to see a game for those, so I'm excited. Hopefully that these series also go a little bit longer because I feel like we've seen some pretty one-handedly sided matchups so far since we've been down here in the Challengers Elite hanging out.
We have indeed. Well, we're over to Group B now, the right-hand side of your screen. 5-minute clan, absolutely running things so far. Falcons shortly behind them. And I have been updated by chat. Shout out Brody that everyone from Falcons is actually playing from London. So good for them. A great idea. Anakin Cole, we'll see those guys play today. And Team War, who's getting a lot of love, but sitting at 2-2. One of the teams you thought would be absolutely gross, 2-2. We'll see if they can't turn that all around. Noctum, though, we'll be watching them play first and foremost. Drillers as well. This is the way their series is going to go down. 6-star Rio, Highrise, Vista, Karachi. Ali, more 6-star than you can shake a...
I love it!
Yeah!
I love it. I mean, I'm just looking at these map layouts and I'm just thinking like these are absolute slaying battles down here in Challengers. You're talking we're opening a series with 6-star Rio and Highrise. Like, these guys love to chow.
We love to chow and we love to go to Bravo to see what's going on over here. This is Drillers and Noctum taking each other on so far. Noctum off to a nice start. This is already peak 2. We're going into our new point. And so far, so good. Twisted being just that. Finding kills there in the feed. And that first hard point is done. So Noctum barely walking away with the lead that Drillers have managed to pull right back here by Lounges.
Yeah, but some weird spawns are going to be coming through. A couple of splits for Noctum, so they can hit this all time if they so please, because they already have a player that is Nile that is already at new. Even though there's a small lead here for Drillers, 42-24, they're going to have to start making their way towards that pool side of the map and try to get to this opening gunfight for Roto.
Rose on. Noctum are in position. Keza with the middle of the map all sweep for now. Don't let anyone from Drillers make their way through. It's over to Kez. And Joker, who are now making their way up through that statue side. Oh, they line up for a moment there. Joker with a trade in towards the pool. We now go top side of the bar, open for business. Genesis is there on it. This is such an important flank position again. You lose this fight, you're well and truly up the creek, as they are going to be able to flood on through. Drills through the back line. That could be a break. Only a few members of Noctum left on the point.
Yeah, Genesis and Kez are the most important players on the map right now for Noctum in that situation, watching that very, very weak point in the backside there. And unfortunately, it seems like Kez got a little overzealous, wanted to go for the chow. Genesis there for the cleanup, and this is going to be all the time going for Noctum. This is going to be basically a full 60, but I'm shocked by the pressure of Drilla still throwing some bodies at this old hill with only 20 seconds left to go. That's going to be Noctum with a little bit of a lead here. Not only that, they're going to have the rotation too because Drilla has decided to invest so much at old. The issue though is these two players, they don't know that there's somebody named Kez on the hunt.
Oh, Kez still in condition for the play. Should be able to get in there. Down low by Secret. There's Kez and Kez out. We've got to be very careful with that. A single vowel is going to make a world of hurt. As Genesis gets 2 right onto the point. Noctum are in. Starting to push the lead forward. Nile there covering the front. Beautiful work. In the meantime, though, you do get a player on the inside there for Drillers. Joker down. Trades are complete. The teamwork for Noctum looking absolutely fine.
Absolutely great play out of Kez to stay alive just long enough to be able to create that natural pinch and get the spawn for his teammates. Not only that, his next life he comes in, gets the final kill cleanup for this new time. And now once again, this is the lead for Noctum Esports. They're going to break that 100-point mark right now. And Drillers, they have the close spawns, but they're not winning the gunfights. That's going to be Nile sitting at 10-5 right now with a minute in time as well, as he's already making the trek in the middle of the map here to try to get to new.
And what's new, Ali? It's the pool.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's the pool. Genesis loses the battle there to Drills. He thought Kez was his only opponent, but that's a problem now. Pulls up, and everyone's having a quick splash. Niall's in a bit of a difficult position on the approach here. Is he going to check this left corner? The answer is absolutely not. Kez is there for it, not able to get the second on Genesis and the lovely trade. Can't get it as Joker. Quick dip after winning the gunfight. And this is such a nutty hard point, Ali. We are looking at a solid comeback here from Drillers already.
Yeah, I mean, they could just get a full 60 here and put themselves right back into the game. Thankfully, they didn't feed any streaks to Noctum, so there's nothing there to work with. And Jokla, I mean, his legs gotta hurt at this point. He has been here soaking up every single second of this pool time, just floating and a cruising. Somebody get him a drink, because now they have to head towards the middle side. So that's going to be where the bar hill's going to be as we reset for our second set of Rotos with about an equally tied game.
Not wrong, Joker's been in that hard point the whole time. He's already all pruny now. Whoa, 3 in the feed! No more. Nile ends it what would have been a perfect 60 for Joker alone. Nice work there from Drillers. They're right back in this. However, we're over towards our new hard point, and well, we will be in a moment in this middle of the map, and that's where Kez is. That's Kez for Drillers, not Keza for Nocturne. Genesis wins another big one there. MCW in hand towards the middle of the map. And we're open for business. Here comes Joker from the pool to the bar to the kill feed.
For Kez, that was a must-win gunfight. He's sitting at 713. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to get a whole lot going, but thankfully his teammates have as they force their way through this hill, and they're going to soak up this time, but that's going to be too dead. The break might be coming in for Noctum, but thankfully they're thriving in the chaos. It's going to be Grills and Kez. They're going to find these kills. They're going to get some time, but finally the feed lights up in purple. That's detained, good for 2, and that's Noctum Esports, good for this final 20 seconds. So that's all 4 dead. Not only that, they are good for this roto as well.
Oh yeah, rotation soon to be on. Genesis the player to get it done. Keza finding a few more. 3 dead. Detain. Can't get a 4th. Keza can. Nearly number 5 as well. And Genesis, where's this spot? I didn't even know he could get up there. That's a great place to be. Spotting those players out in the approach from pool. Pick a corner, any corner. Pick any sort of off angle. You've got a pie that approach as you come round that pool. Little bend. There's so many angles you could be sat on and playing from. And Kez, shoulders. Throwing him. Trying to bait out something. Then know that Genesis is back here. Kez is not going to give that life away. Going to get a bit of damage in as well. Nile through the hard point. Not enough there in the life tank though. As Keza through vents finds one. Ooh, and out we go, Ali. Still 123 to 169. Knocked him in the lead.
Kez on Kez crime. It was a beautiful break from Drillers, but unfortunately Noctum Esports is spawning up right in the back door. So no time going either way, but that's a 170 to 126 lead. And not only that, number 5 detained, he's gone on a roto. He does get cut out though, so no presence from the side of Noctum on this rotation. Drillers should have it in the bag, but the problem is it's such a short roto. They just have to move their way across the pool, grab a drink on their way, and try to bust through the front of this hill. So Drillers, we'll have to see how their setup goes for holding this one.
Absolutely, folks. Stay hydrated. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Still a decent lead there for Noctum. Water. Yes. H2O. Joker. Okay, it's finding kills. And Genesis there on the approach. So your shoes on the other foot this time. Noctum having to try to make the break here on P3. Joker, what an absolute banging 2-piece that was. Nearly the 3rd. Not enough in the rival 9 there. K is on the approach. Still an open hard point for a minute. The Drillers, they have certainly got the foothold. What a great bit of work, Ali. They've brought this back. And Drills, can you get one more? No, that would have been 5 in a row. Nice work there from Drillers.
It was just enough. Only 20 seconds left for this old hard point, and this could be a lead change should they get the last couple seconds of scrap. Nile is trying to have something to say about it because in Jokla, they're going to connect for 3. And number 2, Jokla has slipped by. He has slipped by on this rotation. Noctum has no idea he's here. Number 6, though, unfortunately, does get the angle on him from spawn. He will get shut down, but that allows Drills now to have his chance to shoot a couple players in the back and maybe cause some chaos for Noctum. Maybe flip spawns. He does just enough. But Genesis stops the bleeding.
That was a crazy turn. Detain on the front. Kez are now backing him up. Kez, once he gets HP back on the regen, teammates there as well. Send it forward. Maybe get kills out of it. Nah, Genesis, once again, fantastic coverage. Oh, the frag's going to push them back. Slow this down even further. Lead change. Back into Noctum. Going down low is Genesis. Hunting out these players on the attack. Should be able to get a couple here. This might be Streaks. They didn't hit it last. This is going to be it. Streaks are there. Genesis, look for the 3rd as well. No, you got a bit greedy, but you got the Streaks. That's all you wanted. And the hard point time. Open for a moment. Keza bangs the door right into the time.
Route man gets paid. I mean, what a route by Genesis to just decide, like, you know what? They're all coming through the front. I'm just going to hit this outer side here in Raptors, and it pays off dividends. Now, not only did they have the lead about 215 to 187 by the time the scrap goes away, but we're heading to the pool hill, and even though they don't have rotation, we saw in our previous series, Genesis has a streak to work with to bust this game wide open.
This game could get bust wide open. Streaks either side. Here comes Genesis. Oh, that's a nice angle. Dodge the top of this tower. Say goodbye to Drills and Joker. The water will not save you there, lads, from that cruise. That is a big amount of damage. There's Drillers. They've been forced back onto spawn. The problem now, though, is identify where they're coming from. Kez also says, anything you can do, I can also do. Streaks here. It's got Nile's name written all over it. Can't get away with his life. Hardpoint open.
Can't get away with his life now. They cannot win anymore from this hard point unless they get this break in instantaneously. They're gonna go for it, but number 6 has made a heads up play, trying to stay out of dodge here for middle of the map control, but Noctum They're going to be in the hill again.
Slammed.
They're not going to win. 230 to 204. They could get very close, though. But Twisted, he's on a 4. Could be on a 5, maybe for a streak to try and make this comeback. And he's hunting for Nile in the depths of this pool.
I love this play, though. I mean, the pool is a nightmarish place to take a fight from. Twisted just hit the contest spot. You're not going to be able to take shots from the player on the inside of the pool from there. So this is a nice angle. You've let it go, though. On the hunt for Detain. New hard points up. Detain so committed, and massive lung capacity as well. Doesn't lose out on the fight and doesn't give up anything when it comes to the hard point time as well. Knocked him still, looking to get themselves back in this. Drillers with a nice bit of hold so far. Kills are done. I say it was nice. It's not nice anymore. It's anything but, as knocked them are in. 10 for the win, Ali.
2:42, 16, 30 seconds left on the clock. The only closest player is going to be one in hill, and Kaz, he will get trade-off shut down, but maybe just enough to cause some chaos to let his teammates come in. This is still very doable from the side of Drillers. That's going to be 2 for Chakwa, and now all 4 members of Drillers are going to be in this middle side of the map. Knocked him. 9 more points for the win, but for Drillers, only 20.
Only 20. This could come down to the wire. Hardpoint number 2 will be open in a moment, and Drillers are in position for it. Keza! Absolutely turns him inside out. That's going to be game. So the P2 dreams are done. The P1 is only just complete. Knocked him. Good work there. Not letting things get out of hand. A spicy 6-star to start the series. That was cool, and that was really good.
That was really good. They could have done it. They definitely could have closed out on the side of Drillers if, unfortunately, they just had a couple more bodies. A couple more gunfights went their way towards that bar hill because they had the spawns for P2 as well. So we could have seen quite the upset, but unfortunately, the guns were just way too hot from the side of Noctum.
Now, this is also, that was our Bravo game. That's still taking place on Bravo. So now we are ready to dive into our primary matchup so far. Ooh, Ali, I'm excited. Anakin Corp taking on the Falcons. Subbase to start things off. Double dose invasion. Vista, Karachi. Here we go. We're already into the subbase, and we're already into the second hard point.
And it's only all tied up, and the feed lit up green the second we spawned in. So that's going to be Team Falcons in control. They don't have spawns, though. Things are getting a little wonky. We have somebody watching the cross in mid, but they don't know that Fibron has spawned out towards the backside. He will get shut down, though. Big heads-up play from the side of Rojas. And now this is going to be a handed lead for the side of Team Falcons.
Team Falcons, here we go. P2 done. P3 can't get it. 0 with a big win.
It's a little windy.
It's a little windy. It's very cold on subbase as well, Ali. Very, very cold indeed. A lot of wind there. As the chill factor is certainly something to account for. Rojas there with the 6 and 2, or Roxas. Again, I'm going to need some assistance from chat in pronouncing some of these players' names. Falcons with that hard point. And Yaza on a deep flank, the water flank as well. This is a lot of fun. This one could pay off, but it takes a bit of time to get the job done. A little bit of tricky work, but Yaza's in.
I mean, he's there. I mean, and he's going to get a player or two. They definitely are not going to read this, but he didn't even need to. His teammates just busted through the front. That's going to be 30 seconds now. That's going to go to the side of Anakin Corp. That will maybe tie up this game here, but there's 2 members of Falcons that want to contest this, and Xnit is going to get 2. They're going to force their way through the front. He might find the 3rd for this final time. He connects onto it. He might find the 4th. He's going to have to kill Yaza if he wants to get this last 10 seconds. I mean, this is the longest 1v1 battle we've seen for quite a minute, and on the other side of the map, it's going to be one member from Team Falcons that's going to be hunting out Mighty, trying to stay alive for spawns. He will get shut down, and that will be the rotation for the green team.
That's such an important kill, though. You're looking at that mini-map. The Falcons, they make that side of the entire side of the map safe for them. Now, Anakin Corp, a long journey across subbase. Can they sneak by? Roxas with the corner. Looking for the kill as well. Slowing down the attackers again. It's the name of the game. Yaza down. 0 down. Mighty with a trade. So still the hard point in the hands of the Falcons. A lovely hold here on P3.
And a very good setup as well. Extremely aware of these spawns and where this pressure is coming from. It seems like the communication is extremely on point as they've now connected for another 2. There's a couple members here trying to make some noise from the side of Anakin Corp, but that's only 20 seconds left on the clock. And you got to start worrying about this rotation because there's already going to be 2 players for Falcons in Warehouse, and they're already connecting on the kills. Rojas was on 4. They will get shut down. No streaks there, but just enough to keep things mixy here from the side of Anakin in the middle of the map.
King of Body, middle of the map. Forward they go, and again looking at the clock, great hard point work there on P3, pushing that lead really far forward, over now towards the tank. The BMP that has been very much knocked out of commission is our new hard point. Xnid now Great power spot from this angle. Able to get into the fight quickly. And look at the patience here. Springing the life into the hard point. Love that play. His teammates find the kills as well. And Falcons have just put themselves in a magnificent spot to get a lot of time.
Perfect patience, perfect trigger discipline, and now a perfect break from the side of Falcons as they're hitting 110 to 40, 30 seconds left on this final hill. There's some pressure from Anakin on the middle side of the map, but it's being met with equal firepower, and so Falcons are going to be taking quite a handed lead as we head into the second set of rotations. Number 4 in your minimap, Zero, is behind enemy lines. He could maybe find 1 or 2, maybe flip spawns with Rojas. He's going to go help his teammate try to play for this trade and inevitably get it.
Yeah, this is a nice little bit of an individual fight across map. Again, playing for the new hard point. Great hold from Falcons. Keeping this side of the map very much in their control. Kicks with the final moments of time, and it's gone all the way to the Green Falcons. Good work. Back over to P1, the first set complete. Ali, and nearly a 100-point plus game as Fibrone brought down. King of Body looking for the second. Beautiful shots with a pistol. 11 to 15 overall, but the KDs aren't mattering too much as the boys in green very much in control.
King of Body and Rojas just incredible teamwork right now, but I do have to shout out KXX. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that, but they're triple pause. They're 13 and 4 right now on a 3 spree. Make it 4. Might be 5, might be 6. Finally get traded. No cruise out of dodge for Falcons, but 165 to 40. We might be witnessing a 50-point club.
Yeah, this is strong.
Maybe. I'm calling it early.
It's a maybe, but it's very possible. Roxas there with the kills. King of Body right back into the time. Lovely objective play, though, from Falcons. You find those kills, you get right back on time immediately. Not wasting any seconds if they can help it. Exnid not able to get 3. Teamwork there once again from Falcons, making it work. 17 and 5 out of kicks. 4 spree done for King of Body. The time complete, but the rotation all good. They're ready for the next hard point.
Yep, they're all set up here, and this looking at number 7 King of Body. I mean, he is in the power positions, well, power positions, but he actually gets ripped off it. Some great pushes here from the side of Anakin. They are wolf packing towards this P2. Time going to neither side currently, but they're player counting, and they know they are missing 1. He's going to be in bottom server. He will get shut down, but so will one of their teammates, the 5th man on the map. But finally now, some time and some control and a breath to be taken for the side of Anakin Corp as they try to put themselves back in this game.
Anakin Corp, nice work. Taking themselves out of 50-point club, Ali. Now the 60-point club. Can they get out of the 60-point club? The answer is not yet. They're still in trouble. Falcons a good break once again. 20 plus seconds remaining here on this hardpoint. P2's been a good one so far. Mighty, gone and out. As the power positions from the Falcon players, that's just where they are living, and it's every gunfight across the map. Ali, 60-point club. It might be happening.
It might be happening. I mean, all of Anakin Corp was here for this rotation. Unfortunately, Mighty hasn't been able to win a gunfight in a minute. He puts himself now at 10 and 20. That was almost dangerous, but he's left by himself. That's going to be now the spawns in the hands of Team Falcon, and that's also going to be the time. 2:13 to 57. They only need 45 more seconds until they win this game.
Oh, my word. A sub-zero fight in the waters here on sub-base. King of Body now looking towards the time. Great work on the objective play again, and it's kicks in the feed again. Ali, 23 and 7. Sensational work. Looking to close the game right here. Fibrone punching a hole, finding 2. There's an opportunity here for Anakin Corp to get onto the point at the very least and stop the win.
At least stop the win and stop the 60-point club. But Rojas is still here, and he found 1. Now he's finding the 2nd, and time now might be going to Team Falcons once again. They cannot win it here, but they can get pretty darn close. Anakin Corp, though, they are on the rotation. They have a lot of mid-map control right now. They have 2 players pushed up from Warehouse and Top Snow, as well as 1 on the time. So you would think that this should be a setup for at least a good half, at least a good 30.
We'll see if they can get 30 out of it, because they'll need a lot to pull themselves back in. Who's LA? Anakin Corp. Exited there on the approach. Nice spot from Secret. That stun. Closes the door, reopens it right in his face, keeps his gun at the ready, keeps the angle in play. As you are still looking to get into this hard point. Looking to get the break. And we're out of the 60-point club now into the 80-point club, Ali. Are they going to get out of the 80-point club? No, they're not.
No,
King of Body in. Breaks it. Final seconds. Even though brought down on the absolute pixel perfect play. Falcons take the sub base.
It's just unfortunate, Anakin Corp. I wonder if maybe there's some miscommunication once the pressure starts to come in, because the setup, I mean, we saw it. It was They had all control of the map. They had 2 players playing from it. They have player on time, player off spawn to hold to make sure that they don't get an awkward split, and just they all lose their gunfight. They all get caught looking at a completely different angle. So maybe work on some comms there. But on the side of Falcons, like, is this their first time playing from London? Because them boys were shooting.
The boys shooting. I mean, they've been shooting online either way, and Falcon kicks 26-8. That is a sensational stat line. Also with a 1 minute of 30 of hill time as well. So they're doing it literally all. Anakin core unable to really find success there on sub base. We've been there though. It's a tough map. A really, really difficult situation to find themselves in when you're being outslayed so heavily. Not a power position to their name at.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a sub base blunder, you know, like when you start already like having that bad timing and it just keeps rolling with you, it's really hard to hit that reset. It's very rare that we see it happen to an entire team at once though. But you know what, we can pretend that one didn't happen, because my favorite thing about challengers in the amateur scene is that this is where S&D stars come up, and you know what, maybe that's what Anakin Corp got in their back pocket. Maybe we see a Nuzla, you never know. Maybe they're just not very strong at Hardpoint. So trying to look on the bright side of Anakin Corp. A couple of moments, you know, their fundamentals were really clean. It was just the gunny was not there from the side of Anakin Corp versus Falcons. So I'm hoping we get a closer map too.
I think yes, very likely we get a closer map too. The game flow there, complete blowout. Great work from Team Falcons. Very, very strong showing on sub base. 2 the invasions to play now. Invasion, search and destroy. We know what to expect here. A lot of love towards that B-bomb site A if you're feeling spicy, but the B-bomb site very common. And statistically, we see more plants there than we do towards A. Secondary stream, this is what we're going to, the search and destroy. We're going back over to our Noctum series, and we're playing Rio. This should be good, Alec.
Remember, this match was all about that slaying, and already the teams on a 3-3-5-2, Noctum Esports with a 3-1 lead currently, and already a lot of map control, and that team's going to catch drills, getting a little too overzealous out of dodge. I mean, he just jumped straight over escalators and said, heck it, I'm going to go for this shell. Gets shut down, doesn't get a trade. Jaqua doing everything he can to stay alive near bridge. He does find 2. He's somehow staying alive. He almost got the 3rd, but Nile, thankfully, stopping the chaos.
Indeed. Well, Nile's been around the block a few times. Thank goodness that didn't go against him, though. Nile, you've been around the block a few times. Can you win this 1v3? Not only that.
Now.
It was a 1v2. No, yeah, it was a 1v3. Oh, we might have, no.
We're not checking our corners.
Unfortunately, no. Drillers get themselves on the board. 3-2.
They do put themselves on the board. Now let's see if they can win a following attack. Vista, good shots. Hanging out, waiting for a player to make the mistake as Nile did. Now as we continue to load in. Again, Noctum Esports sitting at 1-0 right now in this series. Maybe trying to make it 2-0. Detain and Keza haven't lost a step, it would seem, from that respawn. Gonna be on board with Drillers now on the offense. Looking to maybe take this bomb over towards the B site, because both these teams love to just headbutt each other and go for it. Kind of passive though. We're not getting too aggro right away. Stuns are gonna go out. They're not gonna connect though, and that's gonna be a lot of mid control for Drillers currently.
Yeah, loads of space to play with. They've flooded it. Genesis on the hops. Goku has the flank covered. The bomb not being planted yet though, so now for Drillers it's look out. See if anyone there from Noctum's making their way forward. Genesis, heavy tags. Not enough to finish the job. Pinch is on though. Detain. Keza. My word. The 2-2 split completes. And now it's a 2v2. Nile into the feed. All down to Kez to try to keep the spree going.
Yeah, unfortunately though, that's now bombed down, and Nile knows that he's literally just laying on top of it. And that's going to be both players from Noctum Esports over here on this bridge. Kez trying to slow things down. Maybe wait for a player to get a little antsy. Over chow, over peak, do something. He is sitting with a rival 9, and he has no idea, no information on these players.
Oh, I love that though, Kez. Waits for it, doesn't let them go. Keza and Nile, they're shoulder to shoulder on the inside there, and I'm pretty sure that door's going to be shut, so good luck, Kez. You might get one. You are never getting both. Never. Surely not! Oh my god! Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, that round's still going. That's on Bravo if you want to go check that out. What a bad, bad man. What a bad man. Ali, under no circumstances should the second kill been allowed. That was disgusting. I hit the button, I didn't actually say it. Here we go, folks, back over towards our primary game, and we're playing Search and Destroy on Invasion.
That was another special Miles lie. He definitely said it. Bum is heading over towards the B side, as you said earlier. I'm actually shocked because I feel like in the league, more often than not, we see a lot more pressure on A when it comes to invasion. But it's Falcons again, just taking these gunfights. That's going to be a first blood. It will get traded out. Bomb will drop, but Excellent should be able to pick it up here fairly easily, and they do have the information now that there is a player on B site, going to be near Tractor here, as they're going to clear out Dark as well. I mean, handedly, if they have some tags to work with, they could get this player out of dodge. He does not have a trophy, and he's going to feel the pain of that nade, maybe a couple stuns, and maybe even a slide. But number 7, he's going on the route.
Falcons forward. Fibrone, flank. Nice work. The nade's going to cause problems, but not necessarily get the kill. On the front line, though, the battle's won by Falcons. So a lovely war on 2 fronts that they dealt with very, very well. That's their first round win.
Same thing for Anakin, as I saw on the Hardpoint. It feels like, you know, very good plan, just quite poor execution thus far. But again, round number 1, it's tough when you're on defense on the B site because you're not going to have that trophy very early. And unfortunately, that player from Falcons felt the nades and felt that stuns and felt that pressure, and his teammates weren't able to get there and help trade him out of dodge soon enough. So it is Falcons up 1-0. Now as they head on defense, I'm interested to see what the attack for Anakin Corp is going to look like. It looks like the bomb making its way up towards P1 over towards the B site. It's going to be a 3-1 split, and it's only going to be Rojas who's on a 2 with a trophy on the Tractor.
Tricky place, though. That's going to be a long time before that gets brought down. Kingabody, incredibly aggressive defensive plays here. Already in behind the members of Anakin Corps, who are now in trouble as the pinch is on there. I mean, Xnid is also looking to get into the play. I cannot believe what we are seeing. Falcons completely and totally enveloping Anakin Corps. High ground or not. That was a decisive defensive round.
And that was almost an identical play that we saw in the round before. What Anakin was trying to do on defense is just sending a player through the back and through dark and just trying to catch a couple players off guard. The difference is the execution, flawless from the side of Falcons. They had the information. They did what they could with it. Great stuff. Great, perfect 2 opening rounds from the side of Falcons.
Roxas with the 3. Was it Rojas? Is it Roxas? I think it's Roxas. Roxas. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Chat, tell us. Somebody in the chat, tell us. Somebody knows. First O, first D. Great for Team Falcons. Nice shots. Oh, Yazar with a nice nade. First blood.
Shots don't matter when that car explodes. That's the 5th man on the map, and that's going to be in the favor of Anakin Corp, and that's going to be a first blood. They did have that information now, though, that there's a player sitting on Deep Street. Problem is, Bomb trying to make his way over to the B site, and there is 2 players from Anakin Corp here sitting and waiting ready. We do still have a frag from the side of Kex. The problem is, though, probably going to be a trophy on that Tractor, so they're just hoping to maybe catch a player out of dodge, get a pick or 2.
Well, there is a trophy there. Anybody now helping out? Not enough to take care of anyone there on the defensive line that Anakin Corps have got. They've still got the man advantage. They still have the numbers, but they're not quite as aggressive as Team Falcons were, who really did send everything they had on the full flank. Now the shuffle towards the A-bomb site. Fibrone, if he hears that door burst wide open, I believe he would have heard the first. He knows the play's on. Nice coverage from Yaza. Great work. Anakin Corps, they've got plenty of fight in them.
Yep, I mean, just great shots out of him in the first place. I mean, that tank is almost impossible to get those kills. Kingabody is able to find one, but he will get traded out. Kex now stuck on a 1v3, has the info, but I mean, look at the mini-map. All 3 players of Anakin are in surroundings, so that's going to be them on the board. And I mean, just great plays out of them. Great defense. Nobody got too antsy. Nobody got caught out of dodge. And then great shots onto that tank.
Fibrone, finishing kill. Anakin Corps, they were able to get that first blood alley, and they didn't let the advantage get away from them. So that's all right. Happy to see them get on the board. 2-1. But now we go back to a defensive round for Team Falcons, and they were so aggressive. We'll see if they go for that A Street wrap all the way through the Anakin Corps spawn onto the B Street.
It's looking like it. It's like a 1-2 split here as 2 of them are pushed up over to the A site. Can't get some damage in as he moves over towards Street, but King, a body on the other side of the map, actually gets that first blood. I don't know how he's allowed to stay alive in that situation because that is literally a kill from spawn. But Bomb hasn't really decided to go either side, maybe towards A now, but there is a lot of members of Falcons here, a lot of pressure that they're going to have to work through.
0 gets the damage. Good comms. Yaza's there for the pickup. 3v3 now. And we've got a bit of time to play. King of Body wins the 1v1, so Yaz is down and out. No trade there. And now the flank is wide open. Team Falcons love this. They are going all the way around the back street. As long as Roxas can stay alive and buy time, doing a little bit more than that. What a 2 as Falcons find another round.
Yeah, I just don't see anybody taking him down from that position at Tractor. I don't see many people winning this gunfight versus Rojas. Right now, he's 5-1. Cleans up both kills in that round. That should have been an Anakin Corp round. For me personally, they got that first blood, and then they had a lot of map control towards the mid side. Unfortunately, Fibron decides to slide out and not Fibron, Yazza decides to slide out and take a Chalet Street and put his team in an unfavorable live situation, even though Bomb was heading towards B. So it's just about, for me right now, the questions of like Anakin Corp, the information they get, and what they do with it. Bomb, though, now is going to be in the hands of King of Body. Team Falcons heading their way over towards this B site, B street once again, as there is a lot of aggression from the side of Anakin Corp on this defense.
Oh dear, going to pay for it.
Yeah.
Falcons are now enveloped the B bomb site, still at full strength. Top side of the map is all theirs. They have control. Here comes the bomb. Roxas should be able to plant this. Just over a minute to play, and we're going to see that game clock come into effect in a mo. But Anakin Core, Ali, they've been given enough time to maneuver around the map. Oh, there's only 2 of them left now. Smoke might be enough to seal it. Oh, Mighty. Good play. Staying alive, causing problems.
Good play, but during all that, throughout all the smoke, that was another kill on his teammates. Now he's stuck in a 1v3. He's going to get pushed out because they have the information on him and Ice Cream. And honestly, I tip my hat to Falcons in this situation because that bomb didn't go down because they respected their enemy a little bit more than maybe necessary, as they were still clearing out the site, making sure nobody had a weird angle because they were shocked, right? That nobody was on the tractor site, nobody was on concrete, so they were trying to wait for that aggression to see if they missed something, but they did not. It was just one player over towards the B site that they were to clear up. Pretty pushed up towards street. So 4-1 lead now for Falcons, looking to go up 2-0 in the series. King of Body's on a 3 spree. Maybe could see him go for a cruise. Nobody. Me personally, out of all the people on Falcons, that might be the person I don't want to chow.
Oh yeah. Streaks across Team Falcons. 3-2-2. It's the only one without it. 4-1 here in the round count. Exited middle of the map. A little bit slower on the defense this time, Falcons. They're not willing to push too far forward. They're waiting for those opening kills to decide how the play goes for them. Where have they got space to work with? Where do they want to go? We'll find out. Minute to play.
Rojas doesn't have a trophy on him this time over towards the side of box, so he's going to try and play a little bit aggressive, play a little bit weird to catch these players off so he doesn't eat a nade to the forehead, but it's a very slow push from Anakin Corp, and the bomb is actually still in spawn. It hasn't even gone past the 25-yard line, so that's a lot of map control for the side of Falcons. You got 2 players set up here at Tank playing for the trade, and 2 players set up at B. They have basically given up on the A site as the bomb now tries to make its way up towards the street. None of the trophies, none of these stuns are going to connect except for the side of Team Falcons. So that's information. That's 30 seconds on the clock.
It's not a lot of time, not a lot of space either. Quick check towards the A-bomb site. That's all good for now, but you do have to worry about King of Body. Watching that flank. Here comes the opening fight. Ibrahim gets it. Nades causing damage. Xnid still in the 3 spree, looking towards the bomb site. Nobody there just yet. Final moments here as he hasn't managed to take care of everyone. 0 on the pinch as well. So Anakin Core have managed to get the bomb down. Xnid wins a big fight. Oh, nearly the second as well. My goodness. All down to Roxas.
I mean, great play from the side of Anakin. I mean, they got that bomb down. 30 seconds on the clock. Rojas stuck in.
Take him when you can get him.
Absolutely. I'm really impressed with the fact that they realized that A-bomb site was completely out of the play, and they were able to get that bomb down. And now it's even a first blood 0. That frag's going to connect, and Fibron is in a painful 1v1, able to get out with his life somehow. He pushes now towards the middle of the map. Bomb is down in spawn for Team Falcons. Not an ideal situation. And not only that, look at the minimap. This is a stunning setup from the side of Anakin Corp.
Yeah, everything is covered here. Not a single move from Falcons will go undetected. Whether they get undefeated or not, we'll find out. But being down a man, Anakin Core are not letting this advantage get away from them. 45 to go.
Finally, some pressure now from the middle of the map. There's one guy on tank, but that's going to be a nade from Xnib. I don't think it's going to connect on anybody, so it doesn't even need a trophy. But 0, he's completely pushed up. This bomb, if it decides to go over to the B site, it's going to get picked and it's going to get dropped. But that's going to be a gunfight win from Xnib. That's going to be a 3v3, and that's going to be for Brone with the trade. 20 seconds on the clock. This bomb has got to get planted.
20 seconds. There's the recovery. Nearly. Oh no, it's upstairs. Roxas has it. 10 seconds to go. Mighty with a last-minute play. Roxas finds a kill. It's a 2v1 though. There's no way he finds both of them. He's been pinned down. All Mighty has to do is stay alive. Not enough time for the bomb. Roxas, they have been bled out. I cannot believe it. Anakin core. Another great round. 4-3 as the game clock. Punishing Falcons.
I love a good first blood to conversion high percentage rate. I believe right now Anakin Court might be sitting at 100%. That was the first blood off the top ropes from Zero, and that frag hitting to that deep B street. And what's even more painful of it was the bomb carry as well. So that just adds a little bit extra chaos. Mighty, though, they're going to be on a 3, maybe looking for a cruise here, as that's now 2 rounds in a row for Anakin Court. They're going to be on the attack. Bomb going to be in the hands of Mighty as well. I don't love that one. He's the player on the streak. Somebody protect this man. But Bomb going to make his way towards the A site this time. And the first player they're going to have to worry about is going to be Kingabody, who has pushed himself all the way up towards P1.
He's had really nice positions on these opening defensive moments in every round so far. Whether he's on the flank or whether he's that forward player, he loves to try to create those opportunities for his team. This is the opportunity he's looking for, and it's on Yaza. Yaza, smooth moves, a little bit of help from his tactical to get his way forward. A minute now to play, and you're seeing a lot of back and forth. Lovely shots from Fibro, not enough for the kill either side. But both teams are swinging. Anakin Core certainly have the momentum.
Oh yeah, I love this from Anakin Core. I feel like I've seen the in-game adjustment now of, instead of really ego channeling committing to these fights, a lot of these times they've been taking the damage, getting the information, and being able to get out. But as soon as I say that, Fibworm will fall, trying to get that tank control so that bomb can go down towards the A site. But it will get traded. Yaza, he'll find the player on A. He'll find the second in gas, and Mighty will connect with the third. This could be the tie-up now, as it has left Rojas, who's out on that B site, stuck in a 1v3. Bomb is going to get planted. Gonna have 40 seconds here to isolate these 3 gunfights and get the defuse. Again,
on Invasion, relatively doable. Roxas has gone all the way round. I actually do like the play. Bad news, though. There is a player beneath him, which I think he knows about.
Yeah,
Zero spotted. Hey, that's a problem. Anakin Core. The equalizer found. It's 4-4. What a comeback.
Okay, Anakin Corp, we see you. I love it. These in-game, in-round adjustments have been very, very good from side of Anakin Core. Yaza connecting on that final kill, and everybody seemingly to do their job as well. So now that is 3 in a row to tie things up. Again, guys, this was 4-1.
3 in a row. Oh my goodness. Falcons started strong, and they have gone quiet ever since. The Anakin Core, the young French squad. A defensive round now for the Anakin Core. What are they going to look like here on... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The shots, the damage. Mighty, living up to the name, not backing down. The Falcons' slow approach towards A with the bomb.
It is 1-1-2, and these players 7 and 8 watching their back for Brone and Yaz are going to be in the small room, and Kingabody's going to learn it very quickly as he tries to connect that stun. It's not going to come through, and he's trying to hop up in this fence to get the angle, but by the time he does it, both players are out of dodge, and now they have the information that bomb is making its way towards that A site. A lot of damage going through. Nobody has fallen just yet, though, as both teams not willing to give an inch or a mile.
It's an inch or a mile. It's Yaz's, and he's taken it. First blood. Pressure now direct from Falcons. They're looking to try to capitalize. Anyone from Anakin Core caught out of position, but so far, no. They're all still holding it. Yaza on the flank. Spots at least 1 or 2 out. Reinforcements now from Anakin Core on the way. A Zero finds another one from the inside of the bomb site. Less than 30 to go. Mighty now has pushed his way forward. Mighty finds a kill, and Anakin Core take the lead.
And now they're at match point. I mean, that is 4 in a row from the side of Anakin Corp. I mean, this defense, I mean, their patience now has just been incredible. And what they've been able to capitalize on this information, just not allowing any sort of pressure from Falcons to get close enough to these bomb sites to even allow the bomb to go down. And now as they head onto the attack, it's going to leave Falcons questioning. Even I'm questioning, you know, which side they're going to go. Mighty is still on his streak. He's still on 5. One more. That's a cruise. You might as well just hand them the map win.
Yep. It's very, very possible indeed. Mighty, 1 more kill's all you need. You've got a frag grenade to work with. No way that the Falcons are going to fall to that one. But the teammates are up. Oh, they're going to land, but no one's home. Falcons, you will live to fight another day. Looking for the aggressive play here. Big tags. Sprees are safe. Whoa, Exit traded out. 3v3.
I mean, a lot of aggression from both sides. We are completely pushed up the B street. Rojas might be able to find one. That's going to be a connect. That's going to even things out. Excuse me, not even things out. Give him a little bit of an edge. 3v2. He's going to back up the tractor. Yaz is putting in a lot of damage on Kingabody, but unfortunately, he just refuses to die. That's going to be his teammate there for the trade. That's going to be now a 1v3. Falcons not allowing this to get too out of hand as Fibron is stuck in a corner on B Street.
And this is for the round 11. No one's looking his way, though. Fibron has gone completely undetected. 35 seconds. Smoke. He's been shot through it. It's got to be faster than this. And Fibron is working hard, but that is Falcons with the resolve and enough to push the round 11. Anakin Core's crazy run comes to an end. One final moment here on Invasion.
I do have to tip my hat, though. He stayed alive much longer than I ever thought he would have in that situation.
Oh, he was swinging indeed. Well, the Anakin Core now. Do they have what it takes to close the series out? Falcons, an unbelievable advantage. It was 5-1. Oh, sorry, 4-1. Excuse me.
4-1.
It's been a long day. No, it hasn't. But it has been a long surge. Final round. Here we go. Falcons, your defensive lineups have been superb. Do you have another magical one in the bag? Xnid. A lot of information gained. No kill, just info. The rest of the squad now moving to help.
I mean, it is a complete 4-hit from Anakin Corp over on the B side of the street, and Falcons was like, all right, we'll give it to you. 2 players here on this tank, and they got the information, got some damage in. Nobody has fallen, but it has certainly slowed down the push from the side of Anakin, because now they're just waiting for a player to maybe get out of dodge, maybe just an inkling of information. As a couple shots will go down. Rojas here once again at this tractor. A lot of faith, but a lot of pressure. One's going to push. He's going to get the first. He stays alive. He might get the second.
Oh.
And now it's a 2v4. Now the collapse is in.
Oh my goodness. Yaza, last man gone. Anakin, you were the chosen one. Team Falcons win it. They take the lead 2-0 in the series. A round 11 banger. All 4 of them up and fighting fit. Wonderful work. This is a final kill from Xnid. Perfect position to be in. Just pushing pace. Comms also been great in the final moments there from Falcons. They called everything perfectly in that round. They were there for every fight. And the 2 from Dozer. The 2 from the Dozer position seal it. That was a great round. Good work there. 2-0 in the series. We play control in a moment, but Ali, the first hard point was not close. The search really was, though.
Yeah, the search was very, very close. It wasn't at first. It was a 4-1 lead once again from the side of Falcons. I mean, some great in-game adjustments from Anakin Corp. I think the problem is that round 11 is like kind of defaulted to their round 1 strat where they were just full pushing towards B Street. And we kind of got to watch that defensive setup once again from Falcons, just that collapse that goes through. And Anakin Corp, you know, again, I talk about the comms. Like once that first kill comes through, everybody's whipping their head to try and get that trade. And unfortunately, it was just one too many players and were able to get those trades going to the way of Team Falcons. But again, like you said, the Dozer 2-piece was everything in that round.
I think Falcons are one of those teams as well that once they get the advantage, they really push. They don't necessarily pump the brakes and let anything get away from them. Anakin Core, they were also quite a, a passive team if they had the advantage, but not in a negative way. Falcons are like, cool, we got you 4v3, we're going to make you 4v1, we're going to make you 4v none. They do that. They push that so well in that last round. Really nice work from there in the search. The invasion was not bad whatsoever. We stay on invasion for control, so we'll see if Anakin Core can continue to show some strong signs of life here on the map. The mode totally different though. Gonna be tough, mate. It's gonna be real tough. See if they can't bounce back. That is a look at the actual stats, folks. Of course, the in-game codcasts are a little bit squirrely at times. We're not entirely sure if they can be believed. Don't believe everything you read or see on the internet, folks, except for that stat screen.
And for this one, it is going to be them up 2-0 now. I mean, just great stuff. Rosas and Xnid, I mean, they were just not losing a gunfight throughout the entirety of the search and destroy. But again, you have players dropping double digits in S&D and you're going to a round 11. So again, maybe some options. But yeah, our secondary match, that was a quick one.
Well, there we go. That's Noctum Esports with a clean 3. The high-rise control, as we have seen, I think everything high-rise control we've seen so far today has been a 3-0, but 6-5 in the Rio and the 6-star, those were both very, very close matches. Control, not so much, though. That seems to be the deciding factor for many teams. Here today, 3-0 there for Noctum. GG's for those guys. That was taking place over in Bravo. Now, though, we're almost ready to get back to our primary matchup. Falcons taking on Anakin Core, and that's going to be an invasion control in a Mo. Ali, I do think that Anakin Core can pull this back. I think they've got a decent amount of show. I think just in the sort of the way they're playing on invasion alone. Team Falcons over the teamwork is pretty sweet, and I've had the pleasure of watching Falcons play control. I think it was last week, and I think it was Roxas putting up some of the most unbelievable individual numbers. So I'm expecting this to be a very, very good matchup between both of us. Otherwise, it's going to be a 3-0. mate?
I'm worried about the 3-0, to be honest, simply because we're heading on Invasion. Again, you talk about momentum, you talk about Xneed and Rojas coming off of double-digit search and destroy, but also just the fact that Anakin, I mean, their opportunity is mainly going to be in the defenses when it comes to this Invasion, and also just because of how one-dimensional it can be. My biggest gripe so far since, you know, watching some of the NA side of things last week on Invasion was a lot of just headbutting through B Street, like nobody trying to do something creative. And unfortunately, when it comes to Falcons versus Anakin Corp, if I expect either team to try and do something creative on the attack, I'm going to be betting on Team Falcons. So I think that's kind of what Anakin Corp might be missing right now.
Yeah, as far as what we saw just from the search alone, Falcons have much more creative gameplay when it comes to those defensive rounds and the routes they take through Invasion. They know these mean streets and they're putting it to good use. In control, very important. You called it, mate. B Street gets a lot of love. That seems to be the main artery where everyone spends their time. But the map there, the actual picture we're looking at of Invasion, that's where we want to see players try to abuse a bit more. The A Street, I'm sure that street has an actual name in game, but that's the one we want to see the fight taking place. Really, really important places to be. Of course, the A zone, that yellow building to the left-hand side, but you already knew that, Challengers viewers, because you're the hardcore of the hardcore. We'll see who's going to be going hardcore or the hardest core in this upcoming match. I think Anakin Core can do it. I threw a lot of cores out there, mate.
You did. It's Corp though. It's Corp. It's not really Core. Like you're saying. Corp.
We pronounce Core. We
Corp.
pronounce it Core.
We? Who's we?
The English speaking world.
Oh, I realize I'm on the EU side of things. I'm the one that's out of the loop. My bad.
It's all good, mate. It's all good. It's all good. Invasion control on its way, folks. Team Falcons, very, very strong sub base. Whether or not they can close out an invasion, if their respawn is anything to go off of here against Anakin Core. But well, I don't know, mate. I don't know. This could be. This could be super spicy, Ali.
But I'm looking at the sub base and I'm losing faith. You know, I just keep looking at the sub base score and I'm losing faith. So I'm gonna block it out from my screen and I'm just gonna look at the invasion. I'm like, yeah, around 11. Like we definitely have some opportunity here. Definitely looking at King Body and stuff. But again, like I said, if they can come up with something creative, you know, I don't know if they're listening in on us. You know, they're maybe peeping the stream. What's up, guys? But just I need to see something more creative on the attack when it comes to the challenger scene in general, and when it comes to these two teams spawning in on Invasion, because it has been a lot of one-sided controls recently.
Has been really one-sided. Well, we're almost ready to get the game going, folks. We're going to take a very, very quick break before we get into this Invasion. This could be the final map in the series, so be cozy and get ready because we've still got lots and lots of cards to still play here. The North American side of Series 2 on its way. For now, quick commercial break. Here we go, folks. Vous allez directly into map 3. Team Falcons and Anakin Core now. Looking at the 3-0. Will it happen? We'll find out. We've got potentially 5 rounds to save the series for Anakin Core. Or will Team Falcons continue to roll through this group stage so far? They're not sitting at the top spot, though. I don't believe. Let me double check that, because I could be very, very wrong. But either way, Ali, we are into this one straight to B.
Yeah, already a very aggressive attack. It's going to be Anakin Corp on the B side trying to get that tick to come through. I mean, this is a hot 3-start stack to start off this round. They're initially trying to lengthen clock as soon as possible. But Falcons, very similar to how we saw in the Search and Destroy. The collapse is coming in on the mini-map. That's going to be 2, possibly the 3rd. It's just going to be Fibrone left by himself on B. The player counting doesn't seem to be in the comms because Falcons are running right past him. He almost gets the second, but the second tick will not come through over on the B site. Now it's going to be Kicks in a 1v3.
Did lovely work. They don't drain that progress either, so if you get a body into B, they should be able to finish it relatively quickly. Still a minute to go here. Anakin Corp, all of them lined up here. Kicks might be able to go huge. That's big enough for now. Gets 2. Roxa Sally with the team fire. Back into it. Fibrone finds another. The defense is good. Is it great? Oh, 0 with the beatdown. Still alive.
Still alive. That second tick is still not through. We got to get a body on this point. 0 maybe thinking about hopping in, but he's just completely ignoring it, pushing up this street, try to go for a couple of kills. His teammate might stop the clock, but we got to get this tick through.
We're going to get it. Fibrone, nice shots. Kicks back on it. They didn't manage to capture B. They're still alive. Mighty fighting out of spawn. King a body. An opening now towards A, but Roxa straight from spawn, straight towards the A street. Should be able to catch these players sprinting. Mighty gets alive on another point. Nice turn. Gun was at the ready. Now you're capturing A.
You are capturing A. There's 1 body here, but 2 and 3 more right off spawn. They're going to go for these kills. That's going to be 1 for Kicks, so 15 seconds left on the clock, and maybe a tick over at A. Maybe the second the bodies are flying in, Mighty's left by himself. That's going to be all the kills going green, and that's going to possibly be the round for Falcons. Maybe you see Fibrone and 0 get on this B point, maybe finish the second tick, but this has got to be a quick stat.
They've obviously got the time to get on it, but will they be able to capture it? Exnid on the flank now. 2 turns it into a 3 spree. Nice shots and the snap onto Yaza. Is it enough to get the capture? The Fibrone once again winning these huge 1v1 fights. Kicks doing what he can, and that should be it. They've cleaned house. Everyone's gone. 0. So close, yet so far. Falcons win the defense.
You know, actually, I gotta say, you know, I was a little mind-blown looking at the minimap, seeing 0 book it towards A right off of the B site. Like, they 4-stacked it, and he said, all right, guys, I'm getting out of dodge. See you later. And he sprints across the middle of the map, make it over to the A site. And it's a good play, except when there's no time on the clock. That is something you do very, very early in the round. When there's only 15 seconds left, your team gets wiped. Like, if you're not there in time, you've basically sold the round. So, again, right idea. Poor execution from the side of Anakin Corp. Now they're going to be on the defensive side of things for Invasion, seem to be more favorable, as all of the aggression is going to be over towards the B site. We're going to have a 2-2 split here. X is good for 2. He might be good for a 3rd. Does get shut down, but this is going to make an opening for, it seems to be Kicks here. Excuse me, King of Body heading his way over to the A site.
Kicks does get streaks. That 6th kill. The confusion there in the kills department is because he was team killed, so he's on a 6 spree, sitting at 9 and 1. Slow capture here on B, but a secure one at that. A lot of players here from Team Falcons in position for it. Nice work on the 2. Fibrone there once again. Fibrone once again. He has been sensational so far for Anakin Corp. It's enough on the defense to hold these players back. Unfortunately, can't account for the trophy. 4 players now up on spawn from Team Falcons. Yaza trying to push them back. Lovely damage, no kills.
It just seems like with Team Falcons, like once they get 1, like the 2 is almost guaranteed. That's now 2 down for Anakin Corp. That should be a tick for B as they find the 3rd. That is nobody from Anakin Corp anywhere close to this site. This should be a stack, but thankfully for Anakin Corp, they do kill the player trying to make its way towards the A site. They're going to have to give this up and just start playing for these push-through kills, as a minute might be added to the clock.
Roxas, 3 in a row. On B. Towards the A side of the map, though, a lot more. That's where the defense is for Anakin Corp. A lot more bodies over there. You're going to let B get finished, potentially, very slowly. And Kicks are waiting for something to happen here. They've made the read, but it's the wrong one. Anakin Corp have slowed down, but they have not slowed down this much. You're burning this time, Falcons.
Yeah,
you want to get on the point.
Yep, you want to get on the point and cap him. We're just wasting time and wasting gunfights. Thankfully, you get 1 or 2. Your teammates off spawner now touching it. Kicks definitely should have hopped on this much sooner to give them more time to work with over towards the A site. But now, 0 is pushed up completely in spawn, and Ice Cream, he will get shut down by Xnid, though, and this is a lot of map control for Falcons currently.
What was it? The 200 IQ play to wait for Anakin Corp to overextend, push out, and now lose the gunfights. Fibrone, though, does not lose them. Roxas pushing the players from spawn. Gets a corner. Good spot to be in. Xnid's there for the trades. Nice work. It's a 2 clean set of kills. Team Falcons in position now to close it out. 9 lives left for Anakin Core.
That's a good two, and that's a good information. They know one player is on A, and the rest are going to be off spawn. Xnit's going to play for these. He's on a 3 as well. He's looking for this final kill, but Fibro and Money, they're going to connect for a 2. They also have this information. So Anakin Corp, great job stopping the bleeding here. This could have gotten out of hand very quickly. Now, only 40 seconds on the clock, but the problem right now is that they only have 9 lives to work with. 12 to 9. Falcons are going to be on the up. Not a lot of time to work with.
Oof. A's up next. And so little time. 12 lives, though. A little bit more than the 9 of Anakin Core, but they are in trouble. Very patient play from Xnit. This is great. That stun's going to connect. Is it going to be enough, though, to help his players get in? There's the move. Fibron caught out of position. Stops the clock. Here we go.
Perfect play out of Xnit there. He's playing, waiting for his teammates. He realized that they needed some help. He gets that information on the player, and then he immediately makes the crossover to the site, and he's still getting the kills. His teammate fights the trade. The problem is it's going to be a 1v1, and he doesn't win it because he doesn't have the health. 10 seconds on the clock. They do get a tick on A, but nobody's going to be close enough to get on this point. This should be a defense for Anakin Corp. There's one player, though, that could win this gunfight. No, it's going to be 0. He wins it. He shoots the bodies just in case there's another one trying to make the hero. And Anakin Corp get on the board. Nice
work. Another defensive round win, as we'd like to see here on Invasion. It's basically, it's the standard. It's the stock standard, folks. It's what you're going to see all year long. And that's going to be that. We swap sides once again. Team Falcons back on defense now.
And it's been a defensive battle, but they did just enough, right? In more traditional ways of invasion control, they did just enough to give themselves 6 ticks now ahead of Anakin Corp. Because remember, Anakin Corp didn't get any on their attack, so they have to start focusing and start thinking ahead in the future for this round number 5 defense, as they're going to full push over towards the safe site.
Oh yeah, we're in A. Anakin Corp are in. Trophies are in position as well. Oh, it's the second attacking round that's always the spiciest, and 0 finds his also. Oh my word, Yazza brought down, so the number's starting to dwindle somewhat, but it's the middle of the map. That's the problem. You can get to B. A 0, lovely spot to be in. Doesn't fire his weapon. Maybe he should have. He needed an extra bullet to win that fight, and Mighty wins the segment. The big bit of work wins the gunfight. Can't get the second. This is a good look out of Anakin Core on the attack.
Absolutely, that's going to be a tick, but now there's going to be some people over towards the B site. Maybe try and get this cap. We're going to leave it for now, as we're going to try and get some control on the map. 0, though, unfortunately, just a little too aggressive, will get shut down as B slowly starts getting a little bit of cap. But look at the mini-map, all of Falcons. Again, we talk about the defensive collapse of this team. It's about to go down.
Fight goes down as well. Kicks. 4 spree, nearly a 5. Teamwork there, though, for the Falcons paying off. Not enough in the body count. Excellent on the in and out fight once again. He's been lethal in those hit and run engagements. The first segment at A, gone. The second segment at B, gone. Fast capture now. There's 2 members of the Anakin Core. Should better get this done. The nade's not going to matter because the trophies were there and help out as well. But that is B, down and out. Middle of the map, wide open. King of Body and Exit find their kills. You're going to see the Anakin Core back on spawn.
And just like that, we're tied in 6 as well. That's going to be all of B gone, and a tick and a half over on the A side. And Mighty, he is sprinting towards this A side, and nobody's going to be here for the contest. He's going to maybe get on dodge. He takes the gunfight for a moment, but this is going to be the second tick gone. This could be an attack win from the side of Anakin Corp, as that almost was the second tick, but a nade will connect for Team Falcons to give themselves some breathing room.
Space to work with. Bit of a 2-2 split. Now a 3-1 for Anakin Core on the approach. They want that A Street battle. And Fibron far forward right now for his team. They've grouped up on the outside of the cafe. 0 is going to be the lone man on the far flank. And you are doing this very slowly. Not a problem, though. You have the time.
You have a minute to work with. You do have a lot of time. And again, we're pushing through this B Street, just trying to get a couple players out of the equation, and that's going to be 3. That's a full wipe. The side of it, they should be sprinting towards the A site. There is a close spawn on Rojas, though. He could get a kill or 2, but these players already stacking the point. That's 2 kicks. Is going to use a streak. We're going to see it get bent and twisted and turned to try and get inside this A site, but he hits a building. That's 2. That's almost 3 ticks. Rojas, you got to slide in. They're just going to cap it.
Oh, we can't account for both, but King of Body. Beautiful teamwork. If he wins this fight, it's all good. If he loses it, the round might be done. Teamwork is there once again. 0, last man up. Alive for Anakin Core. The fight is still on. He can only get 1 on the life. Rewind, take a breath, try once more. What a play from Falcons.
What composure from Falcons. I wish I knew the comms in that situation, because you just know they did a countdown. You just know there was a 3, 2, 1. 9v11 lives now in favor of Team Falcons. Kicks and Need are gonna combine for 2. One player still here to maybe make a play. It's gonna be Mighty. He's unfortunately gonna be met with 3 players on the mini map. He's gonna get shut down. 20 seconds on the clock, and now Falcons are just running through the spawn of Anakin Core.
Oh my goodness, it was so close. Anakin Core, the final 3 and the final 10 seconds. They can do it. But Zero had to win that fight. And Kingabody, 2 in the feed. There we go. Wow, what an attacking round. What a round. Magnificent pinch from Team Falcon. Good comms. Bad news, though, for them. Anakin Core managed to capture a lot of segments in that round alone. So they will be getting defense in that round 5, unless this next attacking round is outstanding for Team Falcons.
I mean, they're realistically... Remember, in that round number 1, they didn't get any ticks. So they're up 1 tick right now on the side of Anakin Corp, if I'm doing my math correctly. So realistically, Team Falcons could just play this slow. They get a capture. They could get that round 5 defense. I could be faded. I don't think I'm faded, though. I'm going to try and trust myself. But they are on the attack now. They're going to push up through the middle side of the map. They're going to make a very odd mid to A push, it would seem. But that's going to be a first blood from Yaza now. Suddenly, basically in a 3v4, as a lot of pressure is being pushed up this B street. Rosehouse is making the read, but there's so many people to worry about, and he still manages to get one. The overview from his teammates is the help, and maybe now we can see some pressure on either side. Yep.
It's a nice look here on the flank here from Kix. On the attack towards A. They're looking to close this one out quickly. He and Roxas working in the pinch. Kix has got to get moving. Unable to keep his teammate alive, but you're still keeping this play going. Slowly but surely now. No trophy, that's the issue right now for Kix. Lovely snap. Fibrone once again. Another great 1v1 win. Kingabody now on the approach. And they might be able to get some time towards B as well. There we go. Stop the clock.
Yeah, they're definitely taking their time stopping the clock over on the B site. But I would also like to shout out, Kix is 24-9. You're not going to be able to win one of those, but he is now. That's going to be one down. The trade does come through, but they are flying towards this A site. Do they read this player in laundry? They do not. Fibrone. And that's going to be it. That's going to be Anakin Corp with a very, very solid A defense. But again, like I said, Team Falcons here have definitely solidified that round 5 defense as the invasion woes go. But I have to tip my hat to Anakin Corp. Incredible stuff, and they are the ones that have gotten the closest to winning an attacking round, so they aren't out of it just yet.
Not just yet, but this is still the final round for them. Oh, here we go. Final round. Defense has been pretty much perfect, as it is here on Invasion. Proceeds to be the same thing. Zero's final grenade explodes. It'll be the ringing of the bell to start this round up. Here we go, folks. One last chance for Anakin Core to stay alive in the series.
One last chance. Round 5. And it's going to be offense for... Did I just completely sell my math? They didn't get any ticks in the first round. All right. Well, I'm faded. So nobody worry about me, but it's going to be Falcons on the attack. And they're initially going to make this giant push over towards this A site. This is going to be 2-3 players now on the middle side of the map, and nobody's really going to be here. They're going to get on A, and that's going to stop the clock, and only 2 members are going to be close enough to maybe contest it, but it's going to be Kix watching the cross. That's going to be 2 for him, and now suddenly, that's going to be taken on A.
Cross covered. Lovely shots. Nice nade. Should connect as well. I think the cars are gone. There we go. Kix gets 2 with it. That's the 3rd. The nades are perfect. All 4 down. Stack A.
My God.
Send 2 players to B quickly. And that is going to be an unbelievable opener here from Team Falcons.
I mean, just beautiful. I mean, this was a 2-2 split from Team Falcons. 2 went mid, 2 went street, and that's A gone. And there's still members here from Anakin Corp trying to contest the players on the rotation over towards the B site, but that's going to be also information now for the rest of the stragglers on the side of Team Falcons. As Kingabody is going for this kill at P1, he's going to connect. I mean, the pace that they are setting right now is just absurd.
Yeah, fantastic. And the defensive work for Anakin Core tough. Set up for the attack towards B from the spawners, but don't forget players like Xneed in the back line. You've taken care of Kingabody as well. So now only 1 player behind you. They've done the math, and there he is on the mini-map. The shots are good, though. Xneed finds his kill. Trying to stay alive here inside blue. They've sent numbers for him. They've read it. Yaza finds it. Towards the front now we go, but it's a foot race towards the zone.
And I mean, he's 30 and 19. I mean, he's doing everything he can for his team, and this has freed up a lot of space for Team Falcons off spawn now, as they can push up this street and don't have to worry about anybody in their spawn. And they have a minute and 30 seconds to work with. A lot of time, and they could slow this down if they want to and set up this perfect push. Trophies down. Here it comes. All 4 players from side of Team Falcons. Number 6 Kicks is out of the play because there he's looking for a flank that isn't coming through. That's going to be 2 down. 0 connects with both, and Yalsa gets the 3rd, and now this push has just been picked apart to pieces.
Yeah, great work. That's a really, really nice defensive hold. Anakin Core find it. And then they take that tiny little steps from one threshold to the next. Here on the defense, they're not overextending. They're not putting themselves in bad positions. So if they do start to lose these fights, which is very possible, because Falcons have gone off spawn, and they have wrapped something like Christmas out there, and the gift is the kill feed that somehow Anakin Core have managed to stay alive. A few kills there on a B now. Fibrone once again wins a big one. Oh, the timing! And a win again! Woo. Fibrone with a brilliant shot.
I can't believe some of the gunfights on the side of Anakin Corp that are winning. We needed this at the start of the map, and now we are reset once again. It is another 4 push from the front. Kicks is trying to hit a route through the middle side of the map, maybe get a player or 2, but the kills are all going to the side of Anakin Corp. That's going to be a 2nd. That's going to be the 3rd. 20 seconds on the clock. It's finally all going to be up to Exit. He does find 2, but 18 seconds. They got to get both these players off and stop this clock.
Mighty, hold them back. Oh, he does more than that. Drives the spear. X needs 7 seconds. Not enough HP. On the flank, though. Kicks with a last-ditch attempt. Can he get involved? Finds 1. Can't get a 2nd. That would have been sensational. Not enough for it. And Anakin Core, they have signs of life yet. Round 5, they're in control. 1. We go to another hard point.
We go to a map 4. Great stuff out of Anakin. The fundamentals have been there. In those last 2 rounds, I mean, just absurd. I mean, just picture perfect from side of Anakin Corp. And also the slaying being able to keep up. Again, 30-19 at one point. A player from the side of Falcons simply Vix needs. So to be able to push that map 4 in the respawn after that map number 1, great stuff, Anakin.
Oh, yeah. Very good stuff. The scary moment as we look across the stats here, the Group B standings right now, as far as the line is drawn, it's at the 5th and 6th spot. So that's where Noctum is currently sitting. I've just seen Noctum appear in the chat saying, come on, Falcons. Because, again, if Anakin Core win this one, that will push them up. Team War, I'm still waiting on the results there. So this could be a very interesting change of events in the Group B standings. Can Noctum find some success? And if Anakin Core lose this, it might come down to a map differential. And I don't know where that's going. But the points, everything can change here. Anakin Core could be out of the competition depending on how this matchup goes. So certainly playing for their lives here. Looking across the stats, the final moments, Ali, it's as spicy as it gets right now.
It is as spicy as it gets. Shout out to Fibron as well, you know, leading his team on that side of things. I definitely saw some serious moments out of him that maybe we were kind of thirsting for in that map number 1, but is a very good defense. Now we're going to head on to Vista, maybe a little bit more breathing room as well as that momentum in the side of them, but Anakin Core, I think the biggest thing right now is they had the fundamentals, just the execution was poor in that map number 1. So maybe learn from your mistakes fairly quickly, but, you know, 1 map at a time.
Indeed. Well, very strong work in the defensive rounds. Now, though, we go to Vista Hardpoint, Ali, you're not wrong. It's going to be crazy. This is a very, very different map. But not too different from Subbase in the sense that it's a lot of running and gunning. So we're going to be seeing some fast moves out both our teams do. Team Falcons have the wherewithal here on a newer map in the COD League to find big old success. Otherwise, we go back to Karachi Search and Destroy. And again, as far as the invasion looked, super, super close. Both teams very adept at search. And again, as far as the standings go, not a lot of change for Team Falcons. They're basically locked into 2nd place here in Group B. But Anakin Core, this could be your tournament on the line. Here we go.
I mean, it's life or death at this point, right? And I have to say I am worried just for the sake of, like you said, it plays very similar to Subbase. And as far as those SMGs go on the side of Team Falcons, it's almost like they're good for 2 almost every life when it comes to respawn. So Anakin Corp, they gotta dig deep in some of these gunfights.
We'll be digging deep in a moment, almost ready to get this one underway. But Team Falcons still on match point. 1 more map is all they need, and they're done here. They can sit happy moving into the bracket stage, which starts tomorrow. It's the same time, same place. The European side of things, again, very, very spicy. But yeah, we're almost ready to go, Ali. Any sort of quick predictions for how this one's going to go? Who's hot? Who's not?
I'm going to have to stick with Team Falcons just because, like, it's an unfortunate card that they got dealt and the fact that they didn't get that round 5 defense. I have to go watch that pack and wonder what planet I was on for some reason, thinking that I thought they had secured it. But I think it's just the invasion woes. You know, it's just a very solid defense from Seven and King Court. But as far as Hardpoint goes, Falcons have showed me a lot more.
Well, they showed you a lot. We'll find out what they've got after this break. We're going to give the players a chance to refresh themselves and get ready for this next map. We will do exactly the same. Don't go too far, folks. We'll be right back after this. Challengers Elite Series 2 continues, boys and girls. Vista, Hardpoint, and now the decider for Team Falcons and Anakin Core. Can we see a game 5, Ali? It's possible.
It's possible. Maybe unlikely. I'm taking the under. I think that's how that would work. But we're heading to map number 3, Anakin Corp, off of an insane round 5 W in Invasion. They were able to flame the fire and maybe bring that momentum here into this Hardpoint, because the first one was a 78-point club. But already, as we head into this first Hardpoint, it is very mixy, and all of the kills are going to the side of Team Falcon.
Yeah, so far. But only 2. 0 from the point into the feed. Gets nothing out of it. Roxas is also trying to get going. As a couple of concussions go out, Ali, the lethals, the tacticals, no trophies just yet, but we're very, very close to seeing just that. What a kill from Exnid. Teamwork again from Team Falcons. The absolute saving grace for them. So far, perfect on P1.
Yeah, I mean, that was some good form out of them. I think he held it right into the ball, so, you know, we're safe for now, but I might have to put a red card on the play later, as now Anakin Corp are able to break into P1 in the last couple of seconds. 10 seconds on the clock, but it is a 29-point lead for Team Falcons, and it is a lot of map control for this rotation, but it seems like Kicks might want to hit ult.
Might. Does. 0 with a pistol. Over to P2, the low courtyard now. Roxas, the first man in there. Can he find time? He will. He's got a trophy to help out as well. Lovely shots from Zero. That is a great win. A 5 spree from Yaza in the background comes to a close. And nice shots again from nearly everybody in the lobby. And I will say, I mean, King of Body has started things off great. That was a 3-piece. So he's 6 and 3 overall. And I do think that is an accurate representation of the stats right now. But Anakin Core, lovely work. They're keeping this play alive. They're keeping this game tight.
We'll say on the flip side, though, Fibron missing a couple of steps from the previous map. That was going to be your lobby leader for Team Anakin Corp, but he's sitting at 2 and 4 right now, trying to soak up some time, but he's left alone in the hill, and unfortunately, all the kills go to the way of Falcons. Only 20 seconds left, though. Nobody really soaked any time here from this P2, and now as we head to this Roto, I mean, Zero is on a mission. That man is flying through the top side of the map to try and play for these spots.
Brian once again in the feed with those wonderful 1v1 engagements. Another somehow on the approach towards this new hardpoint. Zero from bottom, so that's a great cleanup there from Anakin Core. Team Falcons nowhere to be seen except for the right hand side of the minimap, and this is where Yaza is going to do his very best to slow them down. A lot of angles to cover alone, though. If he gets one, great. Any more than that, insane.
And a lot of good priorities here for the side of Anakin Corp. I mean, this could turn into quite the money hill for them, as we're going to see a lead change in just a moment. Closest player is going to be Kicks, but he doesn't really wait for his teammates to make any noise in the back, so he very quickly gets shut down. And that's going to be Yaza holding the back line as well, sitting at 8 and 5, or at least somewhere close to that, as 30 seconds left now on ult, and it seems to be all going for side of Anakin Corp. And Falcons, they aren't even looking for the rotate. They're still committing to this time.
Lovely work again. Anakin Core with a decent lead. They're finding the time. They're finding the kills all over the place. And Zero from behind the bar here. This is wonderful. 15 seconds to go. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to contest this quick. There we go. 2 kills in the feed. Cleaned up. Not enough, though, on the late rotation. But towards the bottom side of the minimap, that's where we're going to next. Spawns are great for Team Falcons, Ali. They should be able to take the lead back here after that tough hard point.
Yeah, some perfect kills and some perfect player counting. As you see, number 3 on your minimap is hunting for this final person in the back. He'll get shut down by Kicks, and now time going to the way of Team Falcons like you predicted, and it's kind of a slower push from Anakin Corp as they're trying to spread out, maybe force their way through the old side of the map to get through for spawns, but that's going to be information too. It's all going to be on what Roxas can do with this info. He's going to have a trophy and maybe a free kill.
Hold the point. Nice shots. Not able to get the last one, though. Zero into the backside of the spawn here. Kicks unfortunately takes care of a teammate, but that's fine. Currently beaming. Kicks can't take care of Zero. Lovely work again on the kills. 20 seconds to go here. Anakin Core, they've still maintained the lead and they're maintaining position.
Maintaining the lead, but they gotta start hitting this road, because this is a long trek across the map. We're gonna be under the bridge. We saw some chaotic spawns and some chaotic plays over on the NA side of things when it came to this hill on this hard point, and we're already seeing some of it now as it's all of Anakin Corp trying to force their way through the back. That's gonna be one, maybe the second. Fibron's on a 4, 11 and 8. He is now picked back up where he left off, map number 3. Time not going anywhere, but at least they're keeping it mixy now as trophies are down. He's on a 5, and somebody's gotta help him to get this cruise.
Yeah, he's done a very good job. Zero, nice work. T-Brain still looking for one more. No, that was so close. That would have been ideal. But either way, Anakin Core have found themselves here on Vista. It's very fast and accurate play as they are maintaining control of the hard point. Mighty schmoving right now. Fibron once again Nice two-piece. I cannot believe he got that as well. 14-9. Beautiful work from the Frenchman.
I mean, Vibron is just flying right now. The confidence of all of the world. 14-9, 2 spree, make it 3. I mean, he is just channeling everything. Finally, he will get shut down, but there is just no time going to the side of Team Falcons, even though they're lighting up this kill feed. 140-75. Anakin Corp with a very comfortable lead currently.
Over to P1 we go once again after the first go around. Anakin Corp with a strong lead. Kingbody in the hill. He's been able to get at least one out of it. Pinched his eye on. Xnid, nice shot. 0. Only can get one in the trade there. The last man standing is going to be Roxas with the time.
First push shut down. Map finally hitting the 100-point mark is going to be Team Falcons. I feel like the spawn kind of awareness isn't as good as it was during that sub base. Maybe a little bit of a weaker map for them. But again, they get this final 30. We're still looking at a tied game. But here comes the push from Anakin Corp. But King of Body with a huge play to get a couple players in the back. But somehow it is still Anakin Corp that comes out on top, keeps him off the time, and still has the spawns for new, as there's a couple of players towards the bottom side of the map looking for this info.
Mighty winning another one. P2. Here we go, Ali. First time it was not good for either team. This time round, let's see if it can be a little bit better. Falcons with the opportunity to take the lead back, but lots of work still to do here. The P1 contest is done. A few seconds now to be had. But over towards the second hard point. King of Body in the middle. Oh, doesn't sniff out Mighty, who's got a great spot in the corner there. Gets 2 on that life. And now a 3-man hit to the 2 members of Falcons on the point. And they've held it admirably. Wicked work from Kicks up top. 20-13.
Kicks stopping the bleeding there as Mighty again made the hero play to get those 2 in mid to give his teammates some time, maybe some chaos to push forward, but unfortunately they waited just a second too long. So now the lead change comes through. Falcons, they're going to be up 144, 141, but Kicks is going to be the main star right now on a 4. He will get shut down. Fibron has just stolen away every inch Falcons have been trying to get themselves into this map.
Yeah, did it. Opportunity for the lead change. Still a bit of work to do, but Xnin and Kicks finding their kills respectively. Now an open hard point, nobody to be seen for Anakin Core, as they will now move across map towards the bar. Foot race is on. Xnid also looking to get it done. 0. Removing players from the old hard point the best they can. The bar is now ready to go, Ali. And Anakin Core in position.
They are, and that's going to be a complete 4 wipe. So they're going to get a lot of this time in the lead change. Once again, a very, very close matchup, and Fibron is in the perfect spot. He's got that mid control. He's going to hit him in the back, but he does get caught out just by a millisecond in King of Body's peripheral. So that's 1 player down. This is the push from Falcons, and it's looking great. That's a second. Zero's trying to stay alive, but he gets hunted by Xnid. Rosas gets the 3rd, and that's going to be a perfect break from Falcons.
Yeah, clean break. Varian. That's their hard point.
Oh, but it's
Fibron finds 2. What a win. Unfortunate nade from Yaza there to stay it. Less than 30 seconds to go here on it, and Xnid. Oh dear, doesn't finish the kill. Just about. Trade's now done. You've got space to work with the Anakin Core, but you have to find the kills. Roxas is there. Trade's done. Mighty's hard point all alone. 15 seconds. You might want to grab this time. Xnid has got a very difficult task of either taking care of the hard point, oh dear, or taking care of the new one, Ali. Anakin Core setting themselves up for another great rotation.
And the problem is he has a Rival 9 in hand, and although it can shoot across the map like an AR, it's still not the most ideal in this situation, as he's going to get taken down here in the back. Roskas was able to make his way towards the back to replace him, though he does have an MCW, but now he wishes he had a Rival 9 in this gunfight, as he's trying to hunt out Yaza. He knows this player is there. He's going to get him, but unfortunately his teammates don't win any of the gunfights in the front side of things. And that's breaking the 200-point mark if you're Anakin Corp. 208 to 165 with 40 seconds possibly in your back pocket.
Great work. Over the 200-point mark we go, and Anakin Core looking to force the game 5. It's a Karachi search and destroy if we have to get there. Through the top window, though. Xnid finds 1. Drop down. Mighty makes mid-map safe. Yaza cannot get anything done. So the break is in. Falcons have the point. 0 will do this alone for now.
Stun does it through. The information is there, and he somehow challenges the hill and still gets the kill, and he gets the second, and he's shooting bodies, because what are you challing? That's going to be the final second, 10 seconds over to the side of Anakin Corp. Now putting them basically at 230 to 173, 20 more seconds, and we're heading to a game number 5. Falcons, they've been getting all the kills around the hard point. The problem is they're not cleaning up the final one in the hill, and then they're allowing too much time for the players off spawn to get back into position. So we're back to bridge, we're back to time, not going really to either side. And King of Body, I mean, he's in war.
Oh, he's going through it. Kicks on time. Fibron from down low. He should be able to get at least 1 out of this. Kicks great hold so far. Pinch though, 0. Oh my word, wins that fight as well. Nobody in the time. As Mighty doing everything he can to keep the Falcons off balance. Oh, the wings have been clipped for now, though, Ali. They're making their way towards the point once again. But the Anakin core, again, with the kills.
And it's Fibro. It's Fibro in the front lines. He is hunting for these kills, and he wants them bad. 233, I think, can still win off of this hard point. And Falcons, they got to start connecting on some of these kills on the time, but it's Mighty on a 5. He might go on a 6. He will get shut down. They can no longer win off of ult. They have to rotate towards this P1, but Falcons, they have had a very strong P1 in the past 2 rows. So again, we could see this come down to a wire.
Yeah, both teams have been very successful on P1. And this time, though, big kills from Zero and Fibro. And this is the march towards game 5. It starts right here, final 5 seconds. Oh my goodness, the contest is there. Fibro can't win any more fights out of it. Oh my good god, King of Bodies in. Ali, the break's good. It's not over yet.
King of Bodies there, he's got 2. They might break the 200 point line, but they can't win it here. So not only do they have to play it perfect, they have to hit the row as well. I'm wondering where Fibron is on the map. He's dead. There is no contestment from the side of Anakin Corp right now as King of Bodies on a 3. He might go on a 4. He said to shut up, I'll do it myself. He's going to take down Zeron with the rival 9 and head his way back over to the time. 20 seconds to be had. 246 to 212.
Oh.
Somebody's in it. But they get shut down.
Oh, they got the contest so quickly there. Final 15 seconds. Good work out of Anakin Cord. Oh, Fibro! He snuck in! There's the contest. Roxas stays alive. The hard point still goes. But the next one is at open, and it's Mighty winning the fight. It's 2 seconds. You have to send it, Falcons. Otherwise, game 5 is in our hands. Mighty can't stay alive for any longer. The Falcons are in.
They're in. They made the cross. They made it through the stairs, and they got all the kills around the hill. Now they got to play very close and tight knit to this hard point because it is 2 seconds. And Team Falcons, you've got to play this perfect. 46, 233 to 248. Here comes the push from Anakin Corp in the front. It's trades back and forth. Rojas finds 2.
Holding it still together. The lead changes on the horizon. They're in. The kills are there. The quick contest. Ring around the Rosie. Roxas wins this fight. Killing spree still there. He might be able to call it a streak in a moment. Who knows? King of Body wins another one. We're in the time. Falcons are running out of lives. They're running out of ammo. They're running out of nades. They've got to hold on here. Final 20, Ali. And you are sending it if you're Anakin Core. The nades are there. Off spawn. Mighty into the feed. The Falcons have somehow done it. I don't believe the comeback.
That was one of the best hard points I think I have seen in the past 2 months.
Exactly.
Maybe the year. Maybe the year.
That's why you need the good spawns. Falcons, they have the high ground the whole way. I mean, there is an Anakin Skywalker joke in there that I will leave because it's low-hanging fruit. But you got the high ground, you have the spawns. Falcons are able to just get nades and stuns over that position much better. Not a trophy to be seen in the final moments there. It was an absolute calamity, but Falcons get it done.
I mean, and you got to think about those blessed P1 spawns, right? Because every single time that you think Anakin Corp has that wipe, there's going to be a player from Falcon spawning on that P1 and able to get the stairs to watch that cross and watch that push to help the one player left in time. I mean, that was just insanity.
Insane. Well, look at the stats. Kicks had one hell of a map, had a hell of a series. 35 and 26. Multiple 30 bombs there across the board. Nearly 7,000 damage as well. So good job from those boys. Crazy, crazy work on Vista there. As that one went all the way. Preposterous looks, Ali. And I mean, what do you do?
What's funny? You know what's hilarious is I believe it was Fibron in that final P5 that he shot bodies after getting that second kill. And then it just, everything kind of went downhill from there. They lose that time on P1. They get pushed off of rotation. And then they lose to King of Body getting the 2-piece. I mean, it writes itself, Don't shoot bodies until the series is over.
Look, it was a really nice 2-piece, I can't lie.
It really was.
But, that's the way it goes. Looking at the highlights, you can see a very, very interesting game here of Hardpoint. Anakin Core with a nice lead. They started things off so strong. They started things off so well. Very good. Nice job in the feed. Nice job in the rotation. But in the end, you lose out to an insane P2 finish, which we have seen quite a few of in, both in the challenger side and of the CDL side of things. That seems to be the hard point where things just get crazy. There it is, folks. The beginning of the end.
It's not Fibron, my bad.
It was the beginning of the end. Desperation and just good spawns and great numbers there from Team Falcons. They had the right place to be spawning again. Top of the stairs where you want to be sending it from. Everyone there funneled in. Look at that game flow. Very back and forth. The DNA of this game. A banger. 2 seconds in the end was all it took. Team Falcons, GG's. They get the win.
They do, and I mean, you can just see like it was very close, and there's like a huge disparity right in the middle between those P4s all the way back to that P1 during the reset, and then that P1 and P2 is where a lot of where Falcons found a lot of their success, and that's why it's worrisome, because with the way the rotations are going to work, we end on that P1 to P2 where they found that little bit of success that would allow them to then clutch up and somehow steal map number 4.
It was a steal. It really was a steal. Great job there. What a series that was. The sub base, don't want to talk about it, frankly, but the invasions were very spicy indeed. Lovely work on the search and destroy there from Falcons. That defensive round, I think it was 2 or 3, was very, very hot. What a pinch. What a flank. The phalanx. They absolutely nailed that one. The invasion control, good work again out of Team Anakin. They really fought tooth and nail to get that defensive round, and they absolutely smoked it. Good work on the offense as well. Quick look at the standings now, folks, because this changes things, boys and girls. This is our Group B matchups, and things got turned on their head. We've just had a massive update that Team War is down 2-1 against 5 Media Clan in their matchup. So again, looking at the standings for Nocturne, they're going to be tied up as things go for that. Everywhere down from 3rd down to 5th. That is going to be a tie situation. During the North American broadcast, we will have a full update on exactly where those standings sit, but for now, that is a 3-way tie that you don't want to be in.
No, you do not want to be on that 3-way tie, especially when it looks like it's talking about the cusp, right? Like any possibility of Noctum even like slipping their way up in those standings, like that's getting a little risky.
Yeah, bottom 2 teams don't make it through to bracket play starting tomorrow. Same thing for our North American side of things that's taking place today as well. That's after these matches. We're all done here, so we're going to that shortly shift and start taking you through that. Man, what a crazy day, Ali. We've seen all sorts of shenanigans today. We do say goodbye to, I do believe, Special Teams and Miracle in Group A for the European side of things, and we're waiting on the results here. Drillers didn't manage to get a win. They were looking all right on those 6-star hardpoints, but not able to get a win in any of those big series, so they're sitting at 0-5. Pretty much toast for them, but we will find out what happens in that 3-way split, mate. Oh my god, I can't wait.
I can't wait. I want to relive that map for it. I might have to go relive it during this break.
Well, you're on YouTube, mate. You can do whatever you like. You can hit the rewind button. You can hit pause. You can do whatever you like. Folks, thank you so much for joining us today. We are now ready to pass it over to the North American side of the Challengers Elite Series 2. Myself and Ali, thanks for hanging out. We had a great time. Everyone on the production also loved every second of today's shows. We hope you enjoyed the games. We hope you enjoyed the North American matches. We'll see you all tomorrow for bracket play.
What's up, COD fans? Welcome back to Challengers Lead. I'm Michael Jeff. With me, I've got Study, and now we swap into the final moments of the group stage for Season 2 here in North America. Jay, I will say, you're looking very comfy, looking very cozy.
Thank you.
I don't imagine that the games are going to feel the same, because there's a lot on the line for some of the teams we still have left.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot on the line. I was looking at the standings. We have Group A with 3 teams potentially going to be tied at 1 and 4. That's insane to me. And then even in Group B, a couple teams potentially be tied at 2 and 3. So down to the wire, every squad needs to be locked in.
Indeed the case. Well, earlier today, Europe definitely gave us some entertainment, to say the least. We will lock in the playoffs for what happened after their group stage finished, and a couple of games really did come down to the wire. That Team Falcons Anakin Corp game. Well, I know that there's some conversations happening on Twitter right now about tiebreaker situations in that group, but little to be known, Anakin Corp really threw it away. They were up big, like 240 to 180 on a Vista Hardpoint, started shooting bodies, and then Falcons won 250, 248. So, you know what? Finish off your maps. You can complain all you want on Twitter. Fact of the matter is, you guys choked. So they will find themselves out of the playoff running. Not to be sports, find themselves slipping above them for the top 4 out of that group. And then the top 4, of course, from Group A, which is a little bit more easy to read, will also be joining them. So right off the get-go, I'm looking at that matchup at the top. Omit EU going up against Team War. Team War likes to consider that to be a rivalry. Omit EU does not. So we should be interested to see how fireworks flare in that one tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, they've been taking care of Team War for quite some time. Even since last stage, they beat them in the grand final. I'm pretty sure they probably beat them at the event as well. So, Omit, they're licking their chops going up against Team War in that first series.
Yeah, it was going to be a really fun day. And then, of course, for us, hey, we still have potential tiebreaker situations of our own that could potentially come through, especially as you start to look over towards Group B. Of course, a lot of teams that are still sitting at 2 wins, in particular with a couple of the reschedules that need to be made. But immediately, you look at 4, 5, and 6 in Group A, 1 and 3, 1 and 3, 0 and 4, but in control and 4th space play each other. So there is the potential to determine who gets out of the relegation portion of this second split, that it could be a 3-way tiebreaker at 1 and 4 if 4th place can kind of control their own destiny and do the work versus in control and find themselves a win.
And they definitely can, too, because I'm pretty sure last season that was Spacious Tacos. We're talking about Sam Welly, Pro MR, John Exotic, who made it to the grand finals in the Elite of last season. So even though they're sitting at 0 and 4, they still have a potential to cause an upset, I guess you could say, versus in control to keep it a little bit funky in Group A.
Yeah, absolutely the case. FaZe Black, though, very comfortable. Boston Academy, comfortable. And SGP Syndicate, also very comfortable. But the thing about it is, whether you've made it to playoffs or not, there's still a lot riding on the line of trying to get yourself into that #1 seed, which in all instances, FaZe Black versus SGP is going to have some influence over that in one form or another. Whether we get our save the potential of a 3-way tie up top or not, there will be opportunities for FaZe Black to, again, kind of control their own destiny and do what the team name has always done, which is win. The thing about it, though, Jay, you know, after Boston, they win there. They have to make a couple of roster changes because their roster got picked apart by the CDL. They don't have the same kind of success as they started to make their way through Miami, but now back in for Season 2, they've been pretty perfect with Purge joining the roster.
Yeah, Purge joins the roster because Joe Deceives once again entered back up to the starting lineup for LAT, so they had to figure out who they're going to get as their 4th, but I just think whoever the hell you put on this roster, you could probably put me and you, Alan. You know, we're not the best, you know? We'd probably still be undefeated a little bit, just the way that they have a recipe for success with this FaZe Black roster. Obviously led by Brack and Exceed, who have been doing a lot of winning so far in this game. They're trying to go 5-0, potentially again.
And I think the interesting thing about this team is, you know, Purge is kind of stepping more back into that flex role that he was really kind of made famous for when he played for Omit at the end of last year. Instead of trying to hard run an SMG or hard run an AR, which seemed to be kind of the case back and forth between whatever season you wanted to look at for that Vegas Legion team. So there's a level of trying to assert some redominance, be considered by another squad. But at the same rate, it also comes with the consideration of what role does Purge really find himself facing, because, you know, same thing can be said. Brack, also a very flexible player. Exceed, probably going to be one of the main SMGs for this squad. And Dylan Rex, who had a great first season, has a chance to really kind of show up and show off here, maybe giving himself a bit of a spotlighted look towards the CDL in the future.
Oh, yeah, those guys can definitely turn it up. And I think for all the players who go from the Pro League all the way down to Challengers, They just hit that next level when it comes to the confidence aspect. We saw it last season with Joe Deceive. He was a main submachine gun, but in certain situations, he's pulling out the AR. He's slaying with the best of them, and then when you get that call back up, that's what makes you in that next level play field. So I just think if you are Purge, just getting better with every single weapon, making sure your mind is straight, ready to go in any situation, that's what you get knocked down a challenge for, to just improve your game in any aspect.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Now, again, you kind of saw it on the schedule. There is a secondary match that we'll also be taking a look at, that Lagliners versus Boston Academy matchup. And I'm not going to lie, initially, kind of coming into this season, I wasn't sure if we were going to get a Boston Academy team with how many players had been picked up. But Awakening back into the mix with this squad, Cammy continues to be incredible throughout this season to the point. And yeah, Boston Academy still in a very powerful position to come away possibly with the #1 seed out of their group, depending on the result today.
Yeah, you gotta come out. You gotta come out swinging versus a team like LA. Out of the Lagliners, who are looking for that win. They are going to be hungry because they want to basically solidify themselves, not force it to be a three-way tie with anything fishy going on. So they're going to be going hard. But Boston Academy, they just have to figure out how they're going to put it together. Obviously, we know they've had a roster full of players. Like you said, people's getting called up to the main team. Now you got to figure out who you're going to put in. But you got some great players on your roster now. Awakening, who was on Minnesota, he can definitely shoot with the best. He just has to get that confidence back underneath his belt. And then 2 Real always, for some reason, figures out how to get it done. Not really in the slang, but always the objective mind of win you games. So I'm really excited to see this new form of Boston Academy.
And keep in mind that as we're seeing the highlights from this FaZe Black series, this was a matchup that did go to 5. So in terms of obviously FaZe being the undefeated squad, it was 1 map away for the side of Boston Academy that could have found themselves in their position of power. But regardless, this has been a very competitive group between the top 3 in particular. And some of that has come by way of a bit of surprise. You know, again, the seeding from one season to the other, some of that is kind of manipulated by who makes what roster changes. And in particular, of course, Awakening coming to the mix after having been in the league, kind of maybe overly stacked this particular group. So the action has been super tight up top for the top 3. And like you mentioned, I will also say Yeez and 2 Real playing together is something that does provide a certain level of tempo and gusto. So should be fun to watch those guys. But kind of taking a look over at the schedule again, that's our first block of matches. In the second block, we'll be taking our focus over largely towards Group B. That Lore versus Omit Brooklyn game in particular could be a very, very important one. Both of those 2 teams at 2-2. And the only team confirmed as being eliminated right now is Chaos Esports. So with 4 teams in this group sitting at 2-2 or 2-1, the reschedule game that's supposed to happen, plus that matchup, could determine who the second team to be relegated is.
Oh yeah, this Group B is going to get mixy all the way to the very end, Alan. Like you said, they gotta make up for that one match that they haven't played yet. So there's a possibility where 3 teams could potentially be tied up at 2-3, and then we could have the same exact thing that happened in EU happen in NA. So if you're one of these teams that are thinking about that situation, just don't choke. Just literally don't choke today. You should be okay.
Yeah, the Demons going up against the Spartans. That's going to be an interesting one because, again, the Demons were the team that were having some issues and needed to reschedule. So the Houston Spartans, you know, we didn't get a lot of time to see them on air last season, but, you know, they definitely kind of made us fans, in certain words, after the run through the playoffs, really kind of putting up a fight versus a very strong and powerful Boston Academy team. But the thing about this Houston Spartans team, it's like, what has to happen for them to be near the top of the NA leaderboard? Because their performances at LAN have been good, you know, not great necessarily. They've gotten to a place of trying to get to Sunday, just haven't found the main stage at the end of these majors. And then the kind of the same thing here, playoff runs seem like a guarantee. It just comes down to how lengthy those playoff runs actually last.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's like you want to play COD all the way to the very end. You want to make it to the grand finals. And I know for at least Glowfrosty and Wiz, they did it at the first major of the year alongside Trace and alongside Geo, who went up to the Pro League. But you get now a couple new teammates in Fire and Spark. Those guys have been around the block once or twice. They know exactly what's going on. So it's about putting it together at the right time. And with them currently sitting at the record that they are at 3-1, you have a possibility to go 4-1 if you just close out your final series, and then you're feeling great.
Yeah, and I really want to put a lot of focus on Glowfrosty, I think, in particular, because he was in that grand finals in Boston on the main stage when he was playing with Lore, now picked up with the Houston Spartans. He's been having a very good year as kind of a stapled AR that has been in the scene for a while. So will be interesting, I think, just kind of tell that story as we go. But Lore Gaming on the other side, two different teams that they've put together. One, kind of going through it has been, I would say, not a surprise, but, definitely one that has had its interest in terms of what they've been able to put together to this point, largely because you do have that combination of Temp and Capsidal. But you got to keep in mind that Flames has just recently been picked up.
Yep.
So there will be a substitution coming into this last matchup in the form of Gravity.
Yeah, Tom Gravity, though, he's a great player. He's a very consistent player, and he's one of those players that is very comfortable around the circle of players that he plays with. We're talking about Donnie Temp, who's been alongside him for a long time, even Prolu. Just that small little circle, these guys are always just going left and right with each other or switching out teammates left and right. I feel like he's going to fit this roster well. Lore Game, these guys have been around the block for quite some time. Capsidal, we know what he's capable of. Prolu and Temp, always Temp putting up the kills that he does, and Prolu thinking about that objective. Just now, when you bring in that new player, every other match that you have already played is basically thrown out the window because those strategies, now you have to implement Tom Gravity into it, and that might cause a little bit of a mayhem. Yeah,
and just for what it's worth, I know that the LAG official account hasn't posted about the move, but look,
we know.
We have to say it because clearly it's just like, what do you mean Flames isn't playing? So if you did not know, if you had not heard the rumors, so that's happening. And you're welcome. You can clip it, throw it to CDL Intel, and you can call us spoilers. But you know what, LAG? Renounce your roster before we have to do it for you, because, we have to. So this is the new squad. And I think this is actually one of those moments where, for Tom Gravity, it kind of feels like a coming in of a role that you should expect to play. He's always been kind of a main stapled main AR. You expect that will likely be the case again with Prolud and Temp flexing around him depending on what maps they get.
Yeah, no, I expect that's exactly what you're calling. Like, Temp is always going to be that aggressive flex player in the AR. Prolu, he's going to have to go back and forth with that SMG in hand alongside Capsuda. So Gravity just has to come in and be basically like the statue for this roster. The consistent guy, the early off the rotation, holding down these power positions, shutting down the lane to make the game easier for the rest of your team.
Yep, absolutely the case. So, again, lots to be looked at in terms of players that have all seen the league at one point in time and what can they do to get back. And, I don't know where we're at in terms of how close we are towards games, so I'll just kind of throw this softball question out there for you, Jay, because, we've seen this now over the course of the first season, now into the second. Players in the CDL do get moved into challengers. They continue to fry. They continue to pop off. On the other front, you look at players like Pentagram in his debut this last couple of weekends has not been particularly great, and it almost feels like players that are getting their shot at the challengers are trying to force too much. Like they're getting away with so many stuff in challengers, they're trying to recreate that in the CDL, and it's not happening. So are you kind of looking at the rest of this stage in terms of the players that are just individually going bananas and just doing whatever they want, or are you trying to promote maybe more of that system player to try to help out in some of the teams that are going to have one more chance to potentially make a move?
I think the system player is exactly what I'm looking for because everyone can go out there and get kills. We see it from the CDL. Joe DeCease, he was up there dropping 15, 16 kills per respawn, but then comes down to challenges, and now his confidence is a whole different level. Now he's 30 per. He's taking that back up to the league, though. That's the difference, is when you're developing as a system player, it makes it a lot easier for you to understand where your role is and what you need to fill. But when you're a player that's coming in just strictly off raw talent, like, this is what I do best, you guys have to play around me, that's what makes it very difficult to find that transition into the pro league because you're not going to have that comfortability. You're playing against the best players in the world. You're probably roaming around in challengers, getting a 2Ps here and there, but then when you're playing against pro teams, you don't even have the timings or the opportunities to do that. So if you're a great system player, that's what makes it, at least for me, a better transition for you to make it up to the pros.
Yeah, I like the call. And, you look at certain players that have kind of been borderline stuck in the challenger space, and maybe they're the system players that aren't finding the most amount of value in terms of total kills, KD ratios, whatever it happens to be. So, yeah, it should be curious, I think, because this is another one of those seasons where constant challengers changes puts in jeopardy who your current favorites are. Even off of, what we currently have in our group stage standings, I still think that you look at Group A in particular, those top three, I think any of them could beat each other, no problem. And for Group B, we're still trying to figure things out because we don't know exactly what Spittin' Demons is going to be able to give us in terms of an offer because they're still working on some reschedules. And with a 3-1 team at top and a potential of 4 teams at 2-2, that does provide some interesting context in terms of who are the actual strong squads out of that group.
Yeah, obviously we can know Group A is going to be very, very tough. But like you said, Group B is just a whole lot of unknown factors. Obviously, we have players who have been in the CDO, players who have been dominating throughout challengers, but anything can happen on any given day in Call of Duty. You just have to be able to perform on this day so you can create some space between you and the rest of the competition.
Yeah. Love the call. Well, okay, we are just about ready to get into our first slot of scheduled matches. Again, our primary focus will be with FaZe Black going up against SGP, where, again, I just have the firm belief that after what we got from FaZe Black and Boston Academy, that this very well could be a series that could see it go all the way to 5. Doesn't really feel like there's much difference between the two, whereas our secondary focus will, again, be an important matchup in terms of trying to stay away from that requalification, as the Lagliners and Boston Academy matchup is ready to go. So we'll jump on in with their in-process game on Subbase right off the get-go.
Oh, this is fun. This is going to be the first time I actually get to cast over my Call of Duty son in Craze. Last season, he could not find a W. So far, he's only found 1 W so far in this Elite. But into the Subbase we go. Lagliners versus Boston Academy. Boston trying to go 4-1. Lagliners trying to avoid that 3-way tie in Group A. As we already are done with P1 off the rotation to P2. And it should be Lagliners early setup. At least for now. They had the back spawns, but Big Wig comes in and gets double.
Yeah, just gets up top off the jump window and sprays down a couple of players. Cammy now taking the forward step. Oh, what a read on Democ. Easy elimination. Keeps his life just for a little while longer. Big Head, the next contestant from the back, but this is a split spawn situation for the Lagliners. Cammy does well to get on to 4 in a row. Has to read this next hit, and he may have broken a bit of timing. The beatdown comes out to get kill number 5, but Craze confirms the trade. The Lagliners will reestablish their break.
Yeah, that's good stuff for Lagliners to walk away with at least that break for P2, but this is going to be the stream on the Bravo stream. Make sure you guys tune into that one if you want to continue to watch this match. But I think the main one is ready to go, Alan. A little bit of FaZe Black, a little bit of SGP. Who's going to take the #1 seed? We should have it here soon.
Indeed the case. So again, make sure you follow up off the YouTube channel at youtube.com Call of Duty Challengers, or COD Challengers, pardon me, and pull up both of the streams. The Bravo stream will be focused on that Lagliners Boston game, and our main focus will go with whenever this game is live here. Again, like you mentioned, Jay, for that top spot. So, Syndicate, Lunars, Cruz, Eric, Boom, and Gunzy. And, well, we will have another reset here. Looks like there may have been some mix-up in terms of whether it was server or host or side or whatever it happens to be. Just Challengers things. It's fine. They should have started 20 minutes ago, but it's fine.
It's all good, you know? All right, that's why we have 2 streams. That's why you have 2 matches going on at the same time. We're going to instantly jump back over to Bravo, where Boston Academy obviously had a response at P3 to tie this game up. But with only 23 seconds left, Lagliners know we cannot be too aggressive. We do not want to spawn it towards the back, but that decision might already be made for them, because Boston Academy are finding every single kill in the feed, currently on the 9-team streak.
Yeah, looking pretty positive, to be sure. Dimensions also following up, so looks like this rotation should be locked in. Awakening throwing a little bit of consideration over towards the stack towards P2. Craze looking for an exit. Has Yeez in his sights, and I would say it should be a freebie. Still not a freebie. Excuse me!
Oh my god.
Goodness gracious. Okay, a little sloppy, but Craze still finds the kill. Does get traded out, and actually Boston are going to use that as a chance to get really far forward. Spawns are still in for the Lagliners, but they're being looked at from multiple angles.
Oh, but at least they're clutching up in these gunfights. Everyone's spawning in towards the back end, and everyone finds a kill at the right moment. It's a clean 4 dead. Lagliners is going to be able to take the lead right on back. And with only 35 seconds left, Boston Academy are now forced to hit their early rotation and potentially find a break through the front. But it's not going to be easy, because you know the crossfires are going to be set up. They know exactly where all the pressure's coming in from. This has been a great response from the Lagliners to take the lead, and take the lead by a little bit now.
Good moment of separation. Scrap 15 seconds. Looks pretty much guaranteed for them. Moving over to the rotation, go to 5. Cammy already playing over towards the stacks. He's also down low. Okay, this is what I was kind of worried about. Boston can really light you up really quick. And now look at the map positioning. Dimensions from top glass will also be taken out from Awakening from behind. So the zone around P5 is absolutely beautiful. The push out also comes through, and Boston absolutely know that the Lagliners are spawning back over towards the 3rd hill.
Yeah, that's the worst case scenario right there if you are the Lagliners, because you cannot afford to go a clean 4 dead at P5, because now you don't have the opportunity to go straight through warehouse and contest this hill. You're going to allow Boston Academy to walk away with a majority of the time, but just the routes that you have to now take to try to work a break on this P5. But still 30 seconds remaining. Lagliners have worked their way up the middle of the map. They're trying to contest it, but it's still Boston Academy knowing where the pressure's coming in from as Yeez finds a double.
And this is a dangerous moment for the Lagliners. He's now moving his way across the middle of the map.
Wow.
Shots towards Dimensions. Following up. Dead Silence in play, but Big Head able to take him out of commission before really any more nuisance can be affirmed. Awakening 13-7 start for him. Double positive nearly. He's 16-11, and Boston are ripping apart the lag ladders again on rotation as we go back to 1.
Now we go back to 1. Boston Academy have taken the lead right on back. I'm pretty sure primary game is going to be ready to go. So you guys can definitely check this one out. YouTube.com/Call of Duty Challengers. It's going to be on the Bravo stream, but I finally think that the Alpha one is ready to go.
Oh, we hope so. I'm sure the YouTube chat's saying, let us watch Call of Duty. I'm sure that's 100% what's being said right now. We're right there with you. We're hopefully ready to go, though, like we said, for this map number 1 between FaZe Black and Syndicate. And it looks like this time no one's shooting each other out of spawn. So here we go. Syndicate, FaZe Black, looking for a chance to assert dominance over their group in group number A. Group letter A, as there'll be an opener here on Vista.
And look at this route already by Eric Boom. Unfortunately, it is going to get sniffed out, but I love that play. Just try to initially set up a pinch over towards that P1 hill, not try to fight all the gunfights head-on, headstrong, but FaZe Black, they read it to perfection. They're the team early on with the P1 time. And now all of SGP trying to find a way on in, but they cannot get any kills until Eric is to find a double, make it a triple. The break is in for Syndicate.
Really clean stuff. Eric Boom not going to be able to get more. The stun definitely affecting his ability to chase down that final kill. So maybe a chance here for a fight back as FaZe Black are just trying to work their way around the outside. Scunzy a little bit of trouble here. Don't often see him running a full-on SMG, but someone's going to have to for the Syndicate squad, especially with Looters and Crews mostly being AR players. And at the moment, things working out pretty decently. Rotation over towards 2, though, going to be a 1v1 and exceed. A huge start for him. Talk about a system player, 6-2, 3 in a row, and he gets the opening time here on the second hill.
Yeah, now he's starting to think about that objective. This is how you get it done in every single aspect of the game, but now the spawns get a little bit funky. If you are Dylan Rex, you know that that is a parallel. Someone has to be going for a pinch, but actually going to be right behind you in towards the warehouse. All out mixed fest over towards the Burger Town as well. All of Syndicate spawning on that side of the map. And FaZe Black know exactly where the pressure's coming in from, but there's just way too many angles to focus on. And with only 25 seconds left, you now got to start thinking about that rotation to next.
Yeah, decent shutdown for Crews. Be interested to see how things go with him after his College COD Grand Finals didn't quite go as well as he would have hoped from yesterday. Shout out if you watched that matchup. But for now, just trying to get himself going here in the challenger space. And a little slow start, but Syndicate looking good through the scrap time, not just on the hardpoint, but really good clearance at mid-map here, Jay, and they're going to have a pretty solid idea in terms of where FaZe Black are trying to approach this break from.
Oh, yeah, this is perfect because, unfortunately, Eric Boom might get some bad Call of Duty timing, but he comes back and makes over for it with the gunny. And that's already now 3 dead in the feed. Luna finds himself on 5 in a row. This has been a perfect rotation, a perfect chain of hardpoints. Just can't allow Brack to just fly on through the front to find a double. So now you give FaZe Black another opportunity to find a break.
Dylan from the front, able to contest and neutralize the hardpoint time, but Luner's now on 7 in a row. Hell of a 4th life here for him. Clears things back out over the top at the info desk. And I'm trusting the rest of the teammates. They can just handle that. The hit has to come from the front. Really well received initially as Cruz gets the first. Purge still alive, though. Has not been chased down. Lunars has to give up his angle to come back and help his teammates, and just as he does, he has to stay a little while longer because Exceed and Brack are nearby. So a little bit of scrap time here for FaZe Black, but it's stalled out a little bit of this rotation from Syndicate, knowing they need to try to lock things down over the backside of this hill. And as 9 is the magic number for Lunars, the rest of Syndicate follow up, and they will get the rotation over the new.
Yeah, they're playing perfection so far. We're talking about a P2 to P3 and now potentially a P4 chain. Just got to read where the pressure's coming in from. Big kill coming in from Delarex around the back end, but that trade is instantly going to be there, so Syndicate still maintain the back spawns. Now you just have to win these next couple of fights in front side of Burger, and they can start blowing this game wide open. FaZe Black have to put themselves in a better position. We have to think about the fundamentals if you want to try to fight back into this game.
Good little zone of control from Gunzy initially. Alerts the troops from the low ground where exactly this phase hit is starting to come from. Trophy system has been deleted, though, so all these nades on their way in are going to find a bit of value. Eric Boom following up with a double just over the top of the hard point. Now he's on 6, and streaks are starting to amass across the board for Syndicate. Eric now on 7. One more player in the corner. He's feeling it.
Man.
How about it for the young man? 18 and 8, and Syndicate will immediately call him the Cruz, looking to help out Cruz on the backside of this new hard point.
Yeah, they're starting to run away with this game, man. Now you have 2 Cruz misses to work with. You're going to invest one early off the rotation. So like you said, assist your teammate. Make it a little bit easier over towards the next hill, but At least if you are FaZe Black, you play a couple corners, you're able to withstand at least that first push coming in. But it's still Syndicate with a majority of the map control. FaZe Black spawning so damn far, it's going to take them a little bit of time. Someone trying to hit a route, they get cut down, and SGP, they're playing perfective right now.
I'll say Crew's just such a nuisance. Locking down the anchor on the right side of the minimap causes the attention of FaZe to have to come back through. And look at their spawns. I mean, they're spawning in Narnia right now.
Yeah.
Bottom right of the map. I mean, there's just absolutely no staging ground here for FaZe. And we're already through 35 seconds worth of time that has gone completely uncontested. Eric now going to be tested. Nades on the way in. Players on the high ground all around him. Sees Brack on the awning, able to find him for free. Going to get information onto another for Purge, but still a little bit of time for FaZe Black, but it feels like barely a silver's linings at this point.
Yeah, you only walk away with 10 seconds. You're already down by 100, so you have a lot to make up for if you want to fight back into this game, and it has to start with the P1, but already off the rotation, Syndicate are going to be ready, and they are on the preferred side as well to chain it to the next couple of hills. So this game could be almost done because all of FaZe Black just can't find anything in their favor. Finally, a double from Purge, enough to find a break, but for how long?
Yeah, that's the big key. Have to have this plus the roto. And mid-map control continues to be possessed by the Syndicate. 7 and 17 from Dylan Rex. Man, he is having a stinker. Not what you normally see out of him. A little bit of trouble, kind of working with the speed and tempo that Vista requires and demands. And with the break from Syndicate, 23 seconds of what is essentially nail-meat coffin time is starting to look pretty decent as Eric is back to another 4 spree. Off the regen, he may get a chance to catch Purge before he tries to rotate away. And we could be looking at another cruise missile here for Eric Boom.
Yeah, no, he's just doing whatever he wants. You get the early read on the spawns now flipping because once Cruz came off spawn, he's like, turn, turn, turn. And you're instantly able to rip a couple players off of some head glitches. But 195 to 60, this is where you get Lunas to now invest his cruise missile as you have already flipped those spawns. I don't know what it is. This map is going to be fairly new compared to all the rest of the ones we have, but it looks like Syndicate have figured out how to play this one to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just rogue routes. Most of it coming from the ARs. They're just kind of taking a long line and finding a way around the back, and FaZe Black just have not kept that really tight and tidy when they get their spawn setups. Maybe a chance at recovery here. All this hit from SGP going to have to be from the front. Eric Boom, though, once again, just finessing. How does he get 2? Brack maybe also slid around on. The regen's going to be here, and Cruz will save the day. Eric Boom, just the unkillable man right now.
And they already breached the 200-point mark. It's very, very difficult if you want FaZe Black to try to play the way that they are playing because you're consistently on the back foot. That's why you see everyone sitting at negative. All the gunfights are a lot more difficult when you don't have the spawns, when you're running into their preaims because they're properly set up. And now, off the rotation towards P3, at least you get a couple players from Syndicate that spawn all the way across the map. Just gotta locate where Gunsy is as he's the last playmaker trying to make it happen for Syndicate to close it out potentially here.
And really well done by Gunsy, just kind of staying around the backside of the zone, creating issues for the FaZe Black team. Trying to work their way back in, and the help is perfect. Lunars on 1 HP, gets the assistance needed from Gunsy. Brack and Rex trying to work their way back in. Spawns favoring FaZe, if only just barely, but there's just no gunfight wins coming through in any form, and Eric Boom is close to dropping 30. Unreal scenes considering the current scoreline. There it is. 3-0 for Eric Boom. Not done yet. Runs out of ammunition. Otherwise, he was good for 31.
Yeah, he was definitely going to get that kill, but at least, you know, you get a lot of time off of this P3. You only need 11 seconds to close out game 1. And if you are FaZe Black, you got to try to show some fight here, though. You can't afford to get a 100-point club in your first game. Have the confidence going forward because you can just tell the way that Syndicate are playing. Everyone's sitting at positive beside Gunsy, and that's because he had a slow start. But finally, FaZe Black find a triple. They have the potential to chain it over to P4, but look at the spawns for Syndicate. They're right back into the action.
Yeah, Purge really slowing down as well after what was a good first rotation from him. The one really called upon here. Well done. 2 good kills come through. Still one more player lurking around the back. That's Lunars. But the problem is Syndicate, they were all focused on trying to flip spawns from the back. And now that that play is completely out of hand, you got to try to set something else up. And FaZe have a chance to really dominate these next 30 seconds if they can find exactly where these Syndicate members are.
Man, who cares if you're Syndicate? Because at least you're spawning on the preferred side for next. You still have the ability to hit the junk time to close out the game. And they find the break. They find all the kills. It's only 5 seconds until they take game 1.
Wow. I mean, this had been as one-sided as we've seen.
Oh, yeah.
And in a game that ended up being 140-plus points in the favor of Syndicate, you still had 3 players either at or above the 30-point mark. I mean, or 30 kill mark, rather, I should say. And that is just a straight slaughter from the Syndicate to open up this series.
It's just the way that they played, man. We're talking about a P1 that was scrappy between both of the teams, but the first rotation, the next 4 hills, all went in favor of Syndicate. P2 to P3 to P4, and then use a cruise missile to break P5. You fire yourself up by 120, 130 points going into the second half of the game. It's only a matter of time before you close it out. They were just playing that 1-2 perfection. We talk about the fundamentals, the teamwork. Everything was clicking for Syndicate in that map number 1.
Yeah, non-traded kills are also pretty outrageous considering how fast this map plays. On top of that, you had Eric Boom, 32 and 16 with 2+ minutes of hardpoint time. Shut the front door.
Do it all. That's
15 objective kills? Come on. I mean, sheesh. That's unreal. So FaZe Black, not a strong start. Really across the board bracket exceed decent overall stat lines, but when you lose by 140, it doesn't really make a difference what your KD was. The team just did not have it at all.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. Like, even though Dillarex puts up 14 and 27 in map number 1, we know what that young man is capable of. It's just very, very difficult to play against some of the best players in Call of Duty in the Challenger side when you're the team not with the preferred spawns, you're the team not holding the proper head glitches, and you're also fighting a lot more of these difficult gunfights. So you just got to completely forget about this one if you are FaZe Black, because you just were not ready for the aggression, the pressure, and the teamwork out of Syndicate in map number 1. But now you have to respond in the search and destroy, which I'm pretty sure is going to be 6-star. And I don't know, these Challenger players, what was it last season, Alan? We barely got Karachis and stuff like that in Skid Row.
Yeah.
They always love themselves some new maps, especially the mixy ones. So I'm excited to see some 6-star S&D for game 2.
Yeah, me too. And again, it's hard for us to track any kind of significant statistics with it being just a one-season affair. But I think, you know, the thing in the back of my mind that I'm looking at and kind of remembering is this FaZe Black team, different roster naturally. But it took them a long time to kind of get themselves going with even numbers-favored situations. 4v3s, 4v2s that they were throwing away a lot back in Season 1. They started to kind of fix that up as they got closer to playoffs, but it definitely hurt them a lot. And now with the new roster, you kind of have to, again, refigure all that going again. Especially in a map like 6-star that, like, it kind of feels like Mercado-esque in a way, where you get a lot of that opening ceremonious utility getting exchanged between the two. The middle of the map doesn't really feel like much of an option. And from the defensive perspective, so you're kind of rooted into having to play from on top of site. And I think it'll be curious, I think, just to see how these two teams decide to square up on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm most excited about, because obviously we've seen it a couple matches between the pro squads, but when we get to the challenges of it, that's when we see a lot more risky routes and a lot more insane plays. So I'm excited to see what they can bring in that map number 2. But as we take a look at the secondary matchup, okay, Lagliners, you're trying to avoid that 3-way tie. I see you. 250 to 228 is going to be your first map score line. They're going to be the team up 1-0. And now you're going into a Karachi Search and Destroy where I talk to Craze all the time. They're probably going to lose the Search and Destroy. He can't figure it out.
Well, we swap over, and he's on the wrong side of the kill feed immediately. Oh, you're brutal, brother. Tell you what.
Hey, man, you know, it's tough love. It's tough love out here, Alan.
That's fair. Mock able to turn this into a manageable 1v1 situation. He seems to have an idea that 2Real's playing over towards the B side of the map. Oh, and he gets the confirmation of that info right there. Problem is, how do you set yourself up to play up against the player on bridge? And, well, wouldn't you know it, the timing has kind of gone awry for Mock once again, as 2Real has already jumped across to the high ground. Same thing could be said, though, from 2Real's perspective. He doesn't 100% know if Mock is still playing up high. And I think Mock may have just seen enough to take the challenge, and that'll be a good 1v2 for the Lagliners.
Oh, that's perfect stuff. Okay, all right. Shut Jeremy Stud up. We're going to clutch up 2v1s to avoid that conflict. But that's going to be Mock playing that to perfection. Obviously, he wasn't able to spot 2Real when he crosses off of the bridge, but he plays the 50-50. And he stalls out a lot of that game clock to eventually allow 2Real to think about that objective. And then is able to catch the time and to clutch up on the round. So Lagliners take the first. Now they're going back to the attacking side where Mock is sitting on a 2 streak. And they're trying to figure out what Boston Academy are going to throw at them. You know the pressure that Yeezy's able to give on the map. But Awakening and Cammy, if they're going to be posted up on the backside of that B side, it's going to be very difficult if you don't have a smoke grenade to work that plant.
Yeah, very true. Forcing attention over the middle of the map. Awakening seen, but not much to be found with it. Cammy also offers a gunfight to Mock. That is a tough angle, really from both perspectives. So everyone will back off and we'll stay 4v4. The only real motion starts to leave over towards Big Head, who gets read by Awakening up top. Huge first blood to Boston.
That's a big first blood. out of Awakening, but now he's trying to set up plays coming in out of Craze. He was the island player over towards Red. Is trying to find a time to at least even up the numbers. Finds the kill onto Awakening. Makes it a 3v3. Gets shot in the back. Also gets a stun hit marker, so he knows that there's people all around me.
Yeah, Craze is also pushing forward, finding Cammy. Wow, he's finessing. I mean, considering how dangerous this moment was. Players from behind, players that you stun, players up top. He resets everything, and now all of a sudden there's a bit of chaos. Yep, that's going to say. Just comes down to who sees who first at the middle of the map, and Craze will win the gunfight, leaving 2Real by himself for a 1v2. Not a lot of time, but the bomb down over towards B will be collected and planted, so he'll get an extra 45 at this.
Yeah, but now if you are 2Real, you don't have the gun that you would want in this scenario, as you're able to at least spot one on the cross towards the lower end, and he might have found the timing to just make this happen. 1v1 now.
Not going to happen, though. Quick follow-up. I mean, there was that moment in there for a moment right over the top of the car where maybe those SMGs fight each other, but good decision from 2Real to try to push forward. It's unfortunate, though, that a couple of shots did tag him, and after that point, there's no way Craze is not going to run you down. Not after confirming a couple of hit markers. So, 4-1 start for Craze. Slagliners still in a point of control here as well. I mean, they're really doing well so far in the couple of rounds we've seen.
Yeah, and that was a 3-4 clutch up as well. Craze the iron play, he finds 3 on the round, so now does he decide to continue with that aggression? As Boston Academy have to be able to stop the bleeding and try to shut down Craze from potentially earning himself a cruise miss. So as the pressure's going to be over towards B, they get a trophy system down. Now you know exactly with those tax uses that there's at least a couple players over towards the Coop side. But look at how aggressive Craze is playing, and he might have just found a timing.
Oh my goodness, I haven't seen ever. Awakening will drop. And that will be another weapon now in the back pocket for Craze, who's not done yet. Doesn't see Cammy down low. All of his attention was at the high ground. So, a quick shutdown comes through. Uh-oh, moment of... Oh, hello? Awkward?
Oh!
What? No way. He's still finessing in and
Oh
out of
my
the
God.
smoke. Oh my goodness, this guy's cracked.
That guy might be Batman. Is that Bruce Wayne? That's how you make plays, at least get out with your life. But the slide from Big Head... Too good onto 2Real. That puts Yeez left in the 1v2 scenario. Bomb is going to be down, but Big Head is at least able to spot him. So if you are mocked, you have to sprint to your teammate, but it does not matter. Big Head is going to be confident as ever. Clutches up in the one-on-one gunfight, and Lagland is now starting to pull away in the search and destroy. 3-0.
Big time. Big time. And outside of like a one moment of just what from Dimensions, everything else still feels pretty calm and collected. Wow. I mean, what's happening here? And to be fair, like, there is this level where Boston's already in. So there could be an instance of them trying to test out some things they're not great at, try to be more dexterous in the playoffs. Also, I say that, and as I was saying that, Coach Mayhem from FaZe Black sent me a message saying, I'll be honest, we're testing map pool as well. So ignore that first map. So it's just going to happen, you know, when teams are that much in control. The seeds are kind of whatever, especially as you're framing yourself up not just for this playoffs, but also Toronto around the corner.
Yeah, you definitely want to try to iron out all the maps that you can get better at, and so far, if you are Boston Academy, Karachi SD might not be your best friend. Another 1v3 for 2Real. He gets picked apart, and Lagliners are not letting their foot off of the gas. That's now 4 rounds in a row. Just utter dominance over towards this B site, overwhelming Boston Academy. And they just simply have not had an answer for the aggression that Lagliners are providing.
And I think that's the big key, right? Like, whether it's testing map pool or not, like, you have to be able to show some adjustments because so far, I won't say it's been one-dimensional, but it has been a lot of forced opening gunfights in the opening 30 seconds that the Lagliners just keep walking away with almost too cleanly. So, you know, there is an element of, hey, let's make an adjustment here, guys, because holy cow. 1 in 4 from 2Real is pretty atypical as well, considering that his Search and Destroy has usually carried him through a lot of the moments you've seen him in the past. He's quick down the middle of the map, up the ladder. Does he get Dimensions by surprise? Whoop, doesn't like the look of that. Backs away, and Yeez will just kind of continue to try to isolate the player top AC here.
Yeah, he's just moving. He's able to also get out with his life. They have no idea where the hell he went, and he eventually comes back to finish the kill onto Nemi. So now it turns instantly into a 1v3 for Big Head. With the player camping over towards Ticket's side, he's at least able to find the freebie onto Yeez. Makes it a 1v2. With that bomb getting planted over towards B, though, at least get some info onto Cammy.
Yeah, that check towards Cammy is a pretty important one. But thing about it is, Cammy was also mutual in that information gathering scheme, and he just backs away. So now Big Head has to re-clear top third, and also check for bridge, and also see if anyone else is playing down low. But he does see Cammy, just cannot step away. So trying to reset the 1v2 doesn't work out. And I will say, for Boston, much more controlled there in that particular round. And it's paid by way of kind of fighting fire with fire. They get aggressive with one player down the middle. He's able to find that into a nice isolation, and it gives them a round. So again, if you want to watch that broadcast, back out to youtube.com/COD-Challengers and open up the Bravo stream to tally up what's happening with Boston and what is essentially New York's Academy roster. Not going with that brand for some reason. Don't know why they decided to go lagliners, but they did. And our main focus of FaZe Black and SGP should be going into their search and destroy. And would you know it? Call it, and it will occur. So here's the 6-star for us.
All right, here we go. FaZe Black versus Syndicate. Obviously, FaZe Black, like they said, testing their map pool, but getting 100-point clubs is not what you want to do. So, gotta try to make up for it in this search and destroy, develop some new strategies with Purge now on the lineup. And all ready for Syndicate. At least they're taking a lot of ground over towards B, and Exceed might have just found a timing to at least find the first kill. Yes, he does, but that bomb should get planted for free.
Yep, does look that way. And from Exceed's position, he really can't do too much. Timing here for Rex is actually brilliant. Isolates perfectly. Oh, really well done by Dylan Rex. Lunar's now last one left, taking a dip in the pool. And he's going to have to get some blessed COD timing of his own. Not going to happen. Brack back staircase, no worries. And Exceed's first. Dylan Rex finding the exits off the plant. Pretty clean retake for FaZe Black.
Yeah, that's what I love the most out of FaZe Black is that they weren't too aggressive. They gained the info early on that the pressure wasn't going to be over towards A with the ground that Exceed was able to cover over towards Statue side. So instead of them just instantly trying to stop that bomb plant, they allowed the bomb plant to go down and then play for the exit kills after that. Dylan Rex played it to perfection through the mid sets to find that double, basically calls the round as FaZe Black take the first.
Yep. And also, just confirming, we do have official word from Coach Mayhem that, yep, they know that Syndicate love to play Vista Hardpoint, and they love to play Karachi Control. So this is FaZe Black kind of testing out their pool a little bit to see how they equal, if they do it all, after that map number 1. A very good team on both those two maps, so see what happens. But after a first round success story comes through, and early trophies also placed here for the approach to A. Mid-map, again, this is such a hard position to win as an offensive player. And you can see exactly why, but the benefit of getting a stack towards A will lead to a quick 4v4 post plant.
Now Syndicate forced to try to retake. You have one player working through Sky Bridge. He is going to get cut down. Now everyone trying to attack through mid-view. This is probably not a recipe for success unless your attacks are going to be hitting, but FaZe Black are perfectly set up to know exactly where everyone's coming from.
Here we go. Exceed first contact, good through mid. And for Eric Boom, last one alive. An opportunity maybe to isolate, but the quick trade comes through. No worries whatsoever. And that's a good awareness from FaZe Black. I think there's a little bit to be said about that kind of delayed play through mid. Getting a read that Syndicate were trying to get aggressive on them. And they say, okay, fine, you can have mid map. We'll just set up our post plan around that.
Yep, that's all it comes down to. Because when you plant that bomb over towards A, especially when you win that first gunfight over towards Sky Bridge, you know exactly where everyone else is coming from. Because Purge, he was sitting behind the double doors, which are bulletproof, so he has the full flank. No one's going from that angle. You just killed the guy over towards Sky Bridge. They have to be applying the pressure through mid to you, and that's probably not going to be a very successful retake in that situation. And FaZe Black take full advantage of it. Now Brack finds himself on 4 in a row. You got a trophy system in your back pocket. The tacks are now getting spanned over towards A. Can he find another double? Potentially earn a cruise.
Timing here, though, great from Purge. The follow-up stuns also really well assisting the play. And Gunzy, who gets tagged by a nade, is kind of stuck to his own devices. Does finish off one elimination, but wow, I'll tell you, that is a hell of a defensive setup. You get all the nades just spammed over the top into front security. Purge hits the bridge, and an easy 2 is followed up actually with 3 here in the round.
And if you're a Syndicate, you have to be able to watch that angle. I know everyone's trying to just push up to the statue, but with all the attacks getting invested, you're not going to be able to hit that glass break through bottom secret. And Purge takes full advantage of it as he finds a triple through that lower alley. And even with FaZe Black testing map pool, they're looking great so far on 6-star. As they are now on 3 in a row, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this time we're going to show a little bit of a different look. Syndicate are now changing their setup to stack over towards A, and FaZe Black now working from mid-map.
Cruz maybe gets a read of the player up top at window, but it's not enough to confirm if this is a hit or not. The smoke kind of delays things, but Eric Boom, okay. That provides a major issue for FaZe Black. Bomb now down on the bottom side at Skybridge. Brack has to try to force something with Purge here, and they actually may be allowed to get this bomb for free. Eric did not get a read that was the bomb carrier, and he actually gets caught on the mantle, so hold on a second. What was a 2v4 now turns into a 2v3, but Syndicate are playing largely off this long pinch, and Brack is getting a read possible. I think he may have seen the drop down, maybe not. I mean, they're going bright pink for us, but Brack's eyes must have been somewhere different. He may have not read the info, and now he's going to track back around, and he's going to be met by Lunars.
Ooh, look at this timing out of Purge. He works his way again through bottom secret to at least find the first kill. Makes it a 2v2, and with only 20 seconds left, Gunsy's going to be the player in a position to potentially stop this bomb plant. But look, the leg is sticking out. Purge can't find him, and now it turns into a 1v2. Brack, you have to find this kill.
Not going to happen. Whoa. That was such a winnable 2v4 round. But FaZe Black, just a couple of piggy toes, not seen, as Gunsy's like, wait a second, hello? Oh, thank you very much. The reset, Brack, even if he would have found the kill, would have been hard-pressed to remantle back up and get the plant with the time that was currently ticking away. But, yeah, hell of an effort. Syndicate, though, still find their way back into their first round now all of a sudden off of Gunsy finding 2 in the round. And, well, thing about it is Syndicate need to start showing us something on offense, because right now FaZe Black have dominated defensively.
Yeah, they've just been taking control of anything that they've wanted to do. Retakes over at B, super aggressive over towards A, and they are willingly giving up this A site and forcing themselves to retake through middle and the deep flank. And with the way that at least Syndicate played it the first go-around, they took their sweet time on this objective. So it gives the players, the rest of the players on FaZe Black, time to work around these deep pinches. And even though Cruz is at least going to be able to get info into 1, a lot of map control in possession of FaZe Black currently.
Yeah, but the problem is this is still being watched by Syndicate. Yeah, just good patience. Kind of electing to give away the majority of the map and hope they get blessed with some timings off these flanks. And so far, so good. Cruz even finds a second on to exceed. So this now leads to another 4v2 situation. Should be a very good lockdown post plant. FaZe Black are still trying to isolate, but I mean, this is the problem with these doors, is that Cruz can just get the read and then just say, here they are, I found them. And then you transmit that info to your teammates. You watch the back stairs. I mean, what do we got to do to get those doors changed?
Oh, no, man. We got to change the damn glass. We got to call somebody. Because that's just way too easy. Especially when you know that they are not spamming tags over the statue side or showing face through mid-connector.
Yeah.
They have to be working around the flank. So the fact that you're able to sit behind bulletproof doors to watch the cross and then, like you said, gain the info if they cross over towards the deep alley, it sets up Cruz to find 3 on a round of everyone trying to hit the same exact route. Because they know you cannot push straight up towards the double doors and try to contest them. Because then you're just going to allow the rest of Syndicate to potentially help Cruz. But that's now 2 rounds in a row for Syndicate. Climbing back into the search to destroy. They are shutting down that early A pressure. They are forcing FaZe Black to work over towards B. And it's the first time they're actually going to do it.
The thing about it is that nade landing from the arm of Exceed plus the smoke is actually going to keep this defense very interested on if this is an A hit or not. Of course, the longer that doesn't actually unfold, the more that they're going to be certain that there's a B hit, but keep an eye on Purge. He's already stepped so far forward into this top bar position. That's a freebie. Stuns and nades his back doors. Bomb gets planted, and now it's a 4v3 that Syndicate had to clear so much of the map. They don't know what's at mid. They don't even know what's deep on their defensive side at B.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. Smoke grenade does get invested through the middle of the steps, but Purge at least spots 1. He knows that 1 player still has to be committing on the flank. Gets info onto a second. Even though Cruz is able to find that kill, it's only 23 seconds left on the game clock. Turns into a 2v2, make it a 2v1. Cruz is currently on the 4th streak. You might just want to play your life in this scenario.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. Maybe trying to see if he can play a deep angle to catch Exceed off guard, but since that had not developed, you back off, and like you said, you just wait for potentially an opportunity to grab yourself a cruise missile here. But yeah, I mean, this is one of those things. I think there's a lot to be said about that trophy system. Doesn't come down quickly enough at A. The defense has to hold because your solo defender is in trouble. There's a smoke. He doesn't know how many players are coming, and all that was just a simple fake from FaZe Black that finds tons of value.
But if you're Syndicate, you have to be able to read that. There was only 1 stun or 1 nade over the top. Everyone has 1 stun and 1 nade, but if you only hear 1 go off, that means that 1 player's on that side of the map. Not everyone. So you have to be able to make that read early on and not walk into off a rotation and a retake completely blinded. And just FaZe Black again with the aggression. This took the tone in that round. Now back in a comfortable position, up 4-2. trying to shut down that early A pressure. And Syndicate, they had a slow push last time around over towards A. Now they're going to work over to B.
Wow. The thing about it is mid-map has been won by FaZe Black without any fight. And they also get a little bit of a read that Eric Boom's playing inside the ventilation shaft. So, I mean, the defense can kind of modify around it. Good shoulder check from Purge. Semtex will win the angle back. And the defense, again, just kind of keeping their focus towards this B hit with Tiki Control already going their way, plus a player in vents. I mean, it just feels like they're going to read this thing pretty much perfectly. And yeah, that late stun coming over the top is just going to give more information to Rex and Co. that this is going to be a B hit.
Yeah, and you can just tell by the way that Exceed and Purge are playing, consistently throwing shoulders, not making it easier for Syndicate to even think about the objective. And by the time they do, Purge is able to find the timing. Now there's only 35 seconds left. Someone has to start thinking about that objective, and just the long flank coming out of the Cruz might be just enough to make something happen if he can find a couple through middle.
Oh, and that's a huge double from Lunars. There's kill number 5 for Cruz as well. So that late pinch, as you called, perfectly done.
Oh!
Trying to finesse, comes back towards Eric Boom. Stun at the doorway. He may be able to follow up on another, but the pistol's out, and the regen was not earned. So Syndicate, somehow, some way, find a way to get themselves back into that round. I think it's first and foremost a lot of credit that Lunars wins what seemingly looked like an impossible 1v2. And then Cruz, coming on that long pinch, earns kill number 5 and kill number 6 through a cruise missile.
Yeah, that was the most important. It was a double out of Lunars because we knew Cruz, at least with the route that he was taking, he was guaranteed at least one. But when Lunars finds that double, that's what keeps the rest of FaZe Black put in a position to try to play the trade onto Lunars, and it opens up that avenue of attack for Cruz to find a double. Now, cruise missile in the back pocket, down 4-3. We're going back to stacking over towards 8 to shut down that early aggression from FaZe Black. And now this is where you should get the info, but the amount of tax invested, how many people are here?
Oh, and Eric Boom saw a couple of heads counted across the backside. He will find the first elimination on towards Brack. Knows that he's got this completely pinched up. Lunar's also a little duality play with Gunzy through the front doors, but the exit route is perfectly ready here by FaZe Black. They're going to go through U-turn and then right back into their mid-cut. And Syndicate, oh, they do get a little bit of a read on this, but Lunars will be forced to kind of take a little bit of a trade gunfight, which he does win. So we get to a 2v2 situation, but the bombs get planted at B, and they don't have any idea that Purge is still lurking here at mid-map.
Oh, yeah, and Purge is going to be able to get a freebie. So now it's Lunars left in the 1v2, but this is going to be such a great route because he just found a kill in their backside lobby, so they're probably thinking he's working his way around P3 Tiki side. But he's taking the super long route. Unfortunately, it's going to cut it through the middle map. Potentially could find Exceed with some great timing in his back pocket, and he's able to win the one-on-one. Now it's 20 seconds left to try to clutch on up.
We'll get the regen off, but, I mean, there's just so many question marks here in terms of where has Purge gone off to. Still some worry that he's at mid-map because they know they wasn't the guy that planted the bomb.
Wait a minute.
Info comes through. Shots are landing, and oh my goodness, Lunars is going to catch Purge, checking the bomb. And how about that? Cruz earns himself the cruise missile. Lunars now on 5, and we've got a 4-4 game.
Oh, man, that's one you definitely want back if you are Purge, because all you have to simply do is just throw a shoulder at the site or screw it, not even check it, because Luna just finds a kill through the map. He's probably not going to stick that defuse, but just at the right time is able to locate where Purge is. Finds himself on 5 in a row, and like you said, Cruz still has that cruise missile in the back pocket. And Syndicate have brought this one all the way back. So now tie it up at 4. Potentially have 2 cruise missiles to work with, but I think with the cruise missile that you do have, yeah, we're going over towards B. You can't stop us.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. What comes next? Syndicate. Right on the precipice of hitting this B site. Exceed's been naded. He's got to back off. Smoke also blocks the vision over towards the middle of the map. Defense is rotated over, but it's a full poolside hit. And you have to check this at some point. Cruziak going to call in the missile. That will push off the defenders. But wait a second. Oh, Dylan's going to get aggressive.
Whoa!
The problem is there's no exit away from the cruise missile, so it looked decent initially for Rex to find one while that cruise is getting called in. Purge also tried to get aggressive to shut down the player on the tablet, but it doesn't work out. And now SGP are looking like they're going to be having their fifth round ready.
And I love how Syndicate, before thinking about the objective, they gained the info early on. They're trying to set up Lunars for this final kill, yet throw a couple shoulders, and set up Lunars to earn this cruise missile to close out this game 6-4.
Wow. Well.
Oh, that's dumb.
Well. Holy cow, dude. What a swing here. And the thing that's really puzzling about, like, the outcome of these last 3 rounds has been FaZe Black have had what looked to be the winning situation.
Yes, yes.
I mean, flat out. We talked about the Lunars double kind of saving the round. There was the Eric Boom pinch, which didn't maybe find as much value as initially comes through, but that round right there tilted thanks to the cruise missile, and like you said, Lunar still has an extra one to use that they want to spend it here.
No, he was unfortunately dropped right there at the very end. He was the only player to fall. That was the worst case scenario. Luna's out of all 3 players that were lined up in front of him, unfortunately did fall, and he cannot earn himself that cruise missile, but it still leads to Syndicate at game point. And they're going to be the team on the attack, and Cruz knows, all right, this trophy system down. I do not want to contest over towards Statue. Let me just try to play like a rat and potentially put ourselves in a position to find a couple.
Look at this flank. Look at this flank, though, from SGP. It's not being watched at all. Gunsy's gotten forward. The only thing you can really kind of give credit to for FaZe Black is they've also gotten a bit aggressive, but now they're trapped on the bridge, and it's an absolute blunder. Oh, my goodness. FaZe Black trying to go quick to the site. Don't pick up their flank, and SGP's B defense just pushes right through. They get the wrap, they get the kills, and FaZe Black find themselves 0-2 down in the series.
Oh, man, we got to at least take one side of the map or focus on one side. We know that the double doors are bulletproof, correctly? So we got to at least have someone on that side of the map making sure no one is instantly going for that pinch. But like you said, Syndicate take full advantage of it. No hesitation up through the middle of the map. They said, screw a cruise missile. The gunny is even better. We're going to find this timing on the flank. We're going to be able to close it out 6-4. And just great plays overall from Syndicate from start to finish. They started off slow, but when the teamwork aspect started to come in, when the clutches out of Lunas and Cruz to earn a cruise missile started to go in their favor, that's when they just started to run away with this game. And even though FaZe Black are testing map pool, that's a map where they probably should have walked away with the W.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, there's an element of testing map pool, and there's an element of protocols breaking down. And granted, there were a couple of breakdowns that were created by a couple of good special individual plays by SGP, but I mean, largely speaking, there are some moments in there that you look back on and say, okay, we should have had that one, boys, like, for sure, but not to come through at all.
I feel like that's what's always going to happen with FaZe Black, though, Alan. Like, these guys are always going to be demons in respawn, but for some reason, they make SD look so difficult. Like, 2v4 clutches, 1v2 clutches when the bomb, there's only 10 seconds left. Those got to be locked up rounds, and obviously, when you bring in a new player in Purge, you got a couple matches underneath your belt, but it takes time to perfect your search and destroy gameplay and your situational plays that you make throughout the rounds, and you just fall short, unfortunately, here. You're up 4-2. You let Syndicate take 4 rounds in a row. You're definitely going to go back at that one and think, yeah, this is one we should have definitely took.
Yeah, definitely going to be things to learn from it, but Syndicate find themselves now up 2-0. And another thing to kind of mention here is, you know, Syndicate win this series, and if Boston win theirs, there's a 3-way tie at the #1 seed at 4-1.
Boston down 0-2.
Syndicate, yeah, that's a good point. But Syndicate being, you know, the opportunity of, well, okay, so to say 3-0ing could put them in the head in terms of the map count differential, the head-to-head map count differential, I should say. Whereas we take a look and, well, Boston are in a little bit of trouble of their own here, down 0-2.
Yeah, that's tough. I'm pretty sure they were down 2-5, and they slowly but surely forced it to around 11. But if you're lag liners, at least you were able to close out that search and destroy. Craze tells me every week, we got Neslo, we got 2-5 comeback. We unfortunately lose the control, but finally they're able to clutch up in the search and destroy. Now up 2-0 in this series. One map from basically locking themselves up as that 4 spot moving into the elite bracket play. As that progression already at B is going to be done, and they're already in A. Lag liners, you got to get on it.
Well, they do at least shrug off the initial attempt, but Mock has to stay here. Going to get a little bit of help off spawn as teammates are on the way. Mock trying to wiggle his way further and further out of the control zone. And a kill over towards the B side of the map does kind of stretch out this offense just a touch. And the foul elimination's also just as clean. So Lagliners will have a chance to reaffirm their defensive setup. Craze looked at through mid, but Dimensions saves the day. And that will be enough for NYSL Lagliners to get into a good position here to fend off the next hit.
Yeah, there's a minute 20 left from the game clock as well. So at least you eliminated everyone from Cafe. You withstanding those early pressures coming in through the middle of the map. Someone needs to put a lot of focus on the overextension towards that right street, because you're just giving them free avenue of attack for Boston Academy to potentially find some success. And with Kami and Yee still maintaining a lot of that map control, Craze has to not clutch up on the flank area.
Oh, but he gets one, gets away most importantly, and actually sets up his teammate to help out a little bit. So, good reset here for NYSL and the Lagliners. You've got Mock pulling a lot of this offensive focus to having to hit the OB because of the spawn trap. Creates good awareness on the play from Yeez as well. So everything really starting to trend in favor of the Lagliners. What was about a 5-life gap, now just down to 2. Boston working on the way forward. A little bit of a lineup moment here. Nemi wants the pistol and finds it. Whoa, with extra. Okay. Feeling yourself, young Nemi? I get it.
All right, but the trade is going to be there for Yeez, and with only 25 seconds left, this is going to be the last push coming in for Boston. They are trying to push out that right side through that B point, but they are consistently getting cut down. Awakening does win a one-on-one towards the A Street side, but probably not going to be enough time for them to even get close towards this point.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire, but there is a full flood coming through. Nemi does well to get the first. The only player left alive is Big Head. He will drop, so players will get on to stop the clock at 1.3. Trophy system also down. Double stack in. Second trophy also gets placed. And hold on a second. The Lagliners are in a little bit of trouble here. First tick of progress does come through. Contest would have to come from Craze, but they don't have the freedom to make their way through the middle of the map. And just like that, Boston's going to get the second tick of progress. Big Head trying to work his way in. Not going to happen. And the Lagliners will lose the round by way of eliminations, which may have been a bit of a savior because that third tick was for sure going through.
Yeah, that third ticket definitely was going to go away from them. But if you are Lagliners, you just got to play that one better. There was multiple scenarios where you get a 2 to 3 dead. It's just no one was filling in that right street. You were allowing Boston Academy all spawn to just sprint right up to the left, basically put them on your side of the map and give them another opportunity to try to clutch up on the round. You have to take more map control with the kills that you find, especially on the defensive side of Invasion. But now if you are Lagliners, you have 5 segments to make up for. So do we try to go over towards A and get those out early, potentially find some success there, or are we just going to go B and do the easy one first?
Mock dropping may kind of lend towards the Lagliners wanting to take their focus over towards the Yeezo, but Yeez is getting aggressive. He's going to try to pinch back over through mid-map. Gets some tank control. Doesn't win the gunfight versus Big Head, though. And Mock stays alive, most importantly, towards A. So first tick of progress is looking pretty likely. Big Head is the only offensive player here for support, though. That's the only major issue. Is able to stave off one player long enough for Mock to get the reset. And hold on, he's on 4-0. Good read towards Cammy. The snap back, he knows that Yeez is on the way, and Mock is going to take down 3. Now on 6 in a row, earning the cruise missile, and looking likely to get the second tick of progress as he replaces the trophy system in the hill.
Yeah, that's all you're really looking for, was that second segment to be complete, because now your teammate's going to put a lot of focus over towards B, and he cannot get shut down in the point. Finally, Yeez is able to get the trade, but at what cost? Because A is about to be out of the play. Big Head already watching the cross. You're still having the segments going up, and that's going to be A out of the way, and you already have pressure over towards B. Lagliners coming out and playing this attack a little bit better than Boston Academy.
That's big Dylan Mock sells in the picture. Holy cow. What a pop-off play. Big Head responsible for this dark alley push. Does he get a read if someone's through ice cream, though? No, he doesn't. Second tick of progress, though, is locked. Mock still feeling the hot hand. Does Cammy at range? No problem there. Doesn't even have a chance to turn and shoot back. Now it's all from the front. Stun lands. Not really that big of a deal. Mock also naded. Follow-up stun also connects. But Mock still alive. Can anyone find a way to kill this man? Finally, Awakening gets into the picture, but he's low. And Craze is feeling the call out. Pistol out. He gets himself a second. Yeez keeping the defense alive, though, slides through, and Boston will regain a little bit of control here around the front side at B.
And this is where it gets a little bit scary, though. If you are Lagliners, you just have to make sure you're maintaining the middle of map control and not getting put into that trap. You cannot afford to go 3 to 4 dead and allow Boston Academy to fight back in these lives remaining. It's going to be all tied up in the segments. They're already on the point. The double stack is going to be here. Big Head watching the cross through mid-dark. That's going to be 2 in the feed for both squads. But at least if you are Boston Academy, you are contesting, but you have not found a trade. All map onto Mock. He's going to get it done for the Lagliners to walk away with the attacking round.
Oh, mercy. Where did that come from? Mock is absolutely cooking. The rest of the Lagliners just say, yes, chef. What next? Like, oh, my. 18-9, and it felt like he got all 18 kills in that round. I know he didn't, but it felt like it. Holy cow, what a round out of Mock. So now, after 2 offensive wins, the Lagliners actually have the advantage in tick progression because they got it done through full capture, where Boston only got the 2 ticks at A and 1 through eliminations. I mean, wow, what a round for Mock.
Yeah, so now you just go back to the standard play. We cannot let them in towards A, trying to shut down these segments. And when this young man is shooting like that, he said, no, I would not allow you to cross for free. 19-9 before he does drop, but you shut down that early pressure from Boston Academy over towards that A point. Now they're forced to play over towards B, and depending on how you decide to play this, forget it. If that kill didn't go your favor, you could potentially call in a cruise to shut this one out, but First segment about to get complete.
Yeah. This is just down to clearing off top blue. You cannot allow Boston to hold this building. And Craze is saying, where'd they go? You also are getting a read here from Craze saying, wait a second, there's only one guy on the zone. And the thing that they're not going to understand here is that Yeez has made the move back over towards A, but ooh, Craze actually does find 2 real up top. Second tick of progress has not been locked in over at B yet. Mox nade over the top, unfortunately connects on towards Big head. And well, as we kind of get this thing moving, it looks like Boston will find their re-entry back over towards B, as we're hearing that our main match is starting. So we will leave this to devices at you at home to tune in on the Bravo stream, which can you find at youtube.com/COD Challengers. Again, the Lagliners looking for a 3-0 right there, and after their offensive win, very well may find it. So keep your eye on that one, but we still have Syndicate and FaZe Black. Same thing on the playing field here. Jay, we've got Syndicate 2-0 up already, going into a map that, again, I already heard from AM. This is one of SGP's favorite control maps.
Yeah, so if you are FaZe Black, gotta try to fight back in a map that you are not really quite familiar with or don't really find a lot of success. But the best practice sometimes is playing against the best teams on the map, and Syndicate, if they're going to be a powerhouse, you definitely want to try to test this out before we go into the playoffs. As the second segment is about to get complete over towards A, Syndicate are forcing themselves now to give this one up for free to make sure they control the junk spawns, to force all of FaZe Black to try to overextend, but Eric Boom, he already knew. A couple kills are going in our favor, we're still going to try to contest this.
And I just again, I don't want to harp and dog on Eric Boom too much, but we'd asked the question at the beginning of the broadcast, you know, with great challengers players having trouble in the CDL, are they just trying to force too many gunfights? And that's just not a moment where Eric Boom needs to go and try to get more than just the first in my mind. It's just a little bit of over-challing for the sake of over-challing. And, well, Gunzy will at least be able to follow a little bit up. He takes himself out of the picture. Purge will get credit for the kill, but really it was the Semtex that did the job. So 22 plays 19. Eric Boom right back in the middle of the map, but Brack able to catch him through the floorboards, and FaZe Black are largely just trying to work their way into B through the middle of the map.
Yeah, you can see the way that they're at least trying to apply pressure over towards B. They want to retake over towards the junk side. You have to get Pat Lunars. At least the trade is going to be there, but Cruz is now here to fill that gap. Another 3 dead in the feed. No one going for the overextension. They're all just trying to put their focus on junk side so they can get those close spawns to reinforce a lot quicker.
Trophy system also down to kind of keep this defense really far forward for free. Eric Boom, decent read. A little bit of wall bang shots will connect, but not enough to force the gunfight initially. Stun out from Exceed, looking to isolate. And, well, again, this is one of those moments where if you're Eric Boom, you just don't have to chal him here. And he does back off very wisely. Exceed sliding back through in towards mid. That bottom fountain position. And, yeah, FaZe Black are going to have to move all the way around the back of this setup and play from from the defensive spawn.
And I think like the best way to break a setup like this for FaZe Black is you have to take mid-map control. You have to try to jump in towards top red because you know at least a player is going to be pushed out towards junk. So if you can win these mid gunfights and then potentially catch the player late off the rotation, that is going to be your avenue of attack. But trades are bound in towards bottom red. Gunsy finds one, Dylan finds another. But it's still Syndicate holding strong on the defensive side, just reinforcing around the map when they need to.
And the thing about it is the life lead has become the biggest issue here because FaZe Black are really making the only play that is available to them, having to play around through the defensive spawn just to try to pull some of these defenders back and regain junkyard control. But it's taking a lot of time, and they're really not getting a lot of value out of the kill feed either. Yeah. So, yeah, really good discipline for Syndicate, knowing where their advantages are and then making sure they isolate any rogue plays around the back. 2 seconds on the clock. Last attempts for FaZe Black as they try to step in towards Steiner. And, well, the kills are just very convincing for Syndicate. No worries there to lock down the B site on defense.
Yeah, that was a 2-minute hold from Syndicate. Well played from them. But if you are FaZe Black, and you're definitely going to go back and watch this VOD because you want to get better at this map, your initial couple of fights can't be to contest them over to his junk. Because if you lose those fights, exactly, a lot of the time it's just getting away from you. And then when you take mid-map control, they were in a situation right there where they had the ability to think about the objective. But when you're finding those kills, now you don't put a lot of focus on that player towards junk. You force them to wrap back when you play that objective and then try to give up that positioning. But they wasted about 15 to 20 seconds trying to locate where that player was over towards junk. And then at the same time, someone was thinking the objective. Objective player lost a one-on-one. You gain junk. But then now, Syndicate are right there to know exactly where the pressure's coming in from. Great defensive hold.
Yep. And again, credit to the defensive awareness on where those advantages are when they're allowed to be utilized. Purge up top.
Oh!
Almost finds himself 3, but doesn't quite get the initial read towards Bricks before he committed to the gunfight, so a tough falling gunfight comes through. Exceed turned around at mid-map as well. Just kind of a moment of lost motion on the map there for FaZe Black, trying to get some high ground control and coming up empty.
And now that second segment is about to get complete. You can already see Brack pushed out towards junk side. Just trying to play the 2-minute setup over towards the speed point. Just playing a couple exit kills. Dylan's at least able to find the first, but now 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with. You have a couple players from Syndicate currently taking a little bit of map control. Lunas finds a double through to the map, and now this is where you can potentially set up your SMGs to work deep pinches, because you know a couple players from FaZe Black are going to be spawning towards the back end.
Yeah, absolutely. Up top, Eric Boom, good read here. Tries to clear out red. No worries. Good gunfight win versus succeed. Syndicate still looking again to player on the back, but junkyard control being a bit of an issue. Eric Boom still kind of working around through it, but does get picked. Dylan Rex pops out through bottom red, finds the win, and with that, FaZe Black will still hold on towards junkyard control. But look at their defensive spawns. They have to make their way back through the middle of the map because Cruz is holding on to that back jump up alley.
Yeah, nah, that route right there out of Cruz got those spawns for FaZe Black, but it's not even going to count because they worked their way right up through the map, basically disregard Cruz, and at least he wins a one-on-one, finds himself on a 5 in a row, but Exceed is still dominating over towards the junkyard side. Finally, he's able to fall, so Syndicate can reinforce really, really quick. Cruz just has to get a couple kills to make that happen for his team.
Yeah, he needs to get a little bit of assistance to help over towards this mid play that FaZe Black are going with. First tick lock, second quickly on the way. 2 players now on as Eric Boom joins them. Brack around the back, able to find 1 elimination. Cruz still worried about that jump up, but all of FaZe Black's defense is coming from the front. Eric able to deal with 1. Cruz not able to get the missile. Eric by himself will deal with 2 of the 4 defenders, but it's not enough, and FaZe Black right back to making their moves forward across the map.
It's basically going to be a 2v2 because Syndicate, at least for now, have the close spawns over towards junk. With a minute still left on the game clock, you just have to find 1 set of kills, and the round is going to be yours. As you have players going on routes, everyone else just waiting for the engagement to come through the front, but it might simply come down to the timing of Eric Boom through the flank.
And they have no idea. Wow, the timing is absolutely ideal. Brack shots over through the backside closet. Purge, good double from the front actually. Stalls out this pinch a little while longer, forces Cruz to turn, and he responds. But Brack inside the site does at least give a moment of opportunity for FaZe Black to jump over the back of the dumpster wall and get right back into play. Still a very tight gunfight though across really the entirety of this back alley. Moment for Looters to try to jump in. Follow up from Eric Boom is good, but it's trades back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. 25 seconds, next hit on the way to the front doors.
And if you are Syndicate, you get 1 player in towards the point to pause that game clock at 24 seconds, but these next set of fights is going to determine who wins this round. Eric Boom starts it off. Is anyone going to be there for a trade? Gunsy is. So it's currently Syndicate coming on top in the trade fights. You just got to find 1 more on to Exceed, and that's going to be Gunsy with a triple. Everyone else over the hop over. You got to get over quick because the stack is going to be here.
And it will be enough. Oh, I mean, there's a moment in there right before Syndicate come back out with those very close junkyard spawns at backside red. That turns into just trade after trade after trade. Some people just surviving with 1 bullet worth of health from getting doubled up. And then eventually the monotony of having to jump over the dumpster becomes too much of an issue for FaZe Black. So SGP 2-0 up in the series, 2-0 up in the control. And after what happened on the last defensive round, you have to think FaZe Black are not thrilled about the idea of going back to the offense.
Oh, definitely not, especially being down 0-2. You would like to go back to the offense if you were tied at 1-1, but now you know, backs against the wall, we have to try to play perfection if you want to bring this one back, as you only have 1 player currently on the 8 point, but you can already see FaZe Black showing a different look. They are putting a lot of pressure over towards the red side. You don't want to give up that early side of the map, all of map control in favor of Syndicate, because then they basically put you in a trap early on. As that first segment is about to get complete over towards A, but FaZe Black trying to do double the trouble and work at B at the same time.
Wow, nade damage, though, does provide at least some sort of a deterrent to SGP's setup. Cruz also just a bit isolated and caught at mid-map. Getting punished now, both zones at the same time. Brack going to have a lot of supporting members here with this, but Gunsy, has he just completely broken this timing? Gets the first, second he gets in the pistol swap, and now it's just down to finding the last one. Wants to fight and wins it. Oh, Sabby's popping off 3 in a row, and SGP hold off the B hit.
That's 2 triples now. Over towards the cafe area. Shuts down the play right there on the defensive end, and it makes the play happen on the attacking side. And now FaZe Black are forced to make a decision off the spawn. We have to try to complete it if we want to extend this time. But we also can't give up all junk control. And Brack and Purge, they've reinforced on that side of the map. And now they give themselves another opportunity to consistently work again over towards B.
Yeah. going to give up the A zone for a moment, just leaving one player and Exceed to try to get the extra 60 seconds. But SGP, kill through mid-map. They get the player over towards A. Purge, a little bit of a dance with the devil here over to the front side windows with Brax supporting over the back of the desk. But nades are landing here. It's just down to Brax. Second tick of progress. I don't know if it got fully confirmed. It's going to have to be a gunfight win for that to happen. And no, not to be at all. So now all of a sudden SGP will clear off that second tick. An extra 60 seconds does get tallied with the completion of A. But SGP taking all their defensive focus goes back towards B. Cruz being chased in the back line, but Exceed holds off and waits for a little bit of help from Rex, and they're going to try to split hit this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Exceed just got stunned in that scenario. He was trying to find the perfect timing on the deep pinch, but Syndicate, no, you're not going to fool us with our own trick. They know where the pressure's coming in from. You just got to get the trade. Big kill from Gunsy to find that one on the Dylan, but already FaZe Black are in this scenario. They know that we are getting those close spawns over towards Junkside. We can reinforce. Second segment already in.
Something convincing has to happen here for Syndicate. And it'll be a 2-for-2 trade with a gunfight being enough damage to confirm a team kill. Gunsy dropping. Third tick of progress on the way. Someone's got to get on and touch. Oh, and Cruz wins a gunfight, but it's not enough to get the second player in. So FaZe from the back doors able to work their way in. And that's enough to eventually confirm the third tick of progress, keeping them alive, not just in the map, but also in the series.
Yeah, that was way better played out of FaZe Black right there. On that attacking side to consistently put bodies over towards Junk. They were not going to be denied on that side of the map, or at least put themselves early into the trap by allowing Syndicate to take that side, as they were consistently contesting it, and that gave them the opportunity to push over towards B and stay alive in this control a little bit longer. But now you have to figure it out on defense. And if you are FaZe Black, if you're going to play that 2-minute setup over B, you have to make sure you dominate over towards Junk. But also, when you're finding kills on the map, you can still move around to make it a lot more difficult for Syndicate.
Yeah, it's very true. And speaking of motion around the map, how about this? Eric Boom just right down Main Street. Wow. How about that for a little gut punch? Right into the B zone with not one, not two, but three members already stacking. First tick is already gone, and FaZe Black may have to just give this up if I'm being honest with you. And it looks like just based on where they're coming off of on spawn, that will be the call. But Syndicate only having dropped a single member, and they have 2 minutes and 12 seconds to get to A. Doesn't feel all that positive here for FaZe Black.
Yeah, nah. FaZe Black definitely were not ready, or right up the middle of the map to B kind of route. And it works out to perfection for Syndicate. Now you have 2 minutes to work with over towards A. All it takes is 1, 2 to 3 dead. And the stack to come in, and you'll be able to close out this map. But right now, FaZe Black doing a great job of maintaining that right side of your mini-map. We have top 3. We have AC control. All of Syndicate are going to spawn over towards the Junk side, but they are finding the kills. They're able to work their way up to the map. Now with 3 dead, they're going to be able to stack this point.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Last contestant would have to be purged down low, and he's been dealt with by Gunsy. Oh, no, not like this if you're FaZe Black. Eric also getting top 3rd control. I mean, this is just so hard to break down if you're the defensive FaZe Black. Shots down low just means Eric can't challenge. Gunsy also gets a read on to Exceed. Top red. It's just gone from bad to worse. Purge, last attempt, not going to work out. SGP win the control, and with that, take a 3-0 against FaZe Black here in the last round of the group stage, and that will earn them top seed coming out of this group, because I kind of saw it on Twitter. Mock had posted that LAG, the Lagliners, NYSL's Lagliners, did 3-0 Boston Academy. So that puts them into playoffs in control in 4th space. The results of that matchup doesn't make a difference. And that also, with that result, means that the Singapore Syndicate find themselves top dogs out of the Group A.
Hey, man, they played great. We're talking about the opening map on Vista. Absolute dominance from start to finish. The 6-star search and destroy when they had to make a couple adjustments, when Cruz earned himself a cruise missile, and then Lunars with some insane clutches. They were able to walk away with that one. But you could just tell in that Karachi control, they were simply outclassing FaZe Black. The first dominant defensive round, they were able to hold B down for 2 minutes. And that's very difficult to do sometimes, because if you're FaZe Black, all you need is one opportunity, but they could not find it, even with a lot of that game clock still remaining. And then as you went forward, when we got to the final round, FaZe Black just caught off guard with the route that they hit to get towards B. You walk right up the middle of the main street, you get over towards B with a 3-stack, you don't even give FaZe Black an opportunity to even contest it before that B capture is going to be done. But if you are Syndicate, you got a 3 over FaZe Black, and if you're FaZe Black, you're testing map pool. But all right, going forward, yeah, we're probably not going to play these, especially versus this roster.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some work to be done. The thing about that conversation point is, like, this isn't just testing map pool and then you're going to go to the lab for another week. You have to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, whatever you guys do over the course of the next handful of hours into tomorrow, you know, I would say there's a lot of things to kind of put on the priority list because it's not just particular maps. I mean, they were getting slaughtered on rotation in the first. They threw away a handful of good looks on the search and destroy on 6-star. And then here in the control, it just looked that there wasn't, you know, great coordinative plays that came through. So I don't know. It's just like, how do you put together like your frame of mind going into tomorrow where you're going to be coming in as a lower seed playing up against a really good team on the other side of the group stage tomorrow in your first match?
Yeah, I think for FaZe Black, it's going to be very difficult for them because now, even though you were testing map pools in this series, we now know what FaZe Black are really strong at, the AR maps. That's what they love to play. So if you're going to be playing FaZe Black, especially in the playoffs starting tomorrow, we ban Highrise. They're not going to pick Invasion, where Invasion is probably going to be a 50-50. Anyone can win that map. But they are definitely not going to be playing Karachi. So as long as you're getting rid of Highrise versus FaZe Black, you stand a pretty good chance when you talk about that control in Game 3.
That's very true. So there is how Group A shakes out. SGP on top with the head-to-head tiebreaker over FaZe Black, both at 4-1. Boston losing to the Lagliners. I imagine also a bit of testing out the map pool, I would assume. They will fall to the third spot after being 3-1 coming into today. The Lagliners, again, that win puts them into enough separation over the fourth space and in control potential tiebreaker situation. Like we talked about, I mean, fourth space would have had to win and also had the Lagliners lose to put together a three-way tiebreaker, and neither of those conditions were met. So fourth space do jump over in control and will finish technically in, well, 10th. Tied for 10th with the other team on the other side, which we'll figure out who that's going to be here in a moment, because our next part of the broadcast journeys into Group B. Houston Spartans 3-1 at the moment, but our focus will go down to some of the squads that find themselves in the midst of possibly, again, being in a tiebreaker situation. So should be a fun one. I'm excited to learn about who's doing what over there.
I'm excited too, man, because obviously, what was it? Last stage, we had Temp and Prolude play until like 3 in the morning to figure out who was going to be moving on. So, challenge is always lit. I cannot wait to see what Group B is going to bring to us.
Well, wait just a little while longer. Vetoes are starting to come through. Lobbies are starting to be set up. So we'll jump away for just a quick break. When we come back, the second and final match of our group stage action here in Season 2 of North American Challengers Elite. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are through half of the day, which means that there is just one more regular group stage match to go. And there are some potentials for some wild finishes and potential major tiebreakers in what has been a group that has largely been focused in the middle of the standings. The top two teams will be squaring off for a chance at what will be the #1 seed, the Spittin' Demons versus the Houston Spartans. That'll be part of the focus. But on the other side of things, Omit Brooklyn going up against the Lord Gaming squad. There's two of them. Ignore your eyes here. There could be potentials if Chaos Esports does their job of finding a win of a head-to-head tiebreaker at two teams at 2 and 3, one falling, one making their way in based off that head-to-head. So there are some things in the grips of potential swings right here at the very end of the group stage, Jay.
Yeah, no, it's going all the way down to the wire, Alan. Obviously, if you're Orglist, you're going up against Chaos Esports. They're sitting at 0-4. You're currently at 2-2. But like you said, that's the other roster on Lore. They're looking to walk away with that W. If Chaos somehow, some way are able to beat Orglist, then that's when it gets even more scary because we're gonna have, like you said, two teams tied up at 2 and 3. But if Lore Gold or Lore Black, whichever Lore that they are, if they walk away with that W, then it simply just comes down to Omit Brooklyn versus Lore Gaming. The winner of this series will be locked up for that 4th spot.
Yeah, and again, that Orglist team will be one of the two of the Lores, whether that's Lore Black or Lore Gold. Doesn't really make much of a difference. They're both at 2 and 2. But the matchup that we have on hand for us here as we start to kind of take our focus forward will be that Lore Gold team taking on against Omit Esports. So definitely a lot on the line here. That's the biggest part about it, and our maps and modes already passed the veto process. We're going to real Hardpoint to start things off with Highrise and Highrise for map 2 and 3, 6-star for the 4th if we need it, and an Invasion, Search, and Destroy to finish things off here, Study.
I'm excited to see these maps. Obviously, we have players that we've been watching for quite some time. They've been in the Pro League. They've been knocked down to challengers. We got Vivid, who is now fresh into his challengers alongside Archdies for the side of Omit. And then the opposing side, we got Capsule. We know how aggressive he's going to be, but I'm really focused to see what the new player for the roster is going to bring in Tom Gravity, because he got the call of a couple days ago. You're going to now be playing with us. Now we need you to try to clutch up in one series to make it into the playoffs tomorrow. So hopefully he plays great.
Yep. And, you know, the thing about it is, as much as Tom Gravity has not really had much of a significant year, doesn't take away from the fact that he has constantly been in the conversation in the throes of being one of the North America's best AR players and challengers. He was part of that really dominant squad way back during Cold War. Also had great seasons in Vanguard, as well as a lot of the majority of this last year that we saw in Modern Warfare 2. So it's been a little puzzling to not have Tom Gravity kind of in the forward portion of the conversation in terms of possible moves from CDL to challengers, but a chance to really make his name here, like you said. Step up, step in, be an X factor for this squad, get them to playoffs, and hopefully reduce the impact of Flames going to LAG.
Yeah, nah, you're feeling good if you're Tom. Obviously, you weren't expected to be in this position, but you got the call, and now you have to make the most of it. And you have to go up against a bunch of former CDL pros, and you have to get the better of them today, because you never know. This might be a cycle where you come out and get this W, you play great throughout the playoffs, you go to the Toronto Major, and then all of a sudden you get the call up to make it to the Pro League. So Tom Gravity now has an opportunity. You just got to put it on full display in this one series.
Yep. Yeah, it's, you know, his storyline is, we could spend hours talking about the close chances that Tom has had in the past, but
he's made it once though, Alan.
When he was on, I mean, he was on Paris. Like again, that was a team that at the end of the year was like, hey, is kind of what it is.
They were making roster changes and they didn't even make it a champs. That was mind blowing to me, you know?
Dude, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were already out of the contention for champs. They made that roster change. Also, it wouldn't be. Wait, do I have your approval, Jay, to be a little toxic right now?
Of course, man. Of course. You know, a little bit of toxic on a Wednesday. It's not bad with it.
That Ferris team wasn't the first time that Gravity had been chalked by Jimbo. He was also on that team that got disqualified at Challengers Champs last year. So, you know, just got to throw a little salt over it in the wound. And again, it really never felt like it was like Tom Gravity was the problem. He's always been a super solid player. It just comes down to, you know, can he be in the mix of a major contender and really show his worth as a kind of a mainstay AR player?
Yeah, nah, you definitely want to show your worth. And obviously, if you play with Jimbo in certain scenarios, I'm pretty sure Jimbo even tried to make a comeback sometime this year. We don't want that to happen, but Tom Gravity, you now have an opportunity. You just have to be ready to go in this series, but we are ready to spawn in. And on a map like Rio, where we talk about Tom Gravity being one of the best AR players, you're probably going to have to step up your pacing a little bit on a map like Rio. So I'm excited to see if he pulls up that third SMG. You can already see him. There goes that Rival 9.
All right, let's see something one time, Tom. Classic. Again, another part of that kind of quote-unquote duo with Gunless that was really impressive at the end of Stage 1 and even through Miami. Still stuck in the challenger space, and the first 2 kills go his way. So Omit Brooklyn will find themselves the opening time for now from what has been kind of the favored side. Second attempt, though, now starting to take form as Prolute finds one over the top of ending on the Classic.
It's a big kill from Prolute to at least start off the trade. Fights through top mid, but it's still Omit Brooklyn walking away with a majority of this time. With them still having a lot of bodies through top mid, they might be flawlessly over towards the B1. Trades are effective. RCD's now finds himself on 5 in a row, but now we're going to be a little bit late off the rotation. So if you can earn this cruise missile, that can play a big part going forward. But you can see the route that RCD is hitting, taking the long route, knowing that none of his teammates are going to be early off towards the next hill. We got to try to find an opening through the back end.
And how much do you look at RCD's as a player that, again, we've talked about this a lot, you know, how much did he fall subject to just not the right formula on that Seattle team? Because as much as, you know, there have been questions because he was kind of in the same position with LAG after him and Spart were given the big contract, but didn't really work out. Do you feel like RCD still has more left in him to potentially find himself, you know, a solid CDL opportunity in the future? Without
Question, man. He's a 2-time world champion for a reason. I know he was playing alongside Sippin and Beezy, but RCD knows what it's like to win, and that's a player that you could definitely try to build around. Just like you said, for the last 2 years, the systems that he's been in just simply has not found a lot of success. So hopefully with him getting knocked down to challengers, gaining a little bit of confidence, potentially to go back up top toward the Pro League, is just exactly what he's looking for. So he's currently sitting at 6-2, did not earn himself that cruise missile, but they also haven't been able to find any time over towards P2. And now off the rotation, Lord, they're doing a great job of at least contesting the back end. Gravity staying alive, finding a one-on-one, but still the spawns are for Omit.
Yeah, just knows he has to play his life at this given moment in time. And to be fair, 7 out of the 8 players here have recently seen the CDL, and the only one really missed from that is Dak.
Yeah.
Prolute over the top of Eskies, looking to break this thing in from the front. Tough moment, runs out of ammunition. Maybe had a chance at Dak and Vivid, but only one of the 2 will get tallied. Now the play around the back has to start to come forward. You cannot stay here any longer. Gravity was trying to anchor in spawns, and he's successful in that endeavor, but Omit Brooklyn have gotten the read, and now all of a sudden holding from the back. They're looking pretty solid for it until nades start to actually connect.
Yeah, this has been a great hold, though, from Omit. They do not have to spawn. You're spawning all the way across the map. It's been a one-on-one trade. You're spamming taps through the back door to try to keep them at bay. But finally, with Lure, having the spawns consistently for 40 seconds, are able to break in for the final 20. And you will take that if you are Omit. Now you can properly set up over towards the next hill. Vivid finds himself early off the rotation, win the one-on-one over towards boxes. And now, this is where you would really enjoy the cruise missile to blow this game wide open, but you have to find these gunfights off the rotation.
Good awareness from Caps, able to get the read on the player over towards boxes. Now maybe an opportunity to kind of bump the hard point up front, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Dak slows down the rotation, right back over towards his box position, but Caps will equal to the task. No worry whatsoever. Him and Temp will find all 4, and with that, Lord Gaming a chance to reclaim the lead.
That was beautiful because I'm pretty sure Temp gets it done with an MCW through the backside of Garage. Also finds a triple with the beatdown, so Fist of Fury out of Temp is going to allow Lord to take the lead for a little bit, but that double from Omit, make it all 4 in the feed. They're going to be able to break right back on in, and this is a good time to walk away with 30 seconds still here.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Temp going to give this a go. Lots of damage onto one up top. Now back into the hard point himself. RCD's not much you can do from that position. Off the reload, Temp nearly able to double up, but Dak will confirm the trade, and with support behind him, not much of an opportunity for Prolute to do much, and that's exactly what unfolds. He will drop Omit Brooklyn right back into the Ascendancy. 90 playing 73 rotation on way to the bridge.
Lord Gaming, at least for now, are going to be prepared for where the pressure's coming in from, but somehow, some way, Vivid is able to find the timing to top mid, shuts down Temp, but none of his teammates around him are able to find any kills. So now RCDs is forced to now iron up, potentially challenge, win this one-on-one gunfight, and he does fall short. So Lord Gaming, they find the pressure, they withstand that first push, and they're still holding on to the hill.
Decent trade from Dak. At least gives them something at bottom Eskies to work with. Caps is looking for the chase down. Eventually finds it, but it's after Dak had been off regen and completely catches it by surprise. So now numbers starting to come forward for Omit. And, well, it's really just onto Gravity, who was left to his pistol to try to hold off as long as humanly possible. Prolute, kind of same situation. Not much to grab there. And Omit Brooklyn find their way back into the hard point.
Yeah, it's good time here still to potentially walk away with the final 20, and then also with the macro trade they have over towards bridge, you can chain it over towards top P1. Now, if you are Lord Gaming, you have to find a way on in Crossfires are going to be set up from Omit. Vivid starts it off with the first kill onto Prelude, but all the pressure's going to come up through the Eskies. It's Capsule at least trying to make something happen through top mid. He only finds one, so it still should be Omit Brooklyn having an opportunity to chain that P5 to this P1 to grow this lead even more.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Pivotal moment here early into this, what has been a very 50-50 game. And the same will be said in the kill feed. 2 for 2 goes the initial trade. Capsule still working around through U-Haul. RCD's off the regen, good for 1. Sliding in, just trying to delay as long as humanly possible, and it's absolutely perfectly done. Classic right there to his support. Nades over the top, also finding a bit of success, and then he really just follows up off of his own utility. Well played by Classic. Now long-range shots towards Capsule, nearly triples up, but will have to be happy with the 2.5 kills he tallied, and, well, the rest of the team will be, because that's free time now for Omit on the hardpoint.
Yeah, this has been perfect P1 hold so far for the first 2 P1s of this map. And now RCDs finds himself again on another fire spree around P1. Again, this time around, he earned himself that cruise missile to potentially find a break in towards PE2. But Omit, they're starting off with the engagements over towards the next hill. You're going to be able to spot Temp on the top of the Humvee. And if you can at least find 1 kill, or at least set up RCDs for 1, that cruise missile can play a big part going forward.
Yeah, exactly the case. Pistol out for RCD. It's a little caught on the play, as from the front, Lore Gaming doing a really nice job. Not just keeping Capsule safe and healthy, but they're also locking down the cut towards this Eski lobby. Temp now over the backside through Bananas. This will be responsible for gate, and this is absolute perfection from Lore Gaming. No entry provided whatsoever to Omit Brooklyn, who are now scrambling, trying to find some sort of a break from the back before they get spawn trapped away from this rotation to 3.
Oh, but at least with that triple, you're able to find the break. Big 20 seconds for Omit Brooklyn. They couldn't find any time first go around at P2. But you would take anything that you can, because the way that you were able to hold P3 last time around, even without having spawns, you have confidence that you can do it again. Currently up by almost 40 points. Actually, going to be a little bit more than 40, but they're slowly working their way around the back end. No cruise missile in the back pocket to work from RCD. So if you are Lore Gaming, you have to withstand this first push coming in from the back.
Oh, well done by Vivid. That's going to actually move the focus around from this setup from Lore Gaming. Capsule still holding out of the back alley. RCD's finally able to tally the kill, and that will move the spawns around. So now Lore Gaming from the front have to not just find their way into the hardpoint, they need to find a way to deal with these proximal spawns as well. And, well, the first 2 kills are good. Dak expecting the gunfight, but blown away by Prelude. Leaves Vivid to try to find a way to recontest and confirm the damage, but not going to happen. Stick was out for Classic onto Caps, but Lore Gaming get right back in from the front. An impressive rebreak from Lore.
Yeah, that's beautiful, because Omit Brooklyn, especially when RCD's won that one-on-one through the back end, you saw those spawns come really, really close towards the backside of P3, so Lore had to try to clutch up through the front side. They were able to flip the spawns right on back and at least keep this P3 a little bit scrappy. But Omit with the numbers, with the gunning, are able to reinforce their way back in. Still up by 30 points, but off this rotation over towards next. It's going to fall into the hands of Vivid. He drops, and it should allow Lore Gaming to get back into this game, only being down 30.
Yeah, problem is, though, Classic found an exit kill over from the old time, so there's not a focused, concentrated effort here for Lore on this setup. And Omit are starting to really decimate any of this setup that still remains. Couple of decent trades, though. Temp from the high ground goes unchecked. No one looked at it at all, and all of a sudden he's on 3, and Lore Gaming can now reaffirm their setup with a chance to actually do a little bit more damage here. Gravity on the top corner is going to find Dak for free, and this could lead to a blowout moment here for Lore.
Nah, I just didn't understand that spawn right there to Vivid. He gets a free pinch spawn, and Lore Gaming, at least they get a read on it. Gravity's able to find a double, make it a triple. Okay, new guy to the squad, that's how you get it done. But 4 kills in a row, Lore Gaming, they're taking the lead right on back at the end of this P4. And if you are after rotation early on for Lore Gaming, you can try to close out this game. Gravity on 5 in a row. If he can earn this cruise missile, Omit Brooklyn in a scary spot.
Absolutely the case. He's going to soak up every final second possible. Trophy systems, plural, down for Omit Brooklyn. Keeping RCDs tucked in and safe behind the pillars. Good team shots coming out. Take care of Classic. Gravity looking for some sort of a free pinch, and he may get it right here. Waiting a little while longer. Vivid from the front, doing what he can to kind of at least give Omit Brooklyn a chance. But, yep, there it is. Kill number 6 for Gravity. Gives himself the cruise missile. And all the meanwhile, Lore Gaming are still winning on the hardpoint.
Yeah, they're running away with a lot of this time. And now with Omit Brooklyn, at least you get a couple flipped spawns with one player still holding on to the back end. But Gravity's able to take care of RCDs. Now 7 in a row. Nades and stuns all getting spammed toward the backside of the bridge. He's trying to find it with either the nade, the tax, even the MCW, but Vivid with the double. at least able to shut him down, but you're only down now by 20 points. You have to contest this, and then also think about that P1 where Omit Brooklyn have dominated so far this whole game.
And these are clean exit kills on the scrap time at the final hardpoint. Prelude on the cross, able to see one. Dak aware, fires back, good stun. Pushes Vivid off the challenge. That'll allow Prolo to keep his life a little while longer, but the problem is there's just so many players looking at him. But, I mean, we talked about Batman in the first map. This might be Barry Allen the Flash. He's in and out so quickly, but doesn't make much of a difference. Still, the kills come out. Lore Gaming, though, with numbers kind of provided because of that delay, now get onto the hard point, and they have a chance to win the game here.
Yeah, they are fully set up as well. You just have to make sure you win this one-on-one gunfight over towards Bridge, have your pinch be in, watching, and put all your focus over towards Soda. But some challenges you don't really have to take. You would rather it be contested than losing all of this hill time. But Prolude is able to find a triple through mid-U. 15 seconds till Lore Gaming take map 1.
There's 240 to 210. 20 seconds still left here. And a bit broken on the long route coming out from Classic. This is not going to get here, you'd think, in time. He's able to find one, but the immediate trade is in. Now it's just down to who can find what from the front, and the answer is there's not enough as Prolude burns him. In the last 2 hard points, finishes on 6, and Lore Gaming steal away a map from it. Brooklyn.
Hey, they just did what they needed to do. A little bit of around that P4 allows Tom Gravity to walk away with at least 5 in a row, and then you're down by 20 points. You're rotating early over towards Bridge. Your teammates are winning a couple fights. Actually, all the fights to set up Gravity to find that one freebie kill on the deep pinch. Didn't even have to invest the cruise missile to close out that game. But you could just tell Lord they were getting a lot more comfortable towards the closing moments. At the end of that final P1, they actually had someone in control of top middle, and that's where they were able to close it out. Omit Brooklyn had the first two goes around, but the third time's the charm for Lord Gaming to close out map number 1.
And just so many cool moments from both Prolude and Capsule in particular, where they're kind of left to their own devices making a solo play, and they finesse for long enough to allow the rest of the team to get into play. Also, obviously, the big pop-off from Tom Gravity. Huge and instrumental towards the, we'll call it a comeback effort. I won't say fully because the game was 40 seconds here, 30 seconds there. It was tight. I mean, it was swings of hard points that were dictating the outcome of this one. But yeah, I think, in terms of a first go here for Tom Gravity playing with, not to completely take a dump on the teammates he's played with this year, but this is the first team he's played with that has had major significance. I mean, everyone else he's played with have largely been kind of stuck in the top 32, top 16s, maybe a couple of top 8s, but that's just such a far cry from the players he's played with in the past. And, well, a really big kind of debut in certain ways here for him in this Challengers Elite for Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah, you just have to make the most out of your opportunities, and he gets it done in those final moments with that 7 streak to give his team a chance at closing out this map number 1. And that's how you shake off a little bit of that rush, a little bit of the nervousness going into your first series with this squad. You're able to get it done. And now you're going into a search and destroy where you have players on your roster who have been around the block for quite some time. I know Prolude every single night is in S&D challenge, just getting more and more reps trying to perfect this craft. But if you take a look at the game flow, it was a majority of the time Omit Brooklyn in the lead. But you can just tell at the end of that P4, that's when Tom Gravity started to pop off. You get over toward the P5, Prolude's able to find a triple. And then finally, for the first time of the entire game, it was Lore able to hold down to that P1 setup, forcing all of Omit Brooklyn to try to find a break through Sodas, through Eskies, and they just couldn't find any opportunities. So now Lore take map number 1, and now you're going into a high-rise search and destroy, up 1 on the series, feeling good.
Yeah. And, the thing about it, too, is we'll talk more about Gravity, but like I mentioned, like, this whole calendar years has been so puzzling because he's just been playing with players that you just wouldn't expect him to be playing with. Yeah. I mean, the start of the year he was playing with Rex and Fire and Velux, which Rex and Fire kind of that story tells itself, but then afterwards he's been playing with a lot of people who are recently 18 or have not really been able to consistently break into the top 8, which is just so puzzling considering the dominance that Gravity has had over his Challenger stint, let alone his ability to get back to the league or into the league for the first time when he's playing on that Paris team. But that's just one of our matchups here in this particular grouping. Again, our secondary focus will be between the Houston Spartans and Spittin' Demons. And man, I'll tell you, this Spittin' Demons team came out of nowhere. I mean, you got KB, Rupert, Dark, and Bink. This is mostly a Latin American-based team with the exception being Darkside. And hey, I mean, they're providing wins all across the board, and a lot of it has been because of this KB kid. He has been unreal so far this season.
Oh, okay, so I'm excited to see what KB can bring. And I'm pretty sure this is a matchup for that number 1 seed in Group B, so Yep. A lot on the line for both of these rosters. You currently have Houston Spartans up by 40 points, and they are at the money hill in P3, where it's very, very difficult to try to break on in. You're forced to jump or play around curve steps, and at least for now, all the kills going in favor of the Spartans. Couple hip fires coming in from Spartan. Controller's probably having a malfunction, but it's still going to be Houston Spartans up by 60. Off the rotation, Spitting Demons now have to make up some time.
And KB just kind of holding that rotation to be a bit more honest in terms of the flank around the back. And with an elimination from Bink up top, this will be early and very free time here for the Spitting Demons. And boy, do they need it. Essentially, a full 60 is required here. One more spawn for KB. He just spawns up and says, okay, I've got the pinch again. The problem is, Wiz catches it by surprise. So now the flank is a bit of a problem here. Spitting Demons do well to clear out the front. Doors are already open, though, behind Bink, and he will fall, leaving Rupert just trying to finesse as long as humanly possible, waiting for help.
Yeah, Rupert's trying to dance with death, but unfortunately he's not able to take down one before falling. So Houston Spartans hit the long route all the way around through Waterside, able to flip those spawns and break right into the HP. They could not close it out here, but they can get pretty damn close. So if you are Spitting Demons, you have to try to contest this. Stuns are getting spammed.
Yikes.
Nades are getting spammed over the top. It's all on action over towards this side of the map, but only 15 seconds remaining. You have to start thinking about that rotation, and it might just be Sparty to try to close out this game for the Spartans.
Yeah, a little bit of a leader's advantage here for Houston to try to get this early rotation. But okay, moment of brilliance here for the Spitting Demons. A couple of kills on rotation, plus the scrap time going their way. And, well, Jay, we've seen this hardpoint a handful of times in the CDL. It is very difficult to break, largely thanks to the player swimming laps around the palm tree out in the pool. So it has to be some sort of a concentrated hit, and it cannot be on one dimension. It has to come from multiple points of ingress, you think, at the same time. Fire a couple of kills, and there you go. That's enough to secure the break, and now Houston can try to calmly put this game away.
That was perfection right there out of the Spartans. Yeah. If you need to figure out how to break in towards the water hill, go back and watch that setup right there, how they got it done. It was 540 working his way around P3, pushing through that old time, but then everyone else working their way around through middle and P2 side to eventually lead to the W. The Spartans come out and get it done in map number 1. They're definitely eyeing that number 1 seed in Group B.
Absolutely. And that would be something that, again, not that it has not been in their grips of being able to do before, but I think in this group, which has a lot of mystery built into it, I mean, unexpected contestants, I think, in certain ways for the Spitting Demons.
Yeah.
You know, not to throw them, you know, out of contention, because I know KB's been a really big standout this year so far, but Rupert and Bink had a lot of experience playing with each other last year. Rupert in particular, when he was playing with Snoopy and Thresh and those guys, which is pretty much a full Mexican-based team, he was really coming to his life in terms of having a career year for him, and that has continued so far into this year. But still, when you compare the names on that roster to the other ones in form of multiple CDL talent, it does feel a bit strange that that right there is the battle for the 1 seed, whereas this one right here is to try to stave off possible relegation from playoffs.
Yeah, this is for everything for both of these rosters. Obviously, if you're a player formerly up in the pro scene, getting knocked down to challenges, you want to basically guarantee yourself every single time in towards the elite playoffs. But you can already tell a couple bodies getting shot. The draw is going to be right in our face. We are going to a reset. And that might be, you know, Lore Gaming feeling great after map number 1. They were ready to spawn into some high-rise search and destroy. And Omit Brooklyn said, nope, I still got to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, did only had 3 guys here. Sorry, boys. Sorry. But no, I mean, it's just, this group is, you know, watching the action over the course of last week and kind of reflecting on some of the numbers. It's just, it's such a weird one to kind of figure out what's happening, because it's still, I mean, this is not uncommon. We've got a lot of very formidable rosters with names on paper, but a lot of the teams are recently put together in preparation, not just for this stage, but also, of course, getting themselves ready for Toronto, which very well may be the last open major until whatever happens with challengers and world championships. So there's a lot in the line here in terms of setting yourself up for success for that event. It'll be your last chance to really kind of show your worth in person on LAN, which is often where I think a lot of the conversations for CDL pickups often come from, until you get to champs, and then there's a long off season before you get looked at again. So there's a lot riding on this particular season, getting themselves ready for Toronto, but we are going to wait for a game to join. So while we're waiting that, we'll step away for a brief break. We'll be right back. Welcome back there, friends. We are just about ready to go with map number 2 for really both of our series. The first primary series keeps testing out different servers, but the Spittin' Demons and Houston Spartans are in progress here on their 6-star search and destroy, so we'll join them after what was a decent attempt for the Spittin' Demons trying to get back into the mix of that opening hard point. As we join them on the 6-star search, we find ourselves, it looked to be for a moment there, on a 2-2 tally early on.
Yeah, it's going to be 2-2 between both of the rosters, but obviously if you are Spittin' Demons, you want to try to walk away with this S&D to tie the series up. So I'm curious to see what the stat lines are looking like. I don't know if the scoreboard is going to be broken. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. All right, J-Stud. You just got to expect it, you know? But it's going to be Spittin' Demons on the defensive side. Houston Spartans on the attack. Where does the pressure decide to come in? How are we going to set up? And it's looking like we're going to take mid-map control on all of these Spartans. All-out aggression up towards A.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Nades over the top. KB just trying to defend from afar. Couple tags here and there. Double stack here at the U-Haul. Trophy system will be deleted. A chance. I'm surprised Bink hasn't tossed this stun to try to give it a go, but it doesn't make a difference. Still finds the first blood. Rupert maybe waiting to get a green light call, and there it was. Don't know if it was fully green, though. Looked more yellow right there as he stepped right into the waiting arms of 3 Houston Spartans, and we'll go to a 2v2.
Yeah, I don't know what that play call is right there out of Rupert to just full-on send it, but that's why you have a Dark Side, who I was really excited to see on a map like 6-star. He showed us a lot throughout Season 1 of the Elite, in Search and Destroy more specifically. And he's able to close out this round for his roster. KB did a great job of at least showing face over towards Skybirds, was never dropping. That's what made it so difficult for the Spartans to even think about that objective, because they knew where KB was playing, but not finding that kill, knowing that the pressure was going to be through mid-U, they just could not think about that objective. You try to hit the rotation, and Dark Side makes you pay for it. So the Spittin' Demons take back control up 3-2.
Yeah. It's a good shout as well for Darkside. You know, he was, like you said, kind of a surprise and super, super fun to watch in Season 1. Good start here with this newer team. But trying to figure out where this offense wants to go. And the noise actually made by Dark is enough to pull some of the defense away from A. The timing of this hit is absolutely perfect. I'm actually just a bit puzzled that Houston gave up on their defensive setup that quickly just due to the little bit of noise from Dark.
Because you usually expect it whenever you're going towards A, nades or stuns are going to be spammed. But Spittin' Demons, they did that swiftly with no noise on that side of the map. They find the opening kill. Darkside, which was the island player, finds one through the map. So they still have the man advantage, and he might be able to find himself another double with the positioning that he currently has.
Yeah. Dark just kind of finesse playing his life. Pistol out nearly takes down Fire, but again, the delay on these 2 players for Houston getting back to the play is just so significant. Down to 15 seconds. They got to go quickly, and KB is making the veteran play call. Rewrap over just in case things go badly for Rupert, and there will not be enough time for the defuse. There it is. KB over the top just confirms it. Nice moment from Wiz, but still, round 4 tallied for the Spittin' Demons.
Yeah, that just comes down to, like you said, the positioning and plays right there at the Dark Side. As the island player, putting on a couple shots over towards that B site, you force Houston Spartans to give up on their setup around A. That ability to Spittin' Demons found the time and to find that first blood. Think about the objective, and just not enough game clock for the Spartans to try to retake on that side of the map. So that's now 2 rounds in a row for Spittin' Demons. Starting to pull away in the Search and Destroy, just simply trying to tie this series up.
Well, 4-2 tally here, and we will be swapping away as the primary game will be starting from 0-0. So if you want to watch the rest of that series, you can do so by heading over to the secondary stream again, youtube.com/COD Challengers has both of them listed. So yeah, here we go. Into round number 1 of the Highrise. Lord Gaming, Omit, Brooklyn, the subjects here for this test, and Capsule will find first blood. Really kind of lingering far up the middle of the map for a first round, if I'm being honest.
You can already see Temp finding his third. So now it leaves up to Classic in the 1v4. Positioning now going to be known. Everyone jumping up like they're all monkeys around the map on Highrise. And that's going to be 4 up, 4 down. Very clean round right there out of Lore Gaming to shut it down on that opening defense. And now this is where Omit Brooklyn have to respond. And this is where I was really excited to watch these guys play. Because if you remember from last season, even at the event that we just watched in Miami, Lore Gold, I'm pretty sure that was the roster. I don't know which one of the Lores was, but they walked away with the W, and a lot of that was due to the success that Dak and Classic having the setup around that B site. Just dominating that B street control on defense is going to be exactly what Omit Brooklyn are looking to do.
Good calls. That reverse sweep, again, that doesn't happen often
No,
as well,
not
by
at
the way,
all.
on that Grand Finals main stage. Crazy stuff. Dak, sole defender over towards the A zone. Just had enough foot to stay on the ledge. Classic stun, but returns one descender. Also, nade being cooked up. That should surely go over towards elevators, and it does. Propane tank not going to find any free kills, though. So Proloop will hold his angle. He will see. Surely he saw the glass shatter. Yeah, Temp was right there to follow up on it. And there's more intel here on the backside of this play. It just comes down to finding where Classic is, and surely Lord Gaming are looking to get on to B, and the plan is already underway.
Yeah, the bomb is going to be planted, but you knew that Classic was at least playing towards lower pit, so you don't want to stay in towards the site or potentially give him a freebie. He's able to spot out Temp. Dak across the map is able to find a double, so now Prolo and Capsule will have to clutch on up.
Vivid just so pushed out. Smoke also in the play. And as Vivid drops, now the focus can go back to Classic's direction. Proloop may not have seen him, though. The smoke was still largely in play. So a rewrap comes out. Pistol good. Classic quick. But they don't know where Caps is. That's the problem. Time becoming a bit of an issue. A couple of shots come out. They're going to try to double chow him. Oh, the stick comes out. Classic's going to fall. And now there's not going to be enough time. Oh, my goodness. Capsule saves the day with a stick from the Semtex, and there was barely a window to even throw it, let alone find the connection.
That's insane stuff right there to Capsule. Once he took that early premature shot, I thought it was going to be round over, but he still had the Semtex in the back pocket. Omit just tried to isolate him before someone's thinking that defused, but the Semtex was just enough to get the round complete for Lord Gaming. So now Capsule finds himself on 4 in a row. Could potentially earn himself a cruise missile, and Omen Brooklyn now trying to figure out how they're going to win the attacking round. The amount of space and map control that Lord was able to take in that early round, you can't give it up, especially over towards the B Street, because they're going to dominate it again.
Yeah, for real. Wow. What a heroic moment. Omit now in a pretty tricky spot. This offense largely focused towards B, but there are a number of defenders ready for this. Nice snap from Capsule now on 5 in a row, and he wants number 6 and nearly gets it, but Dak too wise to know there was going to be a follow-up, so he shuts down the play. But in that moment, after the first blood gets tallied, I bet Brooklyn actually finds 2 kills. So now they're rewrapping back over to Gravity's direction, who's in trouble with an MCW, and that will open up the A site completely.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Tom Gravity just back up to his spawn, basically play that a little bit slower, allow Temp to make the play. But once he falls, Temp now knows I'm in a 1v3. They're going to know exactly where I am once I find the first kill. And with them holding him a lot of the map control, especially 2-top heli, instantly able to find the trade. And Capsule is at least able to get away with his life after finding that first kill instead of committing on to the second, or at least getting some assistance from his teammates. Have a better chance of at least earning that cruise missile. But Omit Brooklyn able to stop the bleeding on the attacking side, finally put one on the board, but now you have to answer with the response on defense again.
Temp looking over towards the middle of the map. Does see one. Aggressive game here. Temp coming out the better of it. Arcides was the intended victim. Not going to be felled, though. And off the regen actually gets an eye over towards Capsule. Meanwhile, Vivid, long-range play towards B Alley, and that's almost enough for Classic to push through it. Not fully going to work out, but a lingering nade from Dak still confirms the kill. Arcides also eventually tallies Capsule, so defensively, Omit Brooklyn very clean and polished here.
Yeah, good stuff from Omit Brooklyn to just dominate that B Street. You find the opening first blood, and then you win all the trade fights. Now put Temp left in the 1v3. Positioning and info was already gained. Vivid still staying alive towards top propane. Temp still has it in his back pocket. Is he going to be able to line it up? Nope. Bounces off of something. And eventually he should fall.
Should.
My God.
It's like one of those, it's like, there's not much to say here. Just kind of, someone hit your shots, please. And all right, there we go. Wow, funny stuff. But hey, defensively speaking, Omit trying to get aggressive doesn't really fully work out, but it doesn't make a difference. The layers behind it really nice, and the AR is kind of the subject for success in what was largely 2 straight rounds.
Yeah, they found the first blood, and then even though with Classic getting super aggressive up to that right street, he had Gravity one shot to set up Dak with the nade over the top to find the trade. So as long as you're playing high-rise search and destroy on the defensive end, you dominate that right side of the map. You can basically cover the whole map. And that's what Omit Brooklyn went back to that strategy. But all tied up at 2. With Brooklyn this time around on the attack, just trying to take somewhat control of the propane. Dak is eating stuns, nades, everything is getting thrown at him. He eventually falls, and Capsule finds 3. Oh my God, that was so damn fast. I couldn't even pass it to you, Alan. That one happened so damn fast.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things that the round just kind of falls apart in the blink of an eye. And wow, okay, this is a lot of where it comes from. It's just an aggressive route from Capsule that sees a ton on the long cross through middle. Not often you see that position find that much value, but it looked like a triple stack off spawn through those right side windows for the offense that just got completely red and then eventually blown apart by the setup from Lore Gaming.
And that was a very, very quick round, and now Capsule finds herself on 3 in a row. So if you can respond with another quick attack, definitely throw Omit Brooklyn off guard. They open up with the first blood onto Classic. You know he's the soul man that loves to play around that B site. You take care of him, you can think about this objective instantly.
Capsule off 4 though. Tries to get a little poke and prod over the top of the B site. Forces Dak to take a bit of a route, and
I didn't see him.
Oh my goodness. Neither player had seen each other, but maybe Dak felt a little bit of restriction as he jumped down, and Temp kind of pieces the round back together. A double from top propane. Oh, a bold route being hit. RCD's thought about it with the pistol at range, and then eventually got pushed and overwhelmed from the front. So, weird moment there between Dak and Caps, but it's really Temp who's the star of the round.
Yeah, now Temp gets it done through top propane again. Once you find that first blood onto Classic, you saw that now Omit Brooklyn are forced to change their setup. You now had to put Dak in that position where Classic originally wanted to play, even though he was able to find one. Just more bodies on that side of the map from Lore. As they are starting to pull away in this search and destroy. Now 2 rounds in a row. Back to the defensive side they go. And if you're Omit Brooklyn, I would just think about an aggressive push this time over towards the B Street. But trophy system in your back pocket. Don't give it those free kills to add Capsule and at least withstand all the attacks getting thrown at you.
Yeah, but look at this Prelude. Oh, thought for a second he was going to find some freedom to move forward, but I don't even know if that stun was an offensive one. That may have come from a teammate, because nobody from Brooklyn were really turning to say, hey, there's someone in our pit. So Prelude tosses the smoke thinking he's under pressure, and that may not have been the case, and we'll go into a delayed 4v3 with RCD's finally tallying first blood onto Caps.
The big first kill onto Capsule. He was the guy that was inside the B site, so now Lore Gaming have to try to get a little bit more aggressive on their setup. Vivid gains info of at least 2 players over towards the elevators, but where is the last player in Gravity who's trying to make a play through bottom blue?
Yeah. Temp once again back up top, same position he was playing from the last round. Has Vivid completely caught off guard, nowhere for him to go. A little bit of a sloppy snap down low, but the read is at least decent. Gravity looking to try to support, but misses out on the timing of Classic's re-wrap back. But Dak has been seen. Clean shots from Gravity, but not enough damage. Now he's stuck without ammunition, and Classic will follow up. So 2 moments where both of the remaining Lore Gaming members looked like they had guaranteed kills. Doesn't come through. And now Temp is in a 1v2. Ooh. Timing here, though. He may catch him on the plant. No, the bomb does get planted. 4 kills in a row for Temp. 1v1. Over the backside of the corner, it's Dak with what looked to be a rival 9 to finish things off. And Omit Brooklyn bring us back to within 1.
Oh, I thought Temp was going to find the timing when he slips right on by to the propane, but once that bomb gets planted, Dak does not allow Temp any breathing room around that area. Just full sends it with the rival 9 and is able to clutch up in the 1v1 to now put his team down 4-3. Back to the defensive side they go, and just make sure we get a couple trophy systems over towards that right side. We cannot get picked apart over opening nades. We have to make sure we dominate this right street to try to tie this game up at 4.
Nades over the top. Dak Classic looking to stay aggressive through the bottom side of pit. And yeah, they're going to get Classic pretty far forward here. Vivid in a little bit of trouble. Puts a trophy system just to keep himself healthy. And Classic is seen. Oh my. All you got to do is ask for a little bit of help. Your Classic knows he's in trouble. Tries to gain some separation. Great stun. Comes through to confirm the kill. But that told, Dak also still able to find totally first blood. So we go to a 3v3 in the impending elimination. Really doesn't amount to too much here in the large scheme of things.
Yeah, the kill that Dak finds, though, is the bomb carrier. So now if you are Lore, you have to work through bottom blue, retrieve that, and then start thinking about that objective. But Capsule at least gets info onto 1 player playing towards the back right windows, simply calling out for the information over towards that A side. But RCD's might have just got the worst Call of Duty timing as they have approached the B bomb.
Yeah, very true. Wow, but RCD's, wow, finds himself the double with the plant trying to come through. So now it's just down to Capsule, and he's already been tagged. Nowhere to go. RCD's will finalize every single kill. And that gets us now to, like you said, that 4-4 grip, and Omit Brooklyn started to cook up with a little bit of rounds being strung together in a row.
Hey, 2 rounds in a row. I thought RCDs was going to get some bad Call of Duty timing, but he actually gets the best possible timing to catch the freebie onto the player onto the site, and then the one dropping that bomb puts it all tied up at 4. A couple players on a little bit of a streak. 3 in a row for Dak, 3 in a row for RCDs. Because now they have to just simply figure out their attack. Lord Gaming have done a great job of just dominating that right side of the map, but Omit Brooklyn, the one time they attempted it, they just got crossfire set up by Capsule, so that has to be in the back of their mind.
Oh, quick move here from Vivid. He's already gotten forward over towards blue. And he can at least watch this initial cross and make sure no one's on the defensive helo stairs. The focus for the defense is actually all down B alley. Prolude may consider trying to go a little bit forward from here. He's got Temp watching him, a little high-low setup from a bit of range. And yeah, they're going to try to teamwork this out. So quick motion to dominate B alley. And they may find timing behind the play, but Classic once again hits the pit. Not going to be seen. Dak trying to save a life. Kill not in, but Classic, oh, doesn't quite get there in time to finalize. So all in all, it is just a trade. RCD's trying to follow up behind this, though, and almost catches perfect timing, but instead the kill not able to be tallied, and Temple turned to save the day, 3v2.
That's got to be annoying. So damn annoying if you are RCDs. You found the opening route. Unfortunately, you couldn't find the kill. And now it's Dak left in a 1v3. He gets stiffed out, and Lore Gaming played that one super aggressive. Almost came back to bite him, but teamwork was all on full display with a little bit of finesse. Now it allows them to put themselves at game point. It's been 2 rounds here, 2 rounds to the opposing team, 2 rounds back. I'm taking 2 right back at you.
Yeah.
And now, with Lore Gaming at game point, do they find the consistent 2-piece to try to close out this game?
Okay. Critical rounds here for Omit Brooklyn. Again, it just feels like the last 3 have just been decided by the smallest and slimmest of timings across the board. So many damage moments that look like they're going to turn to the kills. Not happening. Lore Gaming looking to take their focus towards pit side. Capsule will tally something with the stun initially. Deep Semtex, but it gets denied by a trophy system. But there's enough pressure here down the backside of the alley and the B site where Prolute could just decide to plant if he wants to, especially with Temp getting up top here.
Oh, yeah, with Donnie Temp getting this positioning, you should be instantly thinking about that objective. But now with Capsule dropping first, you don't want to catch bad timing, potentially catching Classic off on a jump up, but that bomb is now going to get planted. Is Classic going to be able to at least spot Prolute off the exit? He does, but Prolute might have just got that info. I saw you too, buddy.
Classic may have an opportunity to try to hop this really quickly. He's got support. Trying to play for the kills first, though. Temp up top, able to tally RCDs. No chance for a trade. Dak down low makes this a little bit more manageable. Temp, good prediction on Classic's route. So well done. And in the same breath, Gravity also gets the read towards Vivid. Topside scaffold. Temp just delaying the inevitable. Gravity also slips away from Dak. Shots don't fully land, and now Dak is in an impossible situation. Not enough time for the defuse, and Lore Gaming really taking the consideration of our destinies in our own hands. Win the search 6-4. Now they're up 2-0 in the series.
And that was a very mixy final round right there, because it was Omit opening up with that first blood. Just once that objective gets down, you now have to play a lot quicker on what you were planning on doing. And when they get the info onto Temp, you can't find a trade. You have a player jump on the pain side to try to locate him, but Temp somehow found a double to make it a 2v2. Gravity keeps Temp alive by putting down a couple shots onto Vivid. Temp now recovers his health, but then when Dak goes on that deep route to try to take down Gravity, just simply not finding that kill made it a lot more difficult, because Gravity now walks out the left window, gets the free kill onto Vivid, and then just not enough time left on the game clock for Dak to try to clutch on up. Lore Gaming made the adjustments to final 2 rounds. Were able to not answer with the opening first blood, but with the map control that they were able to gain to now put that bomb down, put the play in the advantage, and now find themselves up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, that's unreal stuff. And against so many rounds, a bullet away from finding a key kill here or there from either side. But sometimes that's just the way Call of Duty goes. And end-all be-all was that Brooklyn just could not find the responses needed. And how about the move with Tom Gravity in the mix now for Lord Gaming? Goodness gracious. I mean, Flames, I will say, you know, especially with that LAG roster that he's joining, very familiar with all those guys on that squad he is.
Yeah.
But Tom Gravity in the picture now makes this Lord Gaming roster extremely veteran. I mean, extremely veteran. And it looks like everyone's really gelling. I mean, 11 kills for Temp and Caps, 5 for Gravity, a couple of the key ones in particular. So it looks like everything turning up pretty well for Lord Gaming with this new roster, not having a lot of time to get practice in.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about MW3, but the honeymoon stage just hits different. So far this year, we saw Lord Gold on 1 week of practice walk away as Miami champions, and now Lord Gaming up 2-0 in this series with a brand new player on the roster. Obviously, Tom Gravity, he's been around the block once or twice. He knows exactly who he's playing with. Him and Tep are great friends alongside Prolude. Like, this circle knows what they need to do to try to walk away with the W. As they find themselves up 2-0, next map is going to be the Highrise control to potentially close it out in 3. You're feeling great if you're Tom.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so here's a look back at the other series as well. The Houston Spartans were able to close out the map number 2 versus the Spittin' Demons 6-4 there. So 2 tight series here for both these 2 matchups we have in front of us. In particular, again, this matchup is all about who comes away as the number 1 seed in Group B as we come into the Highrise control. And Spittin' Demons, after winning their first defense, have also gotten some pretty good capture here over towards the B zone. Lots of lives remaining, but not a lot of time. Just a minute 13 with Bink. Woo! Snaps over to Glowfrosty, and with 3 dead, here comes the rush for the Demons.
Yeah, that was a beamer right there at a Bink. Catches the player off the spawn, snaps to the player in the bottom blue. Now Spittin' Demons have a little bit of map control to work their way up through the map. Unfortunately, the propane tank, it kills you for so damn far. I don't know if you saw the clip I put on Twitter this past reason. 160,000 views. 30 feet away, I'm still dying at that damn propane. So anything can happen on that side of the map. As a double comes in for the Spartans, they're able to reinforce. Can they get there just in time to stop that first segment? They do. And now Rupert has to play his life.
Absolutely the case. No, that was comedy, dude. Not only was the clip comedy, it was just your literal facial reaction to it. Just
jaw dropped, Alan. Like, what type of propane is that, man?
Do you ever figure it out? Because someone in your comments was like, it maybe like the damage reflected back to you because it hit a teammate off the propane. I don't know, but it was wild, bro.
I look back, then there wasn't a single teammate on that side of the map. Oh. I still have yet to figure it out, Alan. I'm telling you, that propane is possessed.
My duo's chalk, bros. Telling you what. Wiz, backside of the play. Whoa! Almost finds the transfer for 3. First 2, impressive enough, though. Keeps things within defensive control for Glowfrosty to make his play forward and stops the first tick of progress from being locked. That's probably the more important part about this. So it comes a winnable situation for both sides. 5v6, 18 seconds, last hit on the way.
You got to try to clutch up if you are the Spartans. You currently have a lot of the map control and Spart with the double. Now leads to Spittin' Demons having no more respawns left. Time is starting to tick. Unfortunately, Fire just backs off of the map. What the hell are we doing? 3v3.
Oh, not like this. And then the double up over towards backside blue. 0.4 seconds on the clock for the 2v2. First tick of progress is going to get locked here. There's a trophy system down. Glowfrosty's going to get peeled. It's just now Sparty who also gets pulled off. Not off the map. Not like that. Oh, no way.
What are we doing? Like, I don't know what we're doing. Like, we're just going for a fadeaway from top propane. I don't know if you thought someone was underneath you or controller probably malfunctioned. Something must have happened because there's no way in hell Fire 40 just lost composure with no more respawns left to just simply jump off of the map. But now the Spartans find themselves down 2-0. We know how invasion attacking rounds usually go. It's not very easy to win. So now you have to figure it out potentially 2 times.
So unfortunate. Holy smokes. Well, 2-0 up. Propane antics continue. Houston Spartans immediately on towards the B zone, but just not with a lot of significance, is it? Oh my goodness, what are we doing, boys and girls? Is this our first time loading into Highrise? Unbelievable. I mean, is that not the definition of challengers? Right,
we got to be getting trolled, Alan. Like I'm telling you, we just simply got to be getting trolled. Power positions, and screw it. Nope, I'm just going to send myself back to the respawn. But at least it's still the Spartans. About to complete the second segment over towards B. Everything is getting thrown at them. Stun, nays, no one's got a trophy system, but they looking like they're going to be able to extend this time with a little triple stack in towards the site. Now they're currently up by 1 lives, making no lives, all tied up in that column, but at least you extend that time.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Let's all get ourselves back into control here, all right? Let's take a deep breath. Just get a normal back half around here. Wiz trying to get a spawn denied as Bink and Rupert have some good crossing angles over towards that right side glass, but the Houston Spartans finding success to clear off top heli may give him a bit of a setup towards trying to approach this A zone. Wiz still worried about this B lane, and he's continuing to take good shots at. Glowfrosty up top, not on an angle to really assist on this cross either. So this is just not only taking time, the Demons are just winning free kills here.
Yeah, they're just maintaining the map control. They know they don't have to push up past that 50-yard line unless they get a 3 dead. So then they can start putting the Spartans into a little bit of a trap, but now you're going to allow Darkside to get pushing towards the right side. He's able to find one, lines up shots onto the second, and even with the Spartans completing that segment over towards B, they all of a sudden find themselves down by almost 6 lives.
Yeah. Well, things have fallen apart pretty quickly here, at least for the Houston Spartans. They've gotten out of this, I won't say spawn trap, but they've gotten control back of B Street. Glowfrosty going to go up top to Propane. KB pretty far forward here, all things told with MCW, but catches good timing on DeWiz, and now all of a sudden you've got a couple of Spittin' Demons members defensively pushing up through Heli, and there's just nowhere for the Houston Spartans to work with at all.
Oh yeah, that's all 4 dead now. Only 9 lives left in their back pocket. 40 seconds to try to get the objective done over towards A. And with all the lives that they just jumped off the map with, that might be just enough to simply lose them the map. There's only going to be 8 lives left, but with 25 seconds left, KB still doing a great job of holding down blue. You're finding all the trades through the right side of the street. This is looking like a Spittin' Demons 3-0.
Yeah. Sure is. Fire, well, gets one back, but 4 lives remaining. Not looking very likely, as there's really not a lot of opportunity to even push through that nade kill from Sparty. So, yeah, wow. I mean, this has been dominant, flat out. A couple of key mistakes, surely, for Houston. I mean, you don't fall off the map. You just don't. Not at this stage of the game. But clean, nonetheless. Every other time we had a moment to kind of look at it from the Demons' perspective. So, got to be impressed. Again, that's just another idea in terms of like why they've gotten to the point they have, making it to the group stage, to this already guaranteed playoff spot with a chance to fight for that first place seed going into tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, they dominated that map. A little bit of assistance from the Spartans just simply jumping off, thinking that they had parachutes. But fortunately, not yet 4 short, but we hop into the little bit more of high-rise control between Lord Gaming and Omit Brooklyn to try to close out Group D, who is going to be the final squad to qualify for our playoffs. Capsule with a big one-on-one towards the point. Unfortunately, does fall, but at least you still got that game clock as a pause with Prolu still working out of the progression over towards that.
Yeah, 100%. Couple of good eliminations of it. Brooklyn able to clear off most of the zone, and Gravity will also drop. So no more further progress to be made over towards A. That first stick is locked, though. Temp continuing to keep the offensive play alive over towards A, but it's really down to this battle right here. Gravity and Arcides had gripes with each other over the top of the office, and Arcides will eventually get traded out. Same breath, Temp drops towards A. So again, having to work back out of spawn, our Lord Gaming, and they're still down 4 lives and under 60 seconds to play.
Yeah, and they have to figure out a way on out, and it might be just enough from Capsule hitting that route through low pit to potentially find an opening from his team, because no one else is able to find a kill. Temp works out through the double windows, at least able to find a double, but it's still Capsule trying to make something happen through the underground pit. Eventually puts the game clock at a pause in this B point, but right now Omit Brooklyn just maintaining a lot of the map control, flying all around the map, just winning these fights.
6 life advantage. Just the 1 tick of progress. And I think if you're looking at this from Lord Gaming, you did get something going over towards this B zone. There's not a lot of option to work with here. Oh, man, over the top of the staircase. Didn't see Arcides, but damage had been tallied. And okay, here we go. 2 kills coming through. Proloop will eventually drop as the trade comes out over towards B, but Gravity steps in, confirms his trade with the pistol, and now Caps can all of a sudden maybe try to make a play up top into the windows, and he may catch a couple of Brooklyn members off guard. Yeah, sure has. And now it's kind of like, which zone do you want if you're Lord Gaming? Because they're really not finding any concentrated success on either. It's like both at the same time, Stud, and it's not working out right now.
Yeah, it's just not working out. You have to be all on the same page and think about one objective to try to get done. And with Prolu finding that double, the decision might be made for them to single out over towards this B point. A team nade happens. Players drop through bottom pit, but at least you still have Capsule here putting that game clock at a pause. When he drops, no more time is going to be left. Only 10 seconds left. You have to get somewhere.
Yeah, and it's going to be a desperate play over towards B. Temp actually wins one with a pistol. Hold on, there's 2 players.
Wait a minute
here. Classic will try to work this through the alley side. Nade will not land. Is anyone watching for this? Oh, now they're going to. Caps will be taken down. He was just looking for the player lurking at mid-map, which is Vivid. Second tick of progress already in, though. 3rd on the way. Hold on a second. I mean, the numbers aren't great here for Lore, but they're finding an opportunity to not just battle back. They're going to get an extra 60 seconds to try to finesse. Temp will be traded. So it comes down to Capsule. And wow, this is a bold call with dead silence. He's going to try to go around the back, confirm a couple of kills, and then maybe have a chance to go, but he's been seen, and everyone's waiting. A little shooting gallery right down the main side of construction.
Yeah, he stood no chance in that 1v5, but if you're lower gaming, you will definitely take that. Tom Gravity only drops 1 kill and 10 deaths in that opening round, but somehow, some way, you only had 1 segment with about 3 seconds left, and you end the round with 5. So that is a W in my book. You do lose a round, but you're up by 5 segments, so all you need is a dominant defensive round. Potentially earn yourself some streaks, get Tom Gravity a little bit activated to try to shut out Omit Brooklyn on your defense, Dom.
Wow. Got tight, but the ticks of progress, I'm sure, will be appreciated considering how desperate the last part of that round was. Vivid looking to try to get a quick jump up over towards top heli, and he will find an angle to get here, and he's already cleared off a lot of the backside of the A site as well. Gravity gets a look at him, though, and that's enough. Dak trying to step forward, not to happen. Man, I'm telling you, not a lot of options here to push forward if you're a bit Brooklyn. Maybe trying to overstep just a touch too much. First tick of progress does get locked in, though, right before Classic gets pressured. And honestly, the trade that he finds, the 1-for-1 is good. Vivid's right here off spawn, finding elimination. Now he's back on the zone.
Yeah, that's a good trade. Going in from Classic, instant stat with that Renetti, but now you have to read where the pressure's coming in from Lord, because they all get that close right back window. RC with some great shots to shut down Gravity. Great read right there to Classic, and now that's another 3 dead in the feed. You could potentially transition over towards A for the free ski, but that's going to be Gravity with that double. You're still working up towards B. You should be able to extend this time. And now if you are lower gaming, the advantage that you had is slowly starting to slip away.
Yeah, very much so. Lots of time on the clock, of course. Lives are still pretty healthy, and Capsule, surely he communicates that someone broke through the doors, right? Surely he communicates that someone broke through the doors, right? Okay, Dak gets seen. Wow, wow! Clean shots from Dak, though, from the low ground, and there's no trade to come through, so Dak's going to get the regen, and he can continue to be a pest down here.
Yeah, he's just going to continue to finesse. He's dancing with death, and he's coming out on top. So he finds himself a double, trying to finesse on towards tempo, or at least stall out a little bit more time for his teammates to get to him. With a minute and 25 still remaining on the game clock, Omit Brooklyn still in the lives department, remaining up by 1. The Lower Gaming with that double, retake over towards blue. Now they have all the map covered.
Yeah, sure do. Okay. Gotta take a breath here if you're Omit Brooklyn. Dak is still on a heater, though, coming off spawn. Clean shots through. RCD's only able to get 1. Temp in trouble. Knows he's going to get challenged and still finds a way to win it with the pistol. Oh, my.
Ooh.
Wanted more. And eventually shut down by Vivid, who creates some space here through mid. Caps tucked in the corner, though. Denies any further play. And a tight life count, but we're down to 50 seconds, and uh-oh, that's not good.
Just basically give the kill to Omit Brooklyn without them having even to work for it. And now Classic has top heli control. You currently have with a couple players over towards B Street as well. You're outslaying by 3 lives on the round, but that time is starting to dwindle down. Only 30 seconds left. Someone has to be thinking about that objective to put that game clock at a pause.
RCD stunned, but still finds the first onto Capsule. Allows Vivid to come in unscathed. Or until he tries to peek and see if Lore Gaming are coming quickly for the defensive take. Not to happen. Now it's on to Dak from behind. Able to get 1. Is there a turn? Is there a trade? Proloot provides. Wow. Nice, clean, quick gunshots on the way through. But the problem here is the life count. 6v4 numbers in favor of Omit Brooklyn, who have the clock stopped at 20.6. Vivid looking for a kill. Round the back, saved by Temp. Classic able to provide at least 1 more elimination, but time is becoming a bit of an issue. Gravity watching the back stairs. Classic gives up his position. Kill is good. Now it's just down to who can actually break this thing from the front. Up top, not able to find an avenue.
Oh.
Not able to get in any form. 3 seconds on the clock. There will be a chance for Omit to touch. 2v2 Gravity. He finds himself a double. Now for the third on to Classic. Can he save the round? Looking decent for it. Classic around the back.
Oh!
For the 1v2 in the win.
Oh, that's icy on a Classic right there. You get the info that he's on the point somewhere. All we have to do is trade efficiently, but unfortunately, Classic gets it done with the MCW. To clutch up on the attacking round, you do not earn yourself the segment, but you walk away with the round win on the attacking side. So even with Omit Brooklyn being down by 1 segment, you have set yourself up to close out the game here in a 3-0.
Wow. How tight that ended up. Hello?
What happened?
Wait.
Aww.
What? No. I don't like that.
That's
Jay?
tough, man.
I don't like
Come
that.
on. Classic just had himself an insane icy play right there.
I know.
What the hell happened after that? Did he break his control after that insane clutch? That sucks. That literally sucks.
Oh, man. Talk about taking the absolute life out of the party. Good grief.
It's like when you're at a party and you know how they just unplug the aux and all the music and everyone just sits there standing like, huh? Like, that's literally what just happened to me, man. I'm kind of mad about that.
Well, here's a look in to see what's going on in map number 4 after the Spittin' Demons found a 3-0 on their high-rise control. Decent start here on the Rio Hardpoint. But Houston Spartans starting to find their way back as we head to our second rotation of hills, and the first hardpoint is opened up very nicely for Houston.
And Houston Spartans are already making the adjustments in the maps. They're playing maps you simply cannot jump off of. They are going to be in the lead currently for this Rio HP all-out mix fest through top mid, and this is how you make up for it. Fire on a map like Rio where you can dominate with that rival 9. Already sitting at 17 and 13, and the elite is going to switch. You're instantly having a response so far.
Yeah. Rupert SMG in hand. Not often the case. Fire reads it, gets the easy kill. Tight game still, 20 seconds to fight for, and Houston still finding wins in the kill feed. He's Bink pretty much by himself to see what he can do. I mean, lots of damage here, but not going to be able to bait out any red dot chases. Pistol will work for one. Now it's just down to where to Glow Frosty go, and decent moves from Bink, but eventually dealt with. And Houston will have to be trying to put together a rotation. Actually, they get Bink to spawn all the way out while the first hardpoint was still active, so numbers will be here first for the Spartans.
Yeah, numbers are going to be here. You just have to find a trade. Dark side with the double. Well, at least able to alleviate that pressure through the side alley. Now Houston Spartans rallying the troops through the backside, trying to work through gate, trying to find a timing to instantly hit over towards this point. But they are expecting a player to go on the pinch. They're trying to locate him, but there's no one there. We just got to hit the hill.
Well, problem is, it's not happening. I mean, no one's on the hard point. No one wants the time, I guess. Rupert trying to play backside gate, denied by Wiz, and finally we get a pretty clean kill feed to allow Spittin' Demons to get back in. 23 seconds remaining for this hard point. Houston Spartans still spawning closer. They're just going to push through the old time, but KB is teeing off at range.
Ooh.
KB, remember the name, 5 in a row, 19 and 10, having himself another great respawn.
Yeah, what was he, 29 and 20 in the first opening HP, already 19 and 10, potentially finding himself a cruise missile. Didn't know who this young man was before, but I'm starting to know now. Finds himself on 6 in a row, cruise missile in the back pocket, and he's also soaking up the hill time. This is Mr. Do It All. He might be Jokic.
Put the team on your back, though.
Ooh.
Look at this man. 7 in a row, 21 and 10. And, I mean, why
Come
are
here.
we challenging him? Why are we challenging this
Hello.
guy? Frosty, what are we doing? Oh my goodness. Straight takeover from KB. And now all of a sudden, the Houston Spartans, because they spent so much time trying to trade him out, their only hit has to come from front stairs. I mean, runaway moment here for the Demons. And, well, you may just call him the Spittin' KBs because he's the only demon you might need.
Oh my God, he's taking over on 9 in a row. Now gets the read on where the pressure's coming in from as that early rotation is trying to come in for the Spartans. Finds himself on 10 finally before falling, but you basically walk away with a full 60 at this P3 HP. You're now setting up your teammates to hit a couple rounds because you got that cruise missile in your back pocket. Just have to put yourself in a position to find one kill, spawn them all the way out, and then use the numbers to your advantage to find the break.
Unreal stuff. Cruise missile going to get called. We open things up over towards garage. This cruise isn't going to find much value.
Yeah, no kills.
Teammates
either.
fall all around it. Wiz will be the only one to drop from it. Actually, a bit surprised that he died that deep inside a garage. But the problem is, the Houston Spartans have a zone now built around this hard point. Excuse me? Glow Frosty just got absolutely destroyed. Darkside tried to hold out of the hard point, but no way, no how. Houston clean kill feeds back and forth, and that'll be enough to get them back right into this game.
Oh, and now this is a situation where Fire 40 can get this game right back in their favor if he earns himself a cruise missile. Gonna be able to get it for free onto KB. Big 20 seconds if you could walk away with it would be only down by 20 to 25 points. Going in towards the bridge hill, but a perfectly timed flank here for Fire. 7 in a row. Just trying to one-up KB on his kill streak. Unfortunately does fall, but that's been a great response from Houston to withstand the pressure coming in from the crews, to keep it a little bit scrappy, but to walk away with a majority of the time to get right back into this game.
Yep. Absolutely kind of resets everything. Fire going to call in a cruise missile here on 5. KB not going to be able to live through that. But it's just Wiz, the only player who's really here to try to contest for the Spartans. But, oh, he breaks some timing. Rupert doesn't see him. Good team shots coming through, plus support from Glowfrosty. Allows an opportunity now for Fire to hit a bit of a pinch, and that should be enough space and time for Houston to get into the hard point.
The route already being hit by Darkside. So he was able to find at least a time in to catch Glowfrosty off of the respawn. And now you're forcing the Spartans to change their setup a little bit, but great team fires out of Spart and Wiz to eliminate him from that position. They're still contesting this hill, but Rupert is here with the SMG. He finds a double, and the break is in for the Demons.
27 and 15 for KB. Rupert pushing forward, confirming the kill. Now these last 12 seconds. Houston, coming off spawn, are not going for this. Fire is going to give this a bit of a go, but if you lose members, you're likely going to lose this rotation into one. A bit surprised by that. Dark's going to get stunned, but wow, okay, Houston have no idea where Darkside is. And now as they start to develop their hit, Dark can try to make his play. Good follow-up stun, though, from Glowfrosty, confirming his own utility. And the Houston Spartans will now have numbers to jump into the hard point.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from the Spartans to play that patient, to isolate Darkside. I thought they lost track of him, like you said, when the stun connects, but still able to focus on him, retake through top mid, and now only down by 15 points. Fire doing everything he can to contest over towards the bridge side, but now it falls into the hands of Glowfrosty. Gets info onto one, but here comes the fast play coming in from Dark.
Oh, well done by Wiz. Important 2 kills for him in this hard point. Also confirms there's someone playing over towards bridge side. Challenge is in, though. KB able to win that. Fire now essentially by himself, waiting for help out of Wiz, who also will drop behind this. Just down to Glowfrosty. Oh, down. Well fought. Gets the first one, no worries. But KB just continues to take whatever challenge he possibly can. So right back in the lead go the Spittin' Demons. But a key gunfight here over towards New. Wiz on the hot dog stand, but it's Bink deep over the top side of the banana jump to at least allow an opportunity for this hard point to stay neutral.
And KB found himself on 4 in a row. He's a player working on the bench, finally does fall, but he at least stalls out a lot of time for his teammates to hold down the hill. Now all of the Spartans spawning in towards the back, but you can see Wiz on the deep route, just trying to make a heads-up play to allow the break to come in for his roster.
But KB's looking for this. Shots are out. KB from boxes. Doesn't quite confirm the kill as quickly as he would like. 30 seconds on the clock here. The Houston Spartans cannot win it on this hill, but they can get really, really close, and you can see there may be an opportunity for the Demons to at least throw utility and see if they can neutralize some of this time already winning rotation over to New.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do if you are the Demons. Just apply pressure over towards the yellow hill. Force the Spartans to not have an easy rotation over towards the next. They are going to take the lead for a little bit, but at least if you are the Demons, you're still holding down this right side. Not going to allow them to overextend. Not going to allow them to flip these spawns. As now you need a great hold to try to force a game 5 here at P3.
Yeah, the last player really in the way right now on this rotation is Reaper over towards box's side, and he backs up. And Wolf Spartan, big gunfight win. 234, 243. Here comes the hit. It's flooding from both sides at the same time. And the Spittin' Demons don't have a good look at the wraparound from the back. So now it just has to be who can win from inside the hard point. It's just down to Dark in the corner. Wiz trying to wrap around, gets a bit of a pinch shot, but Dark stays alive. Can he win the last 1v1? Oh my goodness, how has he managed to stay alive? Spart cannot challenge this. Help on the way. The stun confirms. That's enough for KB to win the gunfight. 28 seconds remaining. Houston Spartans trying to make the play down Eskies. Bink, though, in position to deal with it, finds 2. Can he get the third? Why not? And the Spittin' Demons will confirm the map point and send us to a 5th.
Oh, man, do you know how much pressure and how icy you have to be in that situation right there? It was Houston Spartans hitting the long routes. You wouldn't open a gunfight through side boxes. But the fact that Darkside, even with his teammates spawning all the way across the map, it wasn't the Spartans, it wasn't the opposing team spawning on the backside. Everyone was spawning all the way across. Darkside in a 1v3 just stalls out enough time to now force the game 5.
What a play. Absolute highlight. Unreal stuff, but we have to go back over to our primary match, which has finally started. Oh, no, just kidding. I was going to say this has been a delayed control, but it is a 2-0 right now on this map for Omit Brooklyn with the reset. We were so involved with that hard point, I forgot we already seen 2 rounds of this.
Yeah, that was a crazy one.
Lord Gaming back into the mix. Have to find a way to put together a little mini reverse sweep on the map.
Have to try to figure it out. You're down 0-2. Obviously, you're most likely going to have to walk away with 2 attacking rounds if you want to try to win this map and close it out in 3, but Omit Brooklyn at least doing a good job so far of maintaining his left side of the map, but finally Lore Gaming, they found the opening. First segment already going to be done at B. Donnie Temp shooting absolute nukes out of his MCW as they're applying pressure now to both points.
Yeah, not ideal here for Omit Brooklyn, but lots of utility off spawn. Capsule only able to tally one. Arcades does clear off the B zone in full, so 2 ticks is all that comes over towards the B site. Temp right down mid. Bold route, works out nicely. Even has a look over towards Vivid, but a little bit of help off spawn. Allowed the kill to come out. Classic also affirming the defense is still in place over towards B. Means that Lore kind of have to restructure and reset up their next hit approach.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, they basically have 1 to 2 last hurrahs, especially if you go 2 to 3 dead at this moment. So now you're forced to figure out a way out of your spawn and get past all of the airs that Omit Brooklyn currently have, holding down those power positions. 17 seconds left. Dak finds the timing with the Ravanan on the deep pinch, and even though Lore Gaming are able to get onto the B point, it's not for long. This is looking like an Omit Brooklyn 3-0.
Yeah, and I think just kind of generally reflecting on the first 2 rounds, now combining it here with this third, it's just that Lore Gaming's offense just has not had a lot of concentrated focus. You know, we got, I'm one guy, I can get to A. Oh, it didn't really work out, but I'm one guy, I can get to B. Players off spawn, like, aren't committing to one zone or the other. And you can kind of see that even a little bit here, where there's a lot of focus towards mid-map. Vivid off the regen will step in, contest this extra 60 to get tallied. And wow, I mean, the help is pretty darn incredible. Gravity also taken out of the picture, so the time will expire on Lore Gaming's efforts, and it will be a 3-0 in the control to Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's like Lore Gaming, they figure out their attack in the final 10 seconds. I don't know what it is, Alan. Like, the first minute and 20, we're just like, all right, we're going to get outslaved. We're going to lose all map control and then find out our base. But in the final 10 seconds, at least in the first attacking round, they walked away with 5 seconds. In the final 10 seconds of that round, they almost made it possible of extending the game and at least forcing an extra minute in that control. But too little, too late. As Omit Brooklyn close out that high rise in the 3-0 fashion. The series does get extended. Now we got a little bit more 6-star HP, and I'm excited to get into that one.
Yeah, I'm here for that. And kind of reflecting back to the Rio Hardpoint, it really was anyone's game. A couple of hero moments we saw from a couple of individuals for Lore Gaming to provide the chances to soak up maybe more time than we initially expected. But realistically, both teams are looking at really the first 2 maps as very winnable. So 6-star Hardpoint could be where it's determined. Otherwise, we may get another map 5 here. I mean, again, this is to try to stave off any tiebreaker situations for relegation. You win this series, you're good for playoffs. I don't know if we have any reports of what was happening with the Chaos Esports game or not. That's the only other match that could potentially force a tiebreaker situation.
Yeah.
Otherwise, okay, we are hearing that they lost 0-3. So that was a matchup that they played versus Lore Gaming Black, which moves them to 3-2. So now this match legitimately is just whoever wins makes it, whoever loses goes home, doesn't see playoffs.
Yeah, so now Brooklyn, no, we are not in a position to play for a 3-way tie. If we lose this series, we're not going to be in the playoffs, and that would be very devastating for a couple of these players who found a lot of success at least last stage.
Yeah, absolutely the case. But while we're waiting on both the map 5 on our Bravo stream and the map 4 here, we'll step away for just a brief break. Don't go far, though. Still have a little bit more action to cover here in the group stage from North American Challengers. welcome back, everybody. We've got 2 different series still ongoing. A map 5 on our Bravo stream, which again is going to be for who takes top of the group. But our main focus that you see right here are 2 teams that are locked in at 2-2. And after the Chaos Esports loss, now it makes this tiebreaker situation very, very clear, in which there is no more tiebreaker situation. Lore Gaming, if they win, they find themselves in the 4th spot. If Omit Brooklyn find a way to secure the win, and the reverse sweep for that matter, they will submit themselves into the playoffs in the 4th seed. Of course, earlier today, Study, we did see the finish off of Group A. Maybe a little bit of map testing going on, but Syndicate looked pretty clean, all things told, and will finish top of the group at the head-to-head tiebreaker over FaZe Black for the 1st seed.
Oh, yeah, they took care of FaZe Black. What was it, a clean 3-0? Obviously, FaZe Black are testing map pool, but sometimes testing map pool can come back to bite you, because now going forward, especially into tomorrow in the playoff, teams know they really aren't that good at these certain maps. So we get rid of the other ones and get one of these into the series versus a team like FaZe Black. We're finding a lot of success. You can have the ability to potentially take them down. But enough of that series. We're back into this one for the final spot. Like you said, in Group B, we got a matchup for the #1 seed, and we got a matchup for the final seed to try to make it into playoffs. Currently, Lore Gaming, as you can see on your screen, up 2-1. Omit Brooklyn dominated on the previous control, but backs against the wall sometimes when you're able to perform your best in Call of Duty. Here we go, map 4.
Now, Vivid trying to get in quickly, but Prolud actually just wins over U-Haul quick. A little unexpected on the timing there from Omit Brooklyn. Gives Lore Gaming a chance to at least contest. Gravity over the middle of the map, dealt with by Dak, and the follow-up is going to be absolutely perfect. So, back and forth pinstripe kill feed. Semtex is landing on both sides as off the respawn, Lore Gaming just get the reinforcements back faster.
Yeah, that's tough. RCDs wasn't expecting his teammate to push around that corner. Probably play a little bit contest on your side of the bar, but now you're going to open up that situation for Lore Gaming to walk away with a lot of this P1 time. You're still contesting through the middle of the map, though. Good job from Omit Brooklyn. They're maintaining the spawns over towards the next hill. But if you are Lore Gaming, you can just continuously be aggressive up through the map. You did a great job already at P1.
Yep. Yeah, very much so the case. Omit Brooklyn just try to keep these poolside walls. I don't even know what to call those. Like little wind,
curve
wind
walls.
blockers.
That's what they call them. They call them like curved wall here, curved wall there, curved wall.
Okay.
I don't understand. It's a very difficult call out, but that's what it's called currently.
All right, that's fair. I just don't know what they bring to the table for this Infinity Pool as like an architecture standpoint, but such is life. Classic playing inside the vents. Good for the first. Decent read on where the spawns were coming from Lore Gaming, and actually in the process, Arcides has sneakily found himself to 5 in a row. And that may be good for him to just play his life in a 1-for-1 corner. He's going to have Temp likely crossing his angle, and there's kill number 6. So early cruise missile earned, and a 4-man feed for Omit Brooklyn. They should get this back 20.
Yeah, and this is where it gets a little bit scary because now Arcides has a cruise missile in his back pocket. It's currently, what, a 14-team streak before 2 players drop? But you should be blessed off the rotation to set up properly for the next hill. But no one actually rotates from Omit Brooklyn. That was a situation where you have to back it on up. You have to know that Lore Gaming are going to try to flip those spawns. And now with the routes that they hit and the gunfights they were able to win, they set up properly for the next hill. But now you have to be thinking about Arcides and that cruise.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you are Arcides, no reason, I think, not to pull this right here. You've got a decent setup to mid-map and 2 players from the front. This is absolutely perfect. But, I say that. Maybe the commitment through mid comes a bit too early because 1 player will drop. Arcides is able to take a player out of the hardpoint, but the fight is still on as Capsule never leaves the bar. Temp on the backside also makes sure the spawns get locked in, and a perfect reception of this hit from Lore Gaming. And Omit Brooklyn will not just lose the lead, they lose off on a key resource here in the rest of this map.
Yeah, that's tough, man, because you find the initial 2 fights, but like you said, when 1 player drops, when that streak is getting called in, you're already in a man disadvantage. So with Dak finding himself on the hop-up, just commit towards that one-on-one gunfight versus Capsule, and you give Lore Gaming the ability to at least walk back in for the hill for the time being. But Omit Brooklyn re-break it right back on in, gonna find themselves up by 15, almost 20 points going into the B4. But now you're forced to break it towards another hill, which is very difficult to do, this time with no cruise.
Yeah, I was going to say the value not as fully what you wanted, I think, off that cruise missile, even though you do secure somewhat of a break. Over towards the rotation. How about this from Temp? He is so far outside this play, but Classic somehow, some way gets a read on that. And that will clear off the potential pinch. Now the focus has to be from the front, though. Capsule looking to chase things down towards security. Bold to give up that head glitch. And Gravity, the only one to find a kill, also has to commit in. So Lore Gaming would look to have the perfect setup. It gets red, it gets broken down, and now Omit Brooklyn have a lot of time they could potentially still soak.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit sloppy so far to start off this HP. Gotta be tighter on those setups. You know exactly where Omit Brooklyn was coming in from. It's just A couple over trials. Too aggressive in certain aspects. Allows Omit to break right back on in. Trades are bound. Like you say, a pinstripe kill feed to try to close out this P4, but it at least allows Lower Gaming to walk away with the final 10. Omit Brooklyn are going to be early off the rotation, and if you don't find a break early on, if you were Lower, it's going to fall into the hands of Capsule, who's trying to be the sole man through the backside of P3.
Oh, good shots from Arcides. Cleanly takes care of Temp, but like you said, that play on the backside of this opens up maybe a timing for Prolute. Oh, Vivid gets caught! He just looks away at the exact wrong moment. Decent quick trade, though, from Arcides. He's having a great map, by the way, 16 and 6, and he's not just sitting around finding kills. He's getting active, my guys. That Semtex may also do a bit of damage. Doesn't fully tack gravity. Vivid gonna get to work on the pistol battle 12 feet down in the pool, but a follow-up nade from Lord Gaming actually pushes him off, and now it may down to who can hold their breath the longest, as Dak and Vivid will combine for the kill in a bit. Brooklyn will get themselves in, still 20 seconds to fight for.
Yeah, what I don't understand, and hopefully we get an update going forward, especially if we're going to continuously have this P5 Acid Hill on this map, is that if you're drowning in the water, you need to be able to lose HP. You can't, your screen just can't be going darker and darker. You're just losing your breath, probably catching a couple balls. You're not losing HP, you're definitely not losing it fast enough. So that's what allows those finesse plays with the Renettis to happen, but at the end of that hard point, it was going to be Omit Brooklyn at least finding himself up by 30 points. Back to the P1 we go. No streets to work with. All out mix fest into the middle of P1. And already 15 seconds in, it's looking like Lore Gaming doing a great job of withstanding that pressure, slowly but surely climbing back into this game.
Yeah, really good setup here. I mean, Capital kind of watching towards U-Haul. You've got Gravity with an AR watching over towards P2. And then your players inside Bar just kind of finessing. Oh, good stun, though. Dak perfectly hit. Great breakdown here from Brooklyn. Immediately back into the hard point, and clean shots from Vivid as he finds an MCW on the ground. Now on 4 in a row. Feels the pressure starting to amount, so he steps out, finds a freebie around the back, but Arceus, he's had a couple of Semtexes get essentially pushed into. Not much you can do there. And the hard point will see most of the scrap time go neutral.
But now off the rotation, it should be Omit Brooklyn at least set up for now. It's going to turn into a one-on-one, all of Lore Gaming trying to push their way out through the P5 side, working their way up through canopies. But you see those spawns coming in for Lore. 2 through the back end. Vivid's going to be here for the parallel, and is only able to find 1 before dropping. And it should allow Lore Gaming, even though if they were late off the rotation, to be in towards P2 first.
Yeah, Prolute worried about the front door. Capsule trying to play off the pinch. Oh, team nade. That's not well done. Classic taken out of the picture. Arcides keeps this into a 3v3. Dak from the front. Good to get 1 step away, and it leaves Temp by himself, and there's just too many numbers for him to deal with. Capsule quickly though off the respawn, try to work his way back through, and just the trophy system denies any of Lore utilities. While Brooklyn continued to connect with some of their own. Gravity caught out towards the side pool, and this is just a little bit too individualistic, it feels like, for Lore. Let Brooklyn bouncing back, taking the gunfights on their terms, and they find 3 in a row. Scrap time going the way of Omit Brooklyn.
And now this is where Omit Brooklyn have to show the adjustments on the setup towards P3. Last time you found all the kills at P2, but you were late off the rotation. This time you're going to find Vivid watching the overextension through Sky Bridge, but that stun is now going to indicate someone is definitely behind me. And unfortunately, when he checks, the player from Sky Bridge goes for the pinch. That's 3 dead in the feed. Arcides now has his hands full in this situation.
Yeah, I'll say. Gravity also dealt with in the back, though. Arcides is able to get off the regen, and wow. Yeah, absolutely. It's just a little bit of a split spawn moment that Lore Gaming can't really reinforce and deal with the hit around the back. So now Arcides on 4, 26 and 12. And again, it has not been a reactive 26 and 12. This guy is moving on the map and finding lots of success, helping his team move and rotate, including this. Now 5 in a row, looking for his 2nd cruise missile on the map. Trophy system gets placed just as more utility comes through. Pistol out of Arcides, really letting them have it. 6 in a row, cruise missile earned, and Omit Brooklyn are off to the races.
Oh, man, and Omit Brooklyn, they're trying to force this game 5 on the back of a 2-time world champion. He knows what it's like to play with pressure, and he knows that if we lose this series, I will not be in the playoffs. He does not want it to go that way, but you're finding yourself up by 71 going in towards the P4. You're going to have a couple players trying to go for a route, but Prolu actually gets that double. So now Omit Brooklyn forced to break in right from the front. Actually, you can look at the spawn from Vivid. He's going around the back.
Yeah, oh no. Temp just waits for it, receives it, finds the quick kill. Crazy scenes.
Again?
So now, how do you get a continual read on it is my next question, because Temp is now moving back to help what he thinks is going to be a full hit from the front, but Vivid says, surprise, I'm right back in the mix. Nice shots, though, from Prolute at range. Arcides able to try to get in from the front, but Gravity does well to take a couple, reduces the play down into single numbers for both sides. Dak eventually dealt with follow-up from Capsule clean to deal with the jump wall, and then Temp will make sure this scrap time does go the way of Lore Gaming.
Yeah, Lord Gaming definitely need that because this is where RCDs can invest that cruise missile. You already breached that 190-point mark, so you have the ability to close it out here over towards the pool area with a full 60 hole, 30 and 15, 2.0. KD almost has a minute to his name as well. So he's getting it done in every aspect of this game. You have Vivid watching the overextension to make sure no one goes on a deep pinch, but at least Lord Gaming through the middle of the map, they find the initial fights. They're going to be here to contest it.
Yeah, absolutely. Dak, pistol, moving quickly. Oh boy, I mean, it's like playing BB guns. BB guns down low. Oh man. Cruise missile comes up empty though, so hold on a second here. Lord Gaming, if they can find a way to win out some of this scrap time, could be doable. Again, the water is more like molasses, it feels like, and you're absolutely right. I mean, you definitely see Gravity just taking the hits on the screen because why not? Prelude also some hijinks and hilarity with the pistol. This could be really tight here as we start to stretch back over to P1 where Lord Gaming are already set up.
Yeah, Omit Brooklyn, they were not expecting that. You get a cruise missile, especially over towards the P5 HP. You have to make that one count, but Lord Gaming able to withstand that and now find themselves only down by 17, going back into our third rotation of HPs. Back to the P1 we go. If you are with Brooklyn, you just got to get closer and closer to that 250-point mark.
Yeah.
Just play trades, play crossfires, and just try to dominate through the middle of the side of the map.
And Temp also trying to execute on some patience. A couple of tags towards Classic, but Dak completely unguarded, completely undamaged, forces the gunfights to eventually come through. Temp going to play over towards DJ, and he's got a really good look at the rotation from Arcades. A key elimination coming through. Gravity also now on 4 in a row. Here we go again. Lord Gaming looking good for the majority of the scrap time, but the next wave of the Mid-Brooklyn are already at the front doors. They just can't find an entrance. The spam shots from Capsule are absolutely perfect, and it's 4 in the feed for Lord Gaming.
Oh! You see the spawn right there from Vivid. He literally gets blasted with a spawn in towards P2. You simply cannot read that if you are Lord Gaming, but with this final 10, you're going to take the lead for a little bit, and you already have Capsule going on the deep route. He is going to get sniffed out. Great heads-up play out of Arcades to locate where he was, and now Omit Brooklyn just need one set of kills. 1 or 2 wave of kills is going to close out the game for them.
But Vivid can't get out. 1 for 1 goes the exchange. Stuns from the front are landing. Wait, was there no trophy system down? There was a lot of value out of the utility from Lord Gaming, and Omit Brooklyn have completely crumbled. An absolute misplay. No trophy, or maybe one got deleted quickly, and now Lord Gaming are back into the hardpoint. Play towards the backside staircase. Prelude trying to follow up, but it's Dak for the double. Capsule front door. Hipfire decent. Steps away. Gravity tries to get back in, but the baton pass isn't good, and Omit Brooklyn find the break.
And now if you are Omit Brooklyn, you just have to make sure they can no longer win it here because you cannot win at P2, but we have to set up for the next hill. That's where Archie is going to be thinking. Just a step ahead. 2 players drop in the hands of Classic. Now you have to know that the next 2 guys are going to be playing off the rotation. Archie falls off the damn map. What is happening?
Not like this. Prelude also sees Classic front side pool. Just keeps him at bay. Hardpoint unlocks. Nice shots for Prelude. That's his 31st elimination. Dak with the trade. Nixie battle the backside of DJ. Capsule able to win that. Now it has to be from the front if you're Omit Brooklyn. Contest is in. Gravity, the first one to try to challenge. Pushes him off. There's 246. Hit has to find a way to get on. Kills are starting to come through from Omit Brooklyn, but can they get on in time? There's 249, and it's a clean kill feed. 1 player still going to spawn in for Lord Gaming. Gravity trying to help break this thing from the front, but Omit Brooklyn have numbers inside the hard point. 245 to 249. Classic not going to save it this time. Just down to Vivid, who gets overwhelmed, and there's 250 for Lord Gaming. No map 5 needed. They make it to playoffs, and Omit Brooklyn will be out and done of Season 2.
Oh, that was such a mixy hard points towards the end, but if you're Omit Brooklyn, you had so many opportunities to close out this damn game. You were up 70 going into P4. You keep it scrappy all the way towards the very end. You get to P5, you got a cruise missile in your back pocket, and somehow, some way, that is not even effectable. Like, then you go back to the P1. It's scrappy. Lord Gaming come out on top. You get blessed with a P2 spawn, and somehow, some way, allow Lord Gaming to push in through the front. You break it back in. There's 20 seconds left. You can no longer win it there. Archades rotates. He jumps off the map. I've never seen more breakdowns in my life, Alan. Somehow, some way, Lore, they walk away with this W. Omit, they're going to be beating themselves up after simply choking that map number 4.
I mean, it legitimately is. You made your appropriate tributes and sacrifices to the COD gods, because it wasn't just once. It was like 3 separate times that Vivid just got like a, oh, happy to be here spawn. But this fall off the map, I mean, it was going to be a 1v1 for the game. If Arcades wins that, Omit Brooklyn have numbers from the front. They reinforce. They get maybe the setup that they need to win it. But this is a big gunfight. Shuts down the play through poolside stairs. Dax double keeps the play alive, but it's just too individual. That's the only problem about it. There's never a chance to get the full contest, right? And there is an opportunity to jump back in here from the mid, but it just gets read a little bit too quickly. This wipe, you thought maybe, but then the split spawn not read by Omit Brooklyn, I think, is the big difference maker.
Yeah, it was a big difference maker, and then also Arsenal losing that one-on-one to Gravity, because once you get that first kill, you now put all your focus on towards the middle of the map and the front end, but once he loses that one-on-one, you're now forcing one of your teammates to try to find that kill onto Gravity. At the same time, the pressure's coming through mid, the pressure's coming through the front, you just didn't have enough bodies. Once you find that clean 4 dead, and then you try to push out the back, I would have liked to see them play that really tight. Everyone just focus on their one-on-one gunfights, but if Arcady simply wins that one-on-one versus Tom Gravity, the game is probably extended, and we're going to a game 5. You fall short there, and you lose here, but Omit Brooklyn had so many opportunities to win this damn game, man. Lore came in, they just clutched up at the end in the final moments.
I mean, 33 and 33. Talk about 66 engagements. Do we love 6-star or what, friends?
I love it.
Yes, sir. We finally got ourselves a map pool that brings some adrenaline. Unreal. So 3 very winnable maps in this series for Omit Brooklyn. And really, it wasn't until that 6-star hardpoint that you look at and say, wow, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Because, again, there really wasn't any cataclysmic breakdowns in the first 2. It's just good maps of COD being played. The 3-0, very quick, very clean for Omit Brooklyn, but definitely a bit of a breakdown in a couple of moments. And, again, I have to go back and see, did they just not get a trophy system into P2? Did it get destroyed? Because that was a major difference maker for the comeback to even start, let alone that last 60 seconds.
Yeah, especially with Vivid spawning there. Like, he spawns there, instantly gets a kill, so you're already in the man advantage, and then unfortunately the attacks are just way too powerful on the opposing side. They must have not have gotten a trophy down, because the trophy at least stops 3 things. Nothing was stopped, so they instantly brought it right through the front. We're able to flip the spawns right on back, just consistently keeping the game mixing towards the very end. I can only imagine what Omit's comms were like at the end, because they had to be so damn hectic in those final moments.
That's legitimately where, again, you kind of look at the overall of the new team for Gravity. And, hey, it may not have been the sexiest KD line, but he got his hardpoint time, friends. 205, I think, in total. Unreal stuff. So, again, we've got ourselves another matchup that still could determine something in this pool, in particular for Spittin' Demons and Houston Spartans, both teams at 3-1. Map 5, round 11 on the way, potentially, if the Spittin' Demons can find a way to get this 10. And this is all about who walks away top seed in the group.
Already Spittin' Demons should get a read on where the pressure's coming in. They're not going to decide to rat back. They're pushing through, trying to play for the 4-0 retake over towards B. But that bomb now gets planted. How's the post plant set up for Houston?
And it looks like they're actually very well invested in this flank. Good information. Uh-oh. Nearly takes down all 3, but Wiz right there to follow up on the pitch. And, yep, you asked about the post plant. It was not bunkered. It was not reactive. If anything, they had walls. Read that perfectly. They didn't actually have walls, friends. Just a figure of speech. But a clean post plant, and the Spittin' Demons can't find a way to get the retake going, so the Houston Spartans will take round number 10 and the map 5 to come away the victors here in Group B before playoffs.
And they're going to be the #1 seed now going forward in towards playoffs. It's a little bit better, like you said, on the post plant setup. Once you get that bomb down, I would have liked to see the Demons, once you put your trophy system down over towards White Truck, you don't hear any suns. You don't hear any nades. Someone has to try to rat back, because when everyone pushing through and one player playing the island, they already know exactly what you're doing. No one contesting towards Eskies. No one contesting towards Spiral Steps. You just allow them to put their focus on one point, and you run right into the pre-aims. That's just not a way you want to retake over towards B.
Yeah, well, here it is. We kind of already framed it up. 4-1 on the group for Houston Spartans with that win over the Spittin' Demons, who, again, were a major surprise, I think, for a lot of people in this group. Ignore the Orgless logo. Lore Gaming's got 2 rosters, the black and the gold. Both will make it. And Omit Brooklyn, after dropping what was a very winnable map number 4, will see them having to re-qualify for Season 3. Of course, before that, all the focus and attention goes towards improving a very recent roster in time to try to find a way to get this Omit team into something better than, I think, what, top 6? Is that what I've seen across both EU and NA that the Omit team has found themselves in? It has not been as categorically dominant as it was in years previous for the Omit brand, but a chance for, I think, that roster to really learn a lot. And again, they're newish to playing as a collective 4. I've got a lot of hope that that team's going to put together a hell of a run come Toronto.
They better put a run together because they
Well,
should have at
true.
least seen a map 5 in that series. You were up 70 points. You breezed that 200-point mark, and he just basically choked that one away. So you got to completely forget about this. Obviously, you're not going to be in the playoffs tomorrow. Your main focus is Toronto. You have to have a better performance, a little bit more ice in those final moments.
Agreed. So that is our frame up for what's to come for playoffs. An electric finish, though, here in our final day of group matches. So with that, we're done with 4 of our total squads. 8 will still remain, both across Europe and North America. And the good news is you don't have to wait long to see them start to square up. We've got 3 blocks, I believe, of matches tomorrow. Winners round 1, losers round 1, and I believe winners round 2 of the 8-team double elimination playoff in Season 2 of the Challengers League. So make sure you sub on the way out. We'll catch you guys tomorrow afternoon for the European playoffs, immediately followed by North America. Have a good night.